Уважаемые гости, просим пройти в зал. Мы скоро начинаем.
Что такое K-Pro? Ну, прежде всего, K-Pro ориентировано дать молодому профессионалу большее видение. Что происходит в мире, куда мы движемся, потому что сегодняшний темп изменений, он сегодня колоссальный. Не стоит останавливаться на просто знаниях, нужны практические навыки. И сегодня в K-Pro вы имеете такую огромную возможность ознакомиться с лучшими казахстанскими практиками, возможности, что развивается не в книжках, а то, что как реализуется
Уважаемые
это в
гости,
жизни и сегодня в Казахстане.
для первого
Это
спикера вам потребуется гарнитура для синхронного перевода. Пожалуйста, пройдите в зону гардероба и обязательно возьмите гарнитуру.
Нельзя биться в этом мире в одиночку. Нужно создать свою среду, то, что мы называем support network. Это возможность тех людей найти, которые являются своими единомышленниками с вами, те люди, которые смогут вам помочь в самый сложный момент. Я думаю, в этом прелесть K-Pro. Таких же ребят энергичных, молодых, которые готовы двигаться вперед сегодня с ногу со временем, изучать новую практику и помогать друг другу. Поэтому всех ждем на K-Pro.
Я участвовала в первом потоке K-Pro. На самом деле, думая о проекте, для меня это прежде всего нетворкинг. После первого потока у меня появился ряд новых совершенно ребят, с которыми я общаюсь и с которыми мы делали несколько проектов, пересекались по разным проектам. Мне кажется, это очень классная возможность. Мне очень понравился сам формат, потому что первые 2 недели это действительно такой вот deep dive, когда ты погружаешься в K-Pro, когда ты начинаешь думать по-другому, когда ты чуть-чуть абстрагируешься от своей рутины, которая у тебя каждый день происходит. И вот это, мне кажется, дает такой программе очень интересный поворот и очень сильный толчок.
Наши эксперты читают лекции для участников K-Pro. Мы поддерживаем данную программу, потому что она ставит перед собой долгосрочные цели по совершенствованию профессионального обучения в Казахстане. В данной программе молодые специалисты развивают такие компетенции, как problem solving, системное мышление и лидерство. Наша компания EY очень заинтересована в данной программе, и мы активно ее поддерживаем, так как нам необходимы талантливые специалисты, и поэтому я очень рекомендую всем не упустить возможность участвовать в программе K-Pro.
K-Pro – это уникальный образовательный проект, который не имеет аналогов в Казахстане. Лекторами K-Pro являются представители международных компаний топовых, такие как Microsoft, BCG, Ernst & Young, абсолютно с разных сфер, и у вас будет возможность узнать и расширить свой кругозор во всех направлениях. Приходите на K-Pro, не упустите свой шанс, для вас это огромная возможность открыть нового себя.
Я считаю, что если большее количество сотрудников будут ходить к психологу, то каждый сотрудник найдет для себя новый смысл, для чего это делать, сможет понять свои истинные цели.
Уважаемые гости, просим пройти в зал. Мы начинаем.
И, соответственно,
Спасибо.
атмосфера в коллективе тоже будет благоприятной, потому что каждый сотрудник будет уметь соблюдать свои границы, не нарушать чужие, и эффективность наверняка в работе повысится.
Я думаю, что скажется точно классно, потому что с психологом люди учатся работать своими чувствами, эмоциями и лучше начинают понимать себя. Такие люди точно лучше себя ощущают в командах, и команда лучше себя ощущает с ними. И в таких реалиях эффективность точно будет расти.
Сезон. Уважаемые гости, всех приветствуем. Проходим в зал, кто еще в холле. Мы начинаем.
В нашем мире существует миллионы вопросов, что остаются без ответа. Кто мы? Какова наша цель? В чем наше предназначение? В поисках ответов мы переживаем неповторимый опыт. Ради этого мы падаем и встаем, становимся сильнее и идем вперед. Мы не теряем интереса, мы жаждем знаний, стремимся к поиску. Мы создатели. Каждый день мы сталкиваемся с вопросом: существует ли идеальная формула для создания вдохновляющей и продуктивной среды для сотрудников? С 2013 года мы в поисках этого ответа. За десятилетия мы сформировали мощное HR-сообщество. Опыт, люди, стратегии, знания. Весь этот путь привел нас сюда, в эту точку нашей системы координат. Это был трудный, но увлекательный путь. 10 лет на пути к совершенству. 25 менторов, направивших рост 75 талантов. Более 120 публикаций, заполнивших информационное пространство. Разбор более 150 эффективных и практических кейсов. Мы объединили более 3000 участников, открыли HR Club и проводим регулярные встречи HR-сообщества Казахстана и других стран. Мы не готовы останавливаться. Наш путь только начинается, ведь мы стремимся к тому, чтобы каждый из вас достиг своих вершин. Каждый год мы ищем, как можем стать лучше. Каждый год мы выделяем лучших из лучших, и все это ради одной цели. Ради роста и развития ваших компаний и каждого из вас. Вместе с экспертами со всех уголков Земли мы создаем будущее, где каждому предоставляется возможность выражать свои идеи, мнения и креативность. Мы в поиске связи между работой и общей целью компании. Работаем над оптимизацией процессов для создания эффективного рабочего окружения. Добро пожаловать на HR-форум. Здесь царит свобода, смысл и простота. Одна цель, объединяющая нас всех.
Кайрлы күн, құрметті қонақтар. Жыл сенға Қазақстандың HR форумының қош келдіңіздер. Міне 11-ші жыл Қазақстан Гросс форум кәсібие конференциялар платформасы және Камесқа мир өмірді сақтандыру компаниясы HR форумның ұйымдастырушылары болып табылады. Биылғы форумды еркіндік мағына қарапай ымдалық деп атадық. Бұл ұғымдар компанияның қызметкерлері үшін шыбын беретін және өмірді жұмыс ортасын құруға көмектесін HR салондағы мазынды аспекттерді көрсетеді. Бүгін бірімізді мазмұнды күн күтіп тұр. Біз іртілген бизнес саласы өкілдерінің кесеттері мен баяндамаларын таңдаймыз. Адам ресурстарын басқару саласындағы үздік мамандар өздерінің сапаттамасы мен тәжірибесімен бөліседі. Бүгін осы залды бізбен бірге отырған және біздің трансляцияны көріп тұрған адамдар бірлігі алғыс айтамыз. Сіздерді бұл күн тамаша және нәтижелі өтсін деп тілейміз. Ендеше бастық. Доброе утро еще раз. Я очень старался. Вот. Спасибо большое за поддержку. Сегодня HR-форум. Мы немножко решили задержать начало, потому что, как вы знаете, когда в Алмате дождь, у нас коллапс с пробками происходит, да, и я надеюсь, что вы не устали сильно ждать. Ну что, сегодня у нас 11-й HR-форум. Мы рады вас всех приветствовать. Хочу отдельно сказать благодарность
being of the company and helps maintain the well-being culture of the company. We're also very thankful to our partners, Profit KZ, for providing technical support to our event, and also the whole team who sleepless people who have not been sleeping for almost 2 weeks just to prepare this video content for today's forum. Well, the main topic of our forum is the freedom meaning simplicity. When choosing this topic, we wanted to focus on the values which are faced by teams and individuals, and which help them address different difficult challenges and different problems while maintaining the human-oriented approach. The topics connect the priority, business efficiency, as well as well-being of the employees. This is exactly what we will be talking about today. Today's our program is subdivided into 3 blocks, which is organization performance, organization efficiency, team performance, and individual personal performance. We hope that you will like the presentations of our speakers that we have invited from all over the globe. Today we have also prepared quite interesting sessions. Along with the main presentations in the main hall, we will have some additional events, side events. There will be a closed round table in Diamond 1 hall, and there will be a closed coaching session for the participants who have registered to be coached by a group of mentors. Please join them. The second part of the day will be subdivided into several sessions because it's going to be quite intense. In additional rooms, there will be sessions with the strategic cases. At 2:20, we will talk about personal opportunities, personal capabilities, about digital approaches in HR. We'll be talking about in Diamond 1, and the culture and program well-being will be discussed at Diamond 2, Diamond 3. If you're lost, you can reach out to our staff. They have similar badges, but they are of yellow color. So these are the organizers, and they will be able to share all this information with you. Also, annually, we have one of the biggest goals that we pursue by this HR forum, which is to nominate and to celebrate the best HRs. So believe you me, that is always an outstanding moment for all of us. And today we will be awarding 3 best HRDs according to HR Forum. So HR Speed Mentoring is not, HR Forum is not just a forum for the professionals, but also it is the opportunity for young professionals to benefit from all their colleagues. We have several people who have agreed to conduct HR speed mentoring today. I'm very happy, and I would like to congratulate our mentees for having registered to these events, and good luck with you with the mentoring. And also upon the multiple requests and upon actually lots of questions that we have received through Kazakhstan Growth Forum, and we do conduct almost 10 events a year, we decided to organize some workshops on very narrow and specialized topics that are of interest to the audience, and HR, including HR. And the first meeting of that kind will happen on the 29th of November. We will have Irina Chernozubova there from Conferry, and we will talk about the strategic goal management. And on the 6th of December, Nikolai Rasudov from HR Business Consulting will talk about building an effective and managing team. Well, as you do know, you can use this QR to get registered. It's quite a simple form. There are certain discounts, so you can get registered and then you can join us at our workshops. Additional information is available at the stand of a Growth Forum outside in the foyer. And just a few more words about the final parts of our forum. We will have some presents for those who will stay in this room, in this hall till the end. There will be some presents from oil leagues. CZM will provide certificates for individual sessions and individual trainings. Kamisk will give special tickets, free tickets to attend our workshops. EZUp will provide gift box. LernaCorp will give a certificate for mini training courses on a corporate platform, and as well as accounting and other types. And our University of Coaching, IBSU, will give a certificate for a training course from this university. So stay with us till the end and get your presents. Grab your gifts. Well, and there will be a cocktail party. Yeah. At the end. We believe that they need to be right ending of the day, and as they say, you need to really take a break on Saturday and Thursday so that we could have it, you could have a whole sort of a hangover on Friday and recover on Friday and then spend weekend with your family. So we will have a cocktail party. It is going to be quite interesting and intense as always. And yeah, a couple of logistics issues. We have 2 breaks. We will have 2 breaks today. For coffee, and lunch will be served at the restaurants on your badges over here at the bottom. You, depending on the ticket, you will see the restaurant that you'll have to go. So we look forward to seeing you back here on time, and also do come back on time. Don't be late, so that we could continue. Our website has all the program, all the details. You can screen it now. You can download it to your phone. We try to consume as little paper as possible. That is why everything, or most of the things, are digital. So again, like I said, if you have any troubles, if you have any questions, you can always reach out to our staff with yellow badges. And also, we have an online translation, online stream of our event, and you can download this link and send it to your friends and colleagues so that they could watch it if they're interested, of course. So with that, I would like to conclude my presentation, my welcome speech, and now let's move on to our main program. First, I would like to give the floor to our guest from India. We have purposefully invited our guest from Social Human Resource Management, SHRM, an international company that turns 75 this year. And she will talk about the trend to talent management and trends to talent management. And I would like to invite Nehal Pand here to talk about this.
Thank you so much, and good morning, Kazakhstan. I hope you can hear me well on this handheld. Well, this is my first trip to Kazakhstan, and let me tell you, I was so excited that I fell sick just about a week ago when we were celebrating one of one of our important festivals in India called Diwali. If we have people from India here, they would know, and I'm sure the rest of the world also knows. But imagine, I was so excited that I had to be here, that I fell sick and I wasn't sure if I can make this trip. So bear with me if I get a coughing fit. I've got the bottle of water just for that. I'm hoping that I'm able to do justice to this session today. I have a whole lot of things planned for you in the next 25 minutes that I want to share with you. But I also wanted to tell you this is not my natural voice. I sound a lot better. But of course, you're hearing me for the first time, so you can't tell. But yes, of course, being here for the first time, and I wanted to, in fact, thank Asset HR that does a lot of work in the Central Asia region and, in Kazakhstan, and Comesk for having me here. I really look forward to engaging with you today. In fact, I'm representing SHRM, Society for Human Resource Management. Some of you would have heard about it. And before I tell you a little bit more about what we do, I thought maybe I should play a quick video, considering we just turned 75 yesterday. Yeah, so let's take a look. Here's our president and CEO talking about
To know where you're going, you must know where you've been. Every mile marks a moment in history. For 75 years, SHRM has led HR to drive change. We fight for women at work, shape policy and protections for all. We advocate for an inclusive workforce and endure together during unprecedented times. Because the beauty of the road is there's always something ahead. Join SHRM on our journey to drive change.
All right, so like I was mentioning, 75 years, that's how long we have been in existence for. Now, we of course are the largest HR professional association in the world. And for these many years, we have been at the forefront of issues that concern the worker, and the workplace. Now, when I was invited to speak on this forum here, I was told, in fact, I was asked that, can you tell us a little bit about what the future of HR is really looking like? Considering we are this association that tracks trends all over the globe, we do a lot of work with policymakers, organizations in different parts of the world. I thought it was pretty all right to be really talking about what the future of HR is going to look like. Now, predicting future is only speculative, right? We can sit here today, look at our crystal balls and look into the future and make these predictions from the trends that we are currently witnessing. Yeah, so while I may be telling you things, I want you to take it with a pinch of salt, because some of them may be a little different than what we are anticipating today. We didn't expect that we'll be hit by a pandemic and the world will come to a stop, right? So no matter how great we become at predictions, we still can't control nature, as they say. Now, I wanted to start by telling you about what the future of work really looks like. Because, of course, that's going to impact how HR function is going to evolve, how HR professionals are going to do their work. So there is this organization I'm sure all of you would have heard of called World Economic Forum, and they come out with a biannual report which is called Future of Jobs. They came out with one just around the time of pandemic in 2020, and very recently they came out with another one which is called the Future of Jobs Report 2023. It's available in the public domain. If you'd like to read up in more detail, it's available on the website. What I've done is I've taken some of the snapshots from that report that I thought were really relevant to the discussion that we're going to have today. Yeah, so now, as I mentioned, that they come out with this report every 2 years and talk about what the future of work, future of jobs really looks like. So this year, in fact, when the report came out, it stated that they had looked at about 803 companies covering about 11.3 million workers worldwide. Yeah, and there are some really sobering findings that they have come up with, and I thought I should possibly start with that. Now, what you see on the screen, it tells you about 673 million employees across the world that were studied. And 69 million jobs will be created in the next 5 years, driven by new technologies and green transition. But look at this. 83 million new jobs are being put at risk because of the economic pressures and technological disruption. What that means is 1 out of 4 jobs are going to get displaced, right? And of course, governments, businesses, and workers will have to come together to ensure that it does not impact us adversely, right? So that's what the future of work is telling us is going to be like. We all know that there is a great disruption that's happening at a lightning speed by technology. Yeah, so technology is going to displace a lot of jobs, but that does not mean that we're going to lose our jobs. There are going to be newer jobs that are going to get created, which possibly today we can't even imagine. Yeah, in the light of that, of course, HR has to play a very crucial role. In fact, HR has evolved quite a bit in the last 10 years, if you see. We used to fight for the seat at the table, remember? I don't think we are fighting for that seat anymore. It's actually doing business transformation now and closely working with our businesses to help them enhance their effectiveness in the long run. That's where we are today. So what will HR really look like in 2030, and how will it then impact talent management? That's what we are going to tell you today. I have put together 10 trends, of course, looking at a lot of research that's available out there, plus the work that we do with different organizations. And here's what it looks like. Now, I want to start with the first trend, which is, of course, about automation and AI. How many of you have already started using ChatGPT? Look at that. You know, when I was prepping for this session, I asked ChatGPT, what will HR in 2030 look like? Of course, we have our own research, but I thought, how well can ChatGPT curate these trends? And I wasn't surprised. And then I asked, what all sources have you considered to give me these trends? And I realized the way ChatGPT can curate all of this from different sources, it's not possible for a human to do that and do it so quickly. Yeah, so of course it came in handy, and as you realize, ChatGPT is going to be a big thing in the future. HR perennially, has taken a lot longer to automate or, digitally transform itself if you compare it with other functions. But that has to increase. So HR has to really lead when it comes to digital transformation. Yeah, so you will see that AI integration is going to happen in multiple HR processes. ChatGPT is, of course, going to enhance and boost productivity. And we will have to, as talent management professionals, look at a better human-machine collaboration. Right now, if ChatGPT can do a lot of this transactional work, then of course we have time to do more strategic work and utilize skills that ChatGPT or generative AI is not capable of. Yeah, now what I want you to see is in 2022, what was happening was that machines were contributing about 34% to complete tasks that were earlier done by humans. And 66% was what the manual and human tasks really look like. Now, cut to 2027, in future, you will see that number is drastically increasing. From 34% to 43% are going to be tasks that are going to be done by machines. And of course, which is why I brought up the ChatGPT example. And 57% will be done by humans. And these are going to be more meaningful tasks that a machine cannot do. Now, in the survey that we conducted, this was a workplace automation survey that SHRM did in 2021. And 42% of HR professionals said that their organization is actually looking to enhance its HR processes by way of automation and AI integration. And across the world, as we see, a lot of these HR processes and the employee lifecycle processes have been taken over by bots, especially the ones that are very transactional in nature. You remember, you get a call from your employee asking you for a certificate or a salary slip. All of these things have been automated in most organizations, right? So of course, automation is going to free up a lot of bandwidth, which means machines are going to help you heap through resumes, handle payroll, and so much more. And the employee lifecycle processes, as I said, are going to be looked after by bots, which means you are going to be spending more time communicating with businesses, candidates, stakeholders, and the other professionals that you support within the organization. Now, as we talk about enhanced data, enhanced automation, and AI integration, of course, it's going to have an impact on the way we collect data as well. Yeah, we all use the OTT platforms. We use, the cab, taxi service apps. We use a lot of these other, models which give us a lot of data at every touch point, every click of the button. Now, that's what's going to happen for the HR processes as well. But the trick is, how effectively are we utilizing the data that we are collecting? This is big data. This is a lot of data at every touch point that machines and AI will enable for you. Now, as a talent management professional, what does this mean? It means that we will have to use predictive analytics. And the term sounds fancy. A lot of organizations are possibly still at the lower end of the people analytics maturity model. Predictive being the highest, it actually starts at descriptive, diagnostic, prescriptive, and then goes to predictive. Predictive happens when, your systems start giving you some of those prompt spaces which what crucial talent decisions you can make. And I wanted to, in fact, give you an example. Now, before even I go there, perpetually for HR, what has happened is that we have developed a lot of dashboards, right? We have talked about all the things that we have done, in the employee processes, employee lifecycle processes. So I quite like this quote that Alexis Fink, General Manager of Talent Intelligence and Analytics at Intel, once made. What they said was that most people use data the way drunks use lamppost, and which is, I put an image there as well, because for the longest time what we have done is we have used those dashboards to showcase that we work, that we're doing a lot of work. There's a lot of activity orientation. We hired so many people, we conducted so many programs, so many people participated. So a lot of activity is getting reported. What is it doing? We are trying to make ourselves relevant by showcasing that this is the amount of work that we do. But we have to shift that conversation from activity to results. You could sit in the office the whole long day and accomplish nothing. Or you could just be in the office for an hour and accomplish a whole lot, right? So how do we really move from activity orientation to results orientation? Of course, data is going to help us with that. Now, what you see on the screen right now is a snapshot that I've taken from the Future of Jobs report. Now, this is pertaining to this region, Central Asia. It was difficult to find, data just for Kazakhstan, so I thought Central Asia would still give you a good perspective. Now, the jobs report talked about what are some of those business practices that will improve talent availability in Central Asia. Yeah, and this was, of course, based on the responses that were sought from different companies. And the list that you see is actually the list of the priorities where number 1 is offer higher wages. Number 2 is improve talent progression and promotion processes. Then it's reskilling, upskilling. It's about improving working hours, communication strategies, so on and so forth. Now, what this means is there is some data that exists out there which is pertaining to our region. Are we really using this data to our advantage? Yeah? Are we making decisions basis what is available out there? And of course, a lot of data that we will collect within our organization based on the multiple touch points that an employee will go to when our processes are automated and data collection is easier. Yeah, this is what we mean when we say data-driven decision making. Yeah, when you have this data telling you that this is what is of importance to people in a particular region, then how are you strategizing? That's what's important. And that is the repercussion that it will have on talent management, where a lot of you will then end up doing preemptive capacity planning. It will mean that the way you identify high potential talent today to really planning those learning journeys and really taking your employees through the entire performance management process will have to be redefined than what it is looking like today. With that, I wanted to quickly move to the third trend then. All of this, what will it do? It will enhance employees' experience. Even today, there are a lot of candidates that do not have a very great experience when they are being recruited by a company. Yeah? Every touch point for your employee, even before they become an employee, is important. And employee experience has a crucial role to play. In the new scheme of things, you'll see there's hyper-personalization. Yeah? How many of you here watch Netflix? Most of us? Yeah? So the way Netflix has designed its algorithms, it gives us content based on our tastes, based on what we see, what we like. And that's how the employee experience also has to enhance itself, where you are able to give personalized experiences to all your employees. Which is why we are not talking mass customization, we are talking hyper-personalization. Yeah? And this is what it will look like in future. Now, it's also important that we are moving from just a transactional experience to a more holistic human experience. Now, this was a piece of research that came out, I think, about 3 years ago. Erica Wolany from Deloitte did this research and, looked at different aspects of employee experience in the organization and talked about how, we've talked about employee experience, work-life balance, and employee engagement, but essentially today, with multiple generations in the workforce, and especially Gen Y and Gen Z, meaning in the work is becoming very important. Yeah? So human experience is about getting answers to the question, why do I work? And what contribution am I making? Am I making a difference to the work that I do, to the organization that I'm part of? Which is why it's becoming increasingly important that we are just not looking at the transactional way of engaging employees and creating that employee experience for them, but actually giving them meaning. We are spending crucial amount of our time, of our lives at work. And if the work does not seem fulfilling, it is going to create a lot of challenges. With that, I in fact want to take you to the next trend, but quickly wanted to have you take a look at personalization that I've already talked about in the wake of the newer trend of human experience that you will have to start looking at if you haven't already. Now, as we talk about human experience, remote work and virtual collaboration is going to stay. How many of you are in a hybrid work model currently, working from home still? Oh, I don't see a lot of hands going up. Is Kazakhstan more company in office friendly region? Is it? Okay, perfect. But see, we are still, a global village, right? We are working with workers from different parts of the world. In major parts of the world, virtual collaboration and remote work still continues. Hybrid still continues. Back in my own country, we are working 2 days from home and 3 days from office. And this hasn't changed in the last 3 years since pandemic hit. Now, what this really means is that we'll have to look at newer ways of engaging people who are remote, physically co-located, and sometimes working from home. So that's a hybrid sort of a setup. And the ones who only interact with you virtually. Yeah, we did talk about, there was a conversation, say about a year ago, when we said, how do we really forge connection when people are not able to socialize? And of course, it took us some time before we could come completely back to work. But then that trend is still going to continue. We will still have a lot of folks working in the hybrid model. So as talent management professionals, we will have to look at ways to give them an enhanced employee experience. How do you give them meaning who are not coming to work, who are not socializing, who are not connecting with people face to face? So that's another challenge that we will have to really look at. Okay, then moving on to skill development and lifelong learning now. This is something which is, my favorite topic. And learning has, evolved so much in the last few years. Today we talk about learning in the flow of work. Gone are the days when you could just put people in a room and, give them some skill training, and that, they will have a breakthrough, they'll go back and they would have forgotten everything. Today, the workers are demanding, give me what I want to learn while I am disposing of my duties, executing my work tasks, working on my deliverables, and which is why you'll see that there is a greater focus on really looking at platforms which are called the learning experience platforms, where a lot of asynchronous learning can take place. Yeah, so you have, for instance, today you have Netflix, you want to watch a movie, you watch it at your pace, at your time. If you want to pause it and do something else, that's possible, right? Workers want that kind of flexibility when it comes to learning as well. Which is why you'll see a lot of these platforms like LinkedIn Learning, Percipio, a lot of these content libraries, Harvard Management, they're doing really well because they provide world-class content and they help you learn in the flow of work. But then that's not enough, it's an ocean. And as talent management professionals, talent development professionals, you will have to curate those journeys for your people. Yeah, and of course at SHRM, we do a lot of work with clients where we are creating these learning journeys. We're actually looking at some of these content libraries and creating pathways so that learners can learn better. Now, of course, World Economic Forum also talked about what are going to be the most valuable skills for the jobs of the future. And, there is, of course, a long list here as well. And if you see, those are some of those critical skills. Analytical thinking is right at the top, followed by creative thinking, resilience, motivation, curiosity, technological literacy, dependability, empathy, leadership, quality control. Now you see how leadership and social influence is actually moving up. It wasn't the case 2 years ago, but as we move into the future and as we go closer to 2030, AI and leadership skills will be the most important skills. And 44% of the core skills would require reskilling. So that's the kind of focus that we will have to have on skills. Now, some of the data points pertaining to your region. Now, what you see on the screen is a snapshot which is talking about core skills. Now, these are skills which are important to perform the role in your organization. Now, if you see from cognitive skills, engagement, management, physical abilities, technology, this first cluster is actually something that we called as knowledge, skills, and abilities, KSA. Yeah, and what you see as bottom three, ethics, self-efficacy, and working with others, this is actually attitude. These are not skills. Yeah, so what Economic Forum's report is telling us is that for this region, cognitive skills are at the top and they're actually corresponding to the global average as well. So 26% globally also say that cognitive skills are of the prime importance, followed by engagement skills and management skills. Now for your region, if you see, technology skills are at 18%, which are slightly more than the global average. Which means we need to enhance our technical skills considerably for this particular region. Yeah, and if you look at the global averages for the other skills, we see for for attitude, which is ethics, self-efficacy, and working with others, you're doing fairly well there. Ethics is at the global average for Central Asia. Ethics, for that matter, could improve a little bit. So it's a 21% average for this region, while the global average is 23%. And working with others, I think 11% is what it is to be focused on, but I think this will become more crucial in the future as we look at collaborating with remote workers and virtually engaging with workers. Now, these are some of the data points for reskilling. Analytical thinking is again on the top. As I showed you in the previous section, while that is the skill that is of prime importance currently, you'll see that this region on analytical thinking is already higher than the global average. So it's a 59% for Central Asia. AI and big data is also slightly higher. But what is going down is leadership and social influence, and the one here on top, creative thinking. So those are two skills which are anyway the skills of the future, and this region will possibly have to do a little bit more to enhance those skills, because those are going to be important for the jobs of the future. So that gives you some input as to what are the skills that you'll have to focus on for your own organizations. Like I mentioned, learning in the flow of work, personalized on-demand learning platforms, and also looking at coaching at scale. Coaching can't just be confined to senior leaders. It has to come down to the level of middle management or employees who are mid-career professionals, and we have to look at models that provide us coaching at scale. Now, some of these data points that you see on the screen are available in the report for you to delve deeper. For this region, if you see, we have employer-sponsored apprenticeships and internal training departments. If you see, that's the highest. 23% said that they would need help from internal training departments to actually do skilling and upskilling. So if you are a talent development professional in the organization, you of course have work to do. Now, quickly moving on to the next trend, which is diversity, equity, and inclusion. Spoken about it a whole lot. I think it's been, this term has been beaten down to death. But then, of course, there is a changing conversation that's taking place. And I thought I'll quickly play this video for you to understand what that trend is really looking like.
We've spent the last 30 years focused on diversity, and then we added inclusion, and then we added equity, and so everyone's been talking about DE&I for a very long time. The fact of the matter is we are shifting to a conversation around I, E, and D, and that's not to suggest that diversity doesn't matter anymore. It's just that inclusion is the holy grail. It used to be that the focus was on representation. We needed to have more diversity in our workforces, and we still do, but we've made a lot of progress over the last 3 decades. We're at the point now where most workforces are reasonably diverse. The number one issue is inclusion. What we know is you can have an incredibly diverse workforce, while at the same time, none of those people feel like they're included, they're seen, they're heard, they're valued. So there is a distinction. They are the same subject matter, diversity, equity, inclusion. The difference is we're leading and putting a real emphasis on inclusion, equity, and ultimately diversity.
All right, so we are saying that we're bringing inclusion center stage. We of course have focused on diversity quite a bit and will continue to. So if you see on the screen, women representation will still be the topmost concern for most organizations across the world. And then, in that priority, you'll see youth, Gen Z, which is age diversity, PWDs, which is people with disabilities, then minority groups, so on and so forth. However, for talent management professionals, what's key is that while you bring in all of this diversity, how are you enabling the environment for them to thrive in the organization? They say diversity is being invited to the party and inclusion is being asked to dance. So how are you creating environments where people can come in to the party but also feel like dancing, right? So that's going to be a bigger challenge for us to solve for. I quickly wanted to move to our last 3 trends, and I see that my time is up. So quickly then, agile workforce, and this is nothing but the alternative workforce that has gotten integrated to the conventional workforces. We today, of course, work with a lot of gig workers, we work with independent contractors, moonlighters. This was a phenomena that started, last year, where you could keep 2 jobs. If you were a workaholic, you can work full-time 8 hours and then do some overtime with another organization. Some companies allowed it to. So with that, what's important is emphasis on well-being. And here's an interesting thing that I wanted to share with you. we did a survey and we found out that people managers impact employees' mental health as much as their spouse and even more than their doctor or therapist. I could give you about 10 seconds to reflect on that. Of course, we have all had a horrible boss. We've all had a good boss, and we know the impact that it has on our mental health, right? So it's almost like those two relationships in life, one with your spouse and one with your manager, are key, right? And we have to ensure that we get that one right, which is why well-being takes center stage. Mental health will be in focus, but of course we're talking holistic well-being, which has to look at aspects of social, emotional, financial well-being as well. With that, let's quickly move on to ethical and responsible AI. While we spoke of how AI integration will take place, but some values have to be kept intact when using AI, and we have to ensure that the programmer's bias is removed. Otherwise, a lot of what we experience is going to be full of stereotypes, prejudices, and biases. So what you see on the screen are values that AI needs to respect, which is fairness, reliability and safety, privacy and security, and inclusiveness. Yeah, as we quickly move forward, then I wanted to talk about the last trend, which is globalization and cultural competence. I was mentioning earlier on, we are part of the global village. I'm standing here, coming all the way from India. I'm sure we have representation from different geographies here as well. So of course, that's going to remain the norm. And global mindset happens to be a critical competency which is a part of our own competency model, which we put together with a lot of research. And it talks about all the knowledge, skills, and attitudes and abilities that you need to be able to value and consider perspectives and backgrounds of all cultures, of all parties that you engage with, right? And in the global context. And how do you really promote then a culturally diverse and inclusive workplace? For talent management professionals, what this means is that you'll have to develop a strategic view of the organization. You'll have to develop a global organization culture. So right now, as you're hearing me, you're using your translating devices, and you're still okay to listen in English, and I wasn't asked to speak in Russian. So that's what cultural competence is all about, right? How do we value differences and not just get so stuck up in similarities? The usage and adaptation of HR technology, I think that's what's going to be important. Developing meaningful policies and metrics, I think that's what's key, because for every culture, every region, a lot of these processes are going to look different. So with that, I quickly wanted to take you back to the 10 trends that we spoke of in the last 25 minutes. Well, if I had a crystal ball and if I could gaze into the future and tell you what will HR look like in 2030, well, this is what it's going to be like. But like I said, we should always take whatever predictions we make with a pinch of salt, because we don't know what's going to hit us. With all the geopolitical turbulence that we are experiencing, with whatever is happening in the world, we are saying that yes, this is what's going to happen, but be prepared for some surprises along the way. All right, with that, I think I have come to the end of my presentation. I hope this was useful for you. I enjoyed spending time with you. I thought if we'd have time for questions, maybe I'll take a few, but I'm around in case you want to catch hold of me. I'm sitting right here, and then I'll be in Diamond 1, and I would definitely want to learn more from you. I wanted to leave you with this quick video. Thank you once again.
Can cause an effect. One person in HR can challenge outdated hiring practices, champion modern benefits, advocate for pay equity, and turn jobs into careers. HR empowers others to not only dream of change, but to create it. The actions of a few affect the lives of many. Join SHRM today to cause the effect you wish to see in the workplace.
Thank you, everyone, and I'll have a lovely rest of the day.
Thank you, Neha, for your such a good and deep presentation. And your sharing is that you're sharing your view of the 10 global. This is for you from our forum. Okay. Thank you again. Please. Thank you. Okay. Мы продолжаем нашу программу.
And we shall continue our program. Our next speaker is from Encore Company. He's going to talk about the best employer and what a best employer looks like. Alexey Mironov will talk about that now. Alexey? Good morning, dear friends. It's a great honor to be speaking to you and sharing some of my ideas. Unlike my guests, this is not my first 10th, 20th visit to Kazakhstan. I really love Kazakhstan, and I agree with Oleg that when it starts raining in Almaty, the roads suddenly become narrower. So my goal today is to share some of our observations about a portrait of an ideal of a perfect employer. Let me skip the ads and go on with the info that Encore has been present in Kazakhstan for more than 15 years. We helped a huge number of companies to hire people for short-term, long-term, and project-based employment and provide a number of different services. But what I would like to say here is that actually we're quite familiar with the problems related to finding talented and good professionals. And my main goal today is to share some of our observations based on a big study that was presented online several weeks ago. You may have seen it, but there we focused on the type of companies that citizens of Kazakhstan would like to work at. But I will not be talking about that today. Instead, I would like to focus more on what determines the choice of an employer by the employees of Kazakhstan. And I would also like to kind of draw some parallels with the global trends. Well, I think you're all quite familiar with the situation, with the challenge that the business lacks highly qualified professionals. 2/3 of companies in Kazakhstan openly talk about the shortage or problems with finding the right people and retaining the right people. If you look at the official data, and if we scroll through OLX platforms, or many like that, we will see thousands and thousands of open vacancies. But at the same time, we can see a huge number of people who are still looking for a job. So this kind of structural gap will grow, will deepen from what we see. And actually, it's quite interesting. How come this 113,000 people are not able to take this 127,000 jobs? It probably has to do with the fact that these are people who do not have the right skills, who do not have the right competences that are in demand by the employer. So this kind of skills gap will grow. And the companies will definitely suffer from the shortage of the right professionals and specialists. Well, this slide also focuses on a very important aspect, that choosing an employer actually has to do with the perception, with the attitude. It may be an obvious conclusion, but nevertheless, when you're going on a holiday, how do you choose a hotel, right? You have never been there. But thanks to the big set of data that you have accumulated, you form an attitude. Or how do you choose a beauty parlor, beauty salon, something, a hairdresser, something that you cannot touch? Just like that, employees, potential candidates, when trying to find an employer, they also rely on their perception, on their attitude. So we do believe that actually perception and attitude is a paramount factor when finding a job or applying for a job. You may believe that you're a good employer. You may believe that you really provide all sorts of social benefits and so on. But if you do not talk to the world, if you do not tell the world how great you are, you may potentially lose certain candidates. So in that sense, the perception really determines and defines the reality. I do not want to talk about the labor market problems, because you're probably well aware of that. As far as I know, the numbers of unemployment in Kazakhstan represent from 4 to 7, 4 to 9%. And actually, that's where the diversity starts playing an important role. Among women, the unemployment is 5.5%, whereas amongst men, it's 4.5%. And why is that, I wonder? So nevertheless, globally, the level of unemployment is not high, relatively high. And it's not growing. The companies will have more and more problems with finding the right people. Just one slide about the study that we had. We annually survey quite a number of people. Let me show you the statistics here. So this year we surveyed almost 3,500 people. I would like to mention here that these are not just people who were accidentally met on the street in Almaty. These are not random strangers. These are people who have been very carefully selected. It's a very careful kind of selection of people who very well represent the employment structure in Kazakhstan. If you imagine that there are 9.5 capable individuals in Kazakhstan, then our selection structure resembles that structure very, very much. So we have the distribution of men and women, we have distribution of people of higher education and professional education, by age, by group, by income, and so on. So when we ask these people how they choose an employer, what factors they look at when choosing an employer. So I will not be talking about that today, but nevertheless I would like to stress on three main aspects, hoping to deliver that these are the important factors for you to consider. Let me go back just by a second. We did a benchmark with a similar partner of ours, Ramstadt company. I wanted just really to highlight the differences, how the factors which are important for the citizens of Kazakhstan different from the factors that are important for the whole world, and that's going to be quite interesting. So there are three blocks, three main stresses or three main focuses that I would like to make in this presentation. The first one is what is important for the people when choosing a job. What do we pay attention when we select an employer? The top 5 factors are salary, stability, long-term employment, nice working environment, and high-quality services and product. So actually there are more than 15 factors. So there are not only 3 factors that play a role that are important. And the main stress is that the first top 5 factors are so-called hygienic factors. If suddenly, if all of a sudden you're not offering a competitive salary, if you do not explain and do not deliver information that you are stable as a company, that you have an offer different career growth opportunities, people will not consider you as a candidate, because these 5 factors do not define the choice of an individual, of an employer, although they're on top. Look at the middle of the list, and we feel that the true competition for a talent happens after these hygienic factors. So if someone sees really 3 or 4 potential employers, then such candidate will choose the company based on the factors that are in the middle of this list. The top is something that has to be there by default. Like when you buy an apartment, there has to be a kitchen, there has to be a washroom, right? But that's not something that determines the choice of an apartment. You choose an apartment based on other factors. So, I mean, this is the analogy that I promise, that I see. So, that's what the difference from the world. And the lower kind of blue part is the same top 5 factors. But look at this balance between work and life balance. That's number 2 important factors in the globe, in the world. According to the people in Kazakhstan, is not important, is not in top 5, and actually barely makes it to top 10. That means that if you tell everyone that you are the company that respects a work and life balance, that's not going to help you find people in Kazakhstan, but that will help you find people globally. Other factors are more or less similar, and here I would like to focus on this work and life balance thing, or the work-life factors. If we take this lower blue bar into the region, then you can see that in Latin America, there are also some significant or drastic differences. The people of Latin America are quite interested in career growth. That's factor number 2 for them. And again, work-life balance is not of importance for this region. Why is that important? So if you represent a global employer, a company that is present in many countries, then most likely your employee value proposition needs to be different for different regions. I mean, it's not like you're going to have different or diverse EVPs. You need to communicate the main factors of your own attractiveness in different countries of the world differently. So this is what we face here. when global companies, they come to Kazakhstan and they bring along the attractiveness stories, they're not effective. Let me go back to the slide again. Look at the last one, social responsibility or social corporate responsibility. The Swedish company, if you look at how they kind of try to sell, they will talk about the number of trees they have planted last year, and that's not bad. But if a Swedish company, I mean, I'm not going to hurt anyone, will start talking about that in Kazakhstan, it is very unlikely that it's going to predetermine the choice of this company as a successful employer. Although it's the same employer, but they just have to deliver and have to tell their stories differently. So this is what I'm trying to underscore by this slide, that the choice of an employer is a multilateral, multi-layered thing. And people try to look at different factors, but depending on where they are, they will look at different set of factors. And if you're a global company that works in different parts of the world, you have to have your own strategies for different parts of the world. I would like to talk about the benefits or social allowances. So these are the things that may enrich your attractiveness as an employer. Actually, here we did not limit our respondents by a number of factors. They could choose all the factors. And here is the ranking of all the most beneficial benefits. I think the attitude here has changed as well. My colleagues who will talk about that might touch upon this subject as well. But if you're not offering an attractive benefits package, that's not good. That's the ranking in Kazakhstan. That's what people like in Kazakhstan. The second part, changing the job. You just have to make peace with the fact that people change their jobs, change their works very often. If earlier a bank would say, our vice president started 20 years ago in our bank. He was a junior operations specialist and senior operations service, and 20 years past, he is a deputy CEO or CFO, someone. No one is attracted by that story anymore. So actually, this kind of narrative is gone. It's obsolete. And people do change their work these days, and it's true. 26%, almost every fourth capable and employable citizen of Kazakhstan changed the employer in the last 12 months. And that's actually more frequent than the global data. And if we ask them, are you ready, or will you be ready to change your job in the upcoming 12 months? Every fifth, like 90%, said that yes, they will. I mean, it doesn't mean that they are going to change their work every year, but actually they're planning to do so, or they will intend to do so. Actually, that's what the market has, that people are changing their jobs quite frequently. It does not mean that you're a bad employer. It means that people are looking and searching for new opportunities to develop and grow their career. And in that sense, building long-term career tracks and trajectories is not always effective. You can agree with the person that someone will work for you, the employer will work for you for 2-3 years, and if you're not ready to come up with a new challenge, with a new task, then you agree with the fact that the person will leave you. But in that 2-3 years, you will already yield certain benefits from that particular candidate. So this is what the market has, really. This is the reality of the market. I would like to focus on Kazakhstan's situation. People do not change their jobs just because of the salary, just because of the money. That is wrong. We, as kind of market experts, really do not see that happening. People don't change jobs because they've been offered a higher salary. So, I don't care, give me some money, I'm staying. No. That is, again, a multi-layered thing, a phenomena. There are lots of motivations that drive people towards changing their jobs. And that's the factors other than a salary. There's no career growth. The leadership is not strong leaders. They're overburdened. Work-life balance starts to play. The flexibility, adaptability, hybrid employment, and so on and so forth. So it's really a multi-staged story. When you have people who are leaving your job, just have an exit interview and try to understand what drove them out of your company. And then I think it will help you address this staff turnover problems that you might be having. And number 3 is the attractiveness of the sector. I promised not to talk about specific companies, but here's some info about the sectors. And here's some short preamble. Despite the fact that we traditionally highlight some big sectors of economy, and we consider attractiveness of employee in the context of sector, you won't argue with me probably that cross-sectoral competition for the candidates has intensified. Does a bank want people from another bank? No. Does a retail company want to hire people from another retail company? Unlikely. Does a FMCG company want to hire people from another FMCG company? That's unlikely. So the main message that I'd like to underscore here, and that's exactly why we talk about the sector's attractiveness, is that cross-sectoral competition has intensified. And if we're not, and actually, independently of what sector you work in, you compete for the talent, and you compete against not other similar companies, but with against a huge number of other employers from other sectors of the economy. And in that sense, understanding the benchmark, understanding where you are.
IT industry is the most attractive one. It probably applies to the US, perhaps, but in the industrial sector, this is global data for the whole world, not for Kazakhstan. Industry is ranked #1, but you see the difference between the industrial sector and other sectors is not very big. Automotive industry is also very attractive. Companies like Tesla really put gasoline on the fire, so to say, because they make it a lot more attractive. They're extremely attractive employers, and we see that those companies that actively invest in the production of e-cars become significantly more attractive as employers, but they need significantly fewer people. There's a problem with that even in Germany, that when the unions try to counter this trend, that the electric car producers need significantly fewer people to produce electric cars compared to conventional fossil fuel powered cars. So it's a multifaceted story. Still, we have the top 5 sectors on the slide in terms of attractiveness as employers. If we draw some parallels between this global data and Kazakhstan, the automotive industry, car-related businesses are indeed attractive employers in Kazakhstan. That's why I emphasized this particular sector on the previous slide. And young people in particular are quite interested in working for those big key sectors of the economy. At the same time, engineering is a sector that I would like to draw your attention to. There are companies such as 3M that invest a lot in R&D. We treat them as engineering companies. Or take Philips. They're an engineering company as well. They don't just produce consumer goods. They're involved in a lot of other sectors. Life sciences is another important sector that includes healthcare and the chemical industry. It's not producing pills or medical equipment. It's not just that. So these segments are very attractive in a number of regions. Please note that. Regardless of which sector you're working in, also, it's highly probable that your sector will be ranked differently in different parts of the world, different regions. If we look at the ratings for the different sectors in Kazakhstan, this is the picture. Our philosophy is that if you just look at the ranking for how attractive different sectors are, that's not sufficient in itself. So automotive industry, extraction and processing minerals, the energy sector, construction, etc. This is the pure ranking, but the profile of the different employers is different, which means that when you're advertising for jobs, a limited number of people are familiar with you. A limited number of people know who you are, which means that at the top you have the funnels, the recruiting funnels are different for different companies. It all depends on their profile. If it's a company from a B2C segment, if their products are well known, retail banks are a good example, or other retail companies. So when those companies advertise for jobs, their funnels are bigger at the top because more people, general population, know about them. If you talk about machine building companies, for example, they're not as well known. They work in the B2B segment. The brands are not familiar to the consumers, or not as familiar to the consumers. Therefore, the funnels are more limited at the top for those companies with a lower profile for the general population. So it's important in terms of developing your strategy for development of your brand as an employer to make sure that you are not just becoming more attractive, but you have a higher profile. Your name recognition grows as well, so that more people know about you. And so when they see you advertise for a job, more people will be able to see, oh, I know this company, they're attractive, I'd like to work with them. So this is an example of a strategy to make you more capable to attract and retain highly qualified workforce, and not just compete in terms of making you a more attractive employer. I'm trying to be mindful of the time constraints, therefore literally just a couple of things that I wanted to add. The main thing, the key message is that the jobs market is not going to get easier. Demography is affecting this economic growth. They all translate into higher demand for people in the job market. And when you have more vacancies, you will have a limited choice of people, of candidates. Moreover, your requirements for skills and experience are going to evolve a lot faster than the actual experience available in the market. AI is a good example to find a lot of vacancies where you need to have experience working with ChatGPT. There's lots of those, but to find people who actually have the skills and the experience working with ChatGPT, with OpenAI, that's a lot harder. So the demand for new skills is going to grow a lot faster and outpace the growth in the supply of the people who actually have those skills. The number of requirements in an average vacancy ad keeps growing. It's 23 now on average requirements than 8 15 years ago. So that means that this is going to be a key factor in how how successful your business is, being able to navigate all this. So finding a job or selecting a job is a multi-layered process. It's not sufficient anymore to say, come and work for us. In all likelihood, there are going to be other employers who are going to generate a more attractive message than you do. And in order for the employee to choose you specifically, you need to be mindful of a large number of factors that I listed in my presentation, and make sure that your employer or employee value proposition is complex and multi-layered. The second message is that you should make peace with the fact, accept the fact that people are going to keep looking for vacancies in the job market. Accept this as a given, and think instead about how to rework your HR strategy so that in 2 or 3 years' time, people are going to be able to deliver and generate some results, and you'll be ready to offer them the next challenge, the next project. So now look at the career path as a sequence of projects, so they can develop not just vertically but horizontally organization as well. And the third key message, this is my last slide, accept the idea is that cross-sectoral competition is a given. In all likelihood, your current employees are going to be poached by not just the other players in your industry, but employers from other industries. So think about what makes you attractive, not only vis-a-vis your direct competitors, but vis-a-vis other industries from which you are actively poaching people yourselves. I wish you every success in hiring and retaining highly qualified specialists. We have the QR code here. You can feel free to scan it and access more information. My colleagues are ready to provide you with more detailed information if you're interested in contacting me directly. The QR code is on the screen. The general QR code for the company was in the beginning of the presentation. Thank you so much for your attention. Alexei, thank you so much. This is not the first time that you're supporting our events, and your company, Ancor, has been supporting us for a number of years now. So let's have a picture and we'll present you with a certificate. Thank you very much once again. We will continue, but before we go to the next item on the agenda, I'd like to say that in room 1, we have a session with Neha that is already starting on global trends in talent management. OLX Work is our global partner. I'd like to emphasize that you can find vacancies for workers, and they're our sponsor. Another one of our sponsors is SEZIM. They offer psychological support services for employees. This is a key area. This is a very difficult area, but SEZIM is able to help you in that area. So when your employees experience psychological issues at work, they experience them at home as well. So it's important to offer them psychological support to ensure their well-being. Our next speaker is from Korn Ferry. There are going to be 2 wonderful speakers, actually. They're going to cover performance improvement from CEO to each and every employee. Gennady Vanin and Irina Chernozubova. A warm welcome to our next speakers.
Всем добрый день.
Доброе утро, коллеги.
Good morning, good afternoon, distinguished colleagues. I hope everyone is awake. I think we had great starts in the first several presentations. So some of the messages we're going to deliver are going to be similar. First several messages, actually. We're going to talk about results, about delivering things, because all of the things that the colleagues covered already are impossible without generating the actual results for business. And we're going to talk about what this means in terms of our efforts in the HR department, and the impact that we have, including via salaries. Literally yesterday, the results were released for the remuneration strategy survey, where 81% of all the people covered by the survey noted that that a key factor is driving results, managing results. This is why I would like to focus on specifically that in this presentation. So we'll start with the current state of play in this area. What are some global trends that we see? Actually, the entire context, social context, geographical context forced many companies to see what's going on in this area. Take a look at how they manage results. And the first moment of truth in this area that affected many people is that we realized that the systems that we have sometimes are too complex, in terms of being too complex to manage, but also being too complex in terms of how much we demand of our employees. Whereas sometimes you need simplicity, you need more flexibility and a clear idea of what it is that we would like to get in the end, what kind of results that we're looking for. This is the first observation. The second thing that we've observed in working with our clients is a certain lack of flexibility in the systems, since the results cannot always keep up with the pace of change. In other words, we're used to a more measured approach with planning. We plan using a one-year time horizon, but we can see that the economy is changing much more quickly oftentimes, and we need to have a system that is much more flexible and is able to adapt to the change. That's the second observation. The third observation is as follows. Over the last several decades, many companies, especially global companies, were striving to introduce some cohesion and a systematic approach to managing results. Now the pendulum is back, is swinging back. The colleague that was speaking at the very beginning of the event was talking about globalization. I would probably argue that it's rather more about differentiation by region, by country, by industry, by sector. It's happening on a larger and larger scale, so the pendulum is swinging back towards more customization as opposed to globalization. Another important observation is that our ever more connected world and hybrid work, remote work require new tools, new approaches when it comes to managing results. One should bear in mind that part of the workforce is working on a totally different cycle. Significant number of people are working as part of teams that are physically located in very different parts of the globe, and we need to bear this in mind as well in terms of how we manage those teams, the goals that we set for them, and the feedback we provide to them. Finally, and we decided not to even translate this observation, and that's discussed quite widely now. It's called human centricity. This is about not paying attention to the human behind the story, behind the results. And we should pay more and more attention to those individuals in order to be able to achieve those results. In the end, it is about the people that we require, what kind of people we need, the competencies they should have. We should have a very diverse team, meeting all the diversity requirements. But in actual reality, it's a question of whether we have the people that will enable us to achieve the results that we're looking for. It is about, in other words, what we need specifically in order to make those people who generate those results as successful as possible. This is what we're talking about when it comes to this observation. This is another key consideration for us. Another important idea is that we should be aware of our environment as much as possible, the environment that we operate in when we deliver our results. And we completely agree with Alexei, by the way. We see the same trends that the previous speakers mentioned. We'll add some numbers to what's been presented in the previous presentation. So we have the average increases in remuneration by region of the world, North America and Western Europe. Please note, those increases are huge for those regions. So that's about 30 year on year, 30%. The inflation was hitting record highs last year. It's going to be lower this year. Commodity prices are not as high, and monetary policy has its impact as well. But overall, these are huge increases. If we multiply by the number of employees the companies employ in those regions, we're going to have some huge sums. Some information on the market in Kazakhstan now. All that information is publicly available, so we'll not go too much into detail on that. We covered unemployment. We talked about the fact that the inflation is slowing down a bit. Already, what is important to note, though, is trends in the jobs market. This is something that is not always obvious when you look at the general macroeconomic stats, but it's very important. We see that the population is growing. I congratulate everyone with Kazakhstan's population hitting 20 million once again. But the general population is growing much faster than the size of the workforce in Kazakhstan. That's important to bear in mind. And Alexei touched upon a related trend. Within the next 2 or 3 years, we're going to see this bump of young people, additional hundreds of thousands of people who are going to hit the job market, but most likely they're not going to be highly qualified. There's going to be a lot of unskilled people who are going to hit the jobs market, and that's affecting not just Kazakhstan but many other countries in the world. And again, this is all based on publicly available data coming from the Agency for Statistics in Kazakhstan. Another trend, on the other hand, is that we have high inflation. The difficult situation in the jobs market was mentioned already. and companies are taking all sorts of steps to address this, but inflation makes our real income lower, not higher often. So that means that we should bear this in mind. An average increase, for example, if you look at all the regions and all the industries, was only 10%. There's some leaders among the sectors. Financial banking and FMCG are among the leaders. Look at the banks. On average, the increases are higher in terms of remuneration, although there are some other segments that have not increased compensation in any significant way, which means that the approach remains very much differentiated. The picture is very different sector by sector. Not every sector has a chance to increase the remuneration. Of course, that has an impact on staff attrition, on the outflow employees. And the previous speaker, Alexei, underscored that already. He mentioned that people are quite mobile. They change jobs very frequently. And our research shows the same thing. Despite the fact that banks, for example, keep increasing their salaries, that applies to the FMCG segment as well. However, the same sectors are losing a lot of employees. So unfortunately, they're not able to effectively leverage the higher pay in order to retain people.
Moreover, if we look at a granular level, the selection of those who have already worked at the company, who continues working there, they have received the biggest rise compared to the others. And even that, for the same banks, we sometimes observe an extreme rise of salaries, and we understand that that is for IT people, because IT professionals are the ones who drive the salary growth in the sector. Even that didn't help them retain employees. Also, there's another trend that if you look at how these sectors pay, and there's oil and gas, despite the moderate rise, there's still an advantage. This is quite a good level. We took the level of a good specialist with an experience of 2 years, and we see that the premium level of salary is for resource extraction companies, maybe not for all, but mostly for the sector. Also, FMCG, this is another segment that we thought was declining. We spoke about technological sectors, the banking sector, but actually FMCG was growing steadily, and they were doing a lot of work in terms of, especially in terms of productivity management. And actually, this trend that salary can vary significantly, drastically for different positions, for different employers. And the choice of employers is quite wide. For the employees, the salary is not always the most motivating factor. With all the changes, with all the inflations, with all the opportunities that emerge here and there, does that affect them? Of course it does. How we can increase the salaries, what the opportunities we have. It all affects directly our staff. But at the same time, there is a whole bunch of other factors which are equally important. Well, here we briefly show the gap in remuneration for a young professional. I think the numbers are slightly lower this year. The gap was bigger last year. The market matures. But all in all, I don't think we should rely on the last 18 months because we had such big deviations. We have really drastic disbursement of salary levels and so on that had to do with the stress and different external factors. So that's not an indicator. There are several professions, and we decided to choose the ones which are most relevant for all the sectors and which are benefited from salary rise. Those are positions in marketing, especially in digital marketing. These are competences and project management cycles. Of course, there are different sectors where there are lots of cross-sectional projects, when there are new offices, when there are new projects, products that are being introduced for FMCG, for example. And this is IT. Not all of it, but in data science specifically. There are several sector-specific positions, but like oil and gas and so on. But actually, this is something that is relevant for most of the sectors. And so relevant in terms of new candidates, relevant in terms of losing the employees. So what can motivate on top of a salary? If we talk about the motivated employee who will help us achieve the results despite the very difficult circumstances, then on top of salary, and if we look at the material aspect, there are some other important attributes that matter. We'll not be speaking about those in great detail, but still I would like to draw your attention to the fact that if we take all the employees, if we take all the countries and all the categories and look at the distribution of shares and elements, then we can see that for Kazakhstan, the number 2 important element is the remuneration system or the bonuses. I'm talking about different additional bonuses and something that has to do with result management, because intermittent remuneration or variable remuneration is something that has to do directly with the results. So variable or remuneration is a key when motivating an employee. But how does it work? If we look at the number of people who are eligible to be paid bonuses at the end of the year-end bonuses, compared to the number of people who actually do receive those bonuses, the gap is very little, 7%. What does it mean? That out of 100% who are entitled to get the bonuses, 93% will receive the bonuses. Does that mean? It means that 100 people achieved all the productivity KPIs. But that's unlikely, so probably these people demonstrate very poor performance results. It has to do, with the sector as well, because it may be quite okay for oil and gas sector, but for the market in average, 7% is not a very good indicator. We can look at different levels or stages of career and also FMCG. Though these global consumer companies, consumer goods companies, whose power and authority as trendsetters has been shattered, but still they're still the most effective when it comes to remuneration and additional bonuses. So someone are kind of getting there, but not reaching their level yet. So if we look at all the trends that are around us, we can say the following. The market is complex, that's for sure. And as Alexei said, it's not going to get better. If we look at the statistics, there will be another 5 difficult years while we adapt to the new flow or new kind of peak of young employees. In terms of salaries, the economic prerequisites haven't changed. The inflation may have dropped a little next year, and we hope a lot that there will be a positive trend, kind of a positive economic outlook. But in reality, what Alexei showed on the first slide, or what like salary doesn't motivate people. Salary doesn't quite motivate people, despite all these economic difficulties. We really have to look at the employment in the context of productivity management. So these are the 4 trends that we have. Yes, we're trying to do everything we can, but inflation remains high. So there are these annual cycles, or the indicators which you used to have for goal setting, while most of the companies, especially the FMCG companies, who see the market reaction or who have a shorter feedback loop, so they handle these kind of challenges better, because they don't have to wait for an end of a big cycle in order to fine-tune or change something in the process. And I'm talking about the companies who are really proficient at this or great at this. And with that, I can actually come up with a good recommendation to all not to be afraid of changing the cycles and modifying some of the cycles, as well as remuneration. So this might be a basic thing, but nevertheless, for big companies, sometimes changing something internally is very difficult, or sometimes is nearly impossible for a big public companies. But regional players or local champions are more flexible. They can really independently change all these cycles, and they can really do change these remuneration schemes, productivity-based remuneration schemes. The second important trend is the human centricity for results management. It is important, really, from the very start of the career, and given the context of our labor market, teach your employees to have an honest dialogue and raising certain culture, nurturing people towards providing a feedback, a good feedback, kind of safe feedback, helping people on improving individual flexibility and efficiency. All these are the questions that HR specialists must answer. We spoke about this at a growth forum, that the modern leader profile is changing drastically and significantly. And we use this word warmth, but I mean human warmth, or empathy maybe. Yeah. Warmth cannot be quite measured, but okay. So this is about being not too rigid. This is about having some improv or offering some human contact and vulnerability. And a leader who is not afraid of showing it has a different role at the market, has a different position at the market. And this trend with changing job shift, job changes, with different risks, with recruitment, and that means that the company will have to invest a lot in raising people internally, in-house. You know, it has always been a difficult topic and remains to be a difficult challenge for HR specialists to raise individuals inside the company. And many more companies actually now say that attraction and retention is 20% of HR department and managers. And companies who use that actively, who invest in the personal brand of their leaders, are more successful, because that's something that can be scaled up. And data. If we need to be human-centered, if we need to do more personalized goals, they have to be based on accurate data. And therefore, one of the key elements is the data, and it's not only the data of the market, which is important, but also what matters is our internal data, what we have, what we collect, what we use to fine-tune our business processes. So data, internal data, in-house data, plays key role in results management or results-oriented approach, from the top level to the lowest level in the company. And the way we build this process will help us achieve the results. And without the results, we can't really have better remuneration, better bonuses, and better salaries. Really, results are more important than ever. Yeah, here I think this is a nice video. Okay, so, and we don't have the data. Yes, we do have hundreds and thousands of values and entries, and we wouldn't be able to make this data had it not been, wouldn't be able to make these conclusions had it not been for the data that you provide. And we've been observing data for many years, right? And sometimes we see some of the conclusions, and sometimes, I mean, there are outliers that you want to verify. But once you dig in and once you really try to figure things out, then you see that some things are really true. And that's the response of the company to some difficult times and hard times. Well, we have 1 minute for Q&A. So we're here as well. We'll be happy to take your questions and answer any of your questions outside of the session. Thank you. Thank you, Gennady and Irina. As always, cool presentation. I think you've always talked as a pair, don't you? I think you should always present this as a couple. Thank you. We shall continue. I would like to remind you that we will have 2 workshops on the 29th of November, where Irina will talk about strategic management, goal strategic management, and on the 6th of December, we will have a workshop on building an effective team. So you can approach the Growth Forum stand outside and get registered there. So now we're moving on to our panel discussion. I see all the panelists here, and I would like to invite Eldar Abdurazakov, who will be the moderator of today's panel discussion, and the participants. Yerlik Balfambayev, head of Alina Group, Marat Bakulov, the head of Almaty Fan Plant, Anna Timofeeva, HR expert. I know that you are here. Dana Inkarbekova from PwC, Ravshan Raishanova, serial interpreter. Independent director partner of Academia 369, and Xenia Susnuk from Kolesa Group. Well, floor is yours, and we look forward to a very intense and heated discussion. Well, good morning. We are running a little late, and that is why my purpose is to have this panel as dynamically as possible, to have this best exchange of views and opinions. We do understand that the leaders who came to this specialized HR event do not quite understand many of the words that are being said today, but we will be sharing therefore some ideas and having some education of sorts. So we have a poll here. Can we run the poll, please, on the screen? Okay. Please scan this QR code and vote for different questions, with different questions on HRD, on what are the expectations from the HRD. Well, while you are downloading it, here, while the colleagues are voting, let's remove the screen and let's start talking, and then we will see the results later. So it was a good representative panel. We really tried to make sure that all the groups, all the age cohorts, and all the genders are represented. We did not find HRD males. I do not know, they do not stay at the job, or there's a problem of discrimination probably, but we try to represent different companies at different maturity, and we hope that we will be able to cover all of the possibilities and all of the scenarios for company growth and development. So let us start. Let us start from the main goals. So what is the pain that HRD has? What is expected from HRD? Or what is the pain that HRD has to address? So, Ksenia, let me start with you. What are the top challenges for HR specialists in your company? Well, I looked at the question that have been sent. I don't think that this question was there. I really had to think of what should HRD pay attention to, and I try to analyze what has been done so far. And now I understand that the most important thing for me is to create and establish a team of talent who, during the the peak of competition, were most loyal to the company. But at the same time, the most important thing for HRD is to focus on the business as well. Yes, people are critically important, but only happy people can be very beneficial for the business and of utmost benefit for the company. And I think that's what matters for me. Okay, Anna, could you be the next to talk about this? Yes, we had the questions. There were top 2 challenges, but I would like to talk about the top 1 challenge for HRD, for HRU. I think it was said earlier that for different companies, given the size of the companies and the importance of the company, the sector of the company, the HRD may focus on different things. But for me, and it was also backed up by a good case, on top of what Ksenia said, actually, what's interesting was for me to work with the top managers. And actually, when it comes to talent management, the HR are not the only responsible individuals. Top managers are also responsible for contributing their fair share. The leaders and CEOs, they need to be closer to people, they need to be open, they need to communicate, they need to share their views and opinions, they need to encourage, support, and so on and so forth. I think that's quite an interesting case, and I think it's quite indicative because it was very, very impactful.
Excellent. Make people happy, bring the top managers close to the people, bring them out of the trenches, so to say. Roshan, you worked at different levels. You worked on different sides of the situation. So, what is the #1 objective for HR today, you think? Well, to sell the company by joining efforts with the top management. This is what I think, to make it more and more attractive. Make it as attractive as possible so that people keep coming, because people get excited very quickly, but then they lose interest very quickly as well. So you need to make sure you have a higher profile, you're recognizable, and that you remain attractive. It's just selling, and selling yourselves to the potential employees. So recruiting and marketing works 50%. Well, it's 100% marketing yourself to the prospective employees. Thank you very much, Donna. You as a manager, what do you expect? What do you want from HR function? Well, HR for us is a function that is very important because we are a people business, because people are the key asset for our company. Therefore, it is about recruitment and retention first and foremost, hiring the right people. In other words, a lot has been said already about skills, competencies, and qualifications, and how things are changing all the time. Therefore, retention and creating the right environment, the right system, the right structures should be the priority for the human resources. Excellent. To hire and retain the right people is the main expectation in your case from the HR function. Thank you. Murat, you're next. Should I be frank? Of course. That's why we ask you to take part in this panel discussion. We've been focusing on this for the second year in particular, and you'd like to pay less and get more from an employee, and the rest is details. So thank you for being frank. This is why we invited the CEOs here who are frank and honest. So thank you very much. I would disagree with Marat. So it is not about paying less and getting as much as possible. It's not about me and not about our approach. But to speak directly to the question, it is about having the right people with the right qualities at the right time in the right place. So that's a one-sentence answer to your question. If we take into account the specific circumstances of our company, then I see a lot of familiar faces here. Some of you have been working for us before, and you're working for other companies now. It is about focusing on growth within the company. Since we do have some statistics that indicate that that should be a priority. If we take peer recruitment and hiring people externally, we cannot boast about much in terms of how successful we are. You know, people do come externally, but if the results at the top management level is about 0, mid-level management, the results there are quite low. For line management, it's 50-50. So in order to be successful and have good performance in our company, I think this was mentioned by Alexei, one of the previous speakers, when he said that it doesn't work anymore the way it used to be, that when you now like to ask the organizers to generate, to display the results of the poll, what is ranked at number 1, 35% managing the effectiveness of teams, improving the involvement of employees, and number 3 is building a company's HR brand, and then the rest is less substantial. Our objective is to be less academic, is to focus on the most important things. I joked previously that the CEOs don't recognize lots of different words and concepts, but the key objective for our panel is to set the right priorities, I guess, today. Which ones do you like to make some comments, whether you agree or disagree? We'll start with those who disagree, those who have a different opinion. Yes, Anna, go ahead. Don? Well, managing team performance, that's a joint effort by the HRDs and the line management and the top management. It's a joint product. The HR function could offer the toolkit that they can do. Something could be discussed with the business functions, but the main key KPI in terms of the performance of the teams, I disagree with that. It's about joint responsibility of the HR managers and the top managers, the CEOs. That's what I think, at least. Okay, interesting. Yalik, go ahead. I fully agree with the first item, and I agree with the colleague who just spoke that it's a joint effort by the HR people and the general management. But this is indeed probably the most important thing, managing team performance. And the previous speakers actually touched upon this. Managing performance, the tricky part about this is as follows. The top managers or the owners, of course, they want to generate results and they want performance, but people do want to perform as well. Because when there's no results, when they don't perform well, they're not motivated. But when the results are there, you know, they're motivated financially as a result, and their self-esteem is higher as well. Therefore, I fully agree with the first one. The second one, improving the involvement of the employees. This is quite complex. It's about managing desires, I guess. You know, and here, unfortunately, there's no perfect tool that's been invented so far in terms of how to manage people's desires or wishes. We all try to do as good a job in this as possible, but you know, some people are motivated in some cases and some are not. We try to make an impact on this, but to be honest, you know, it doesn't really work that well. People are either excited or not. Managing team performance, I'd like to add on that. HR, I think it is a function that may have a very high impact on team performance. It's just that we're used to taking a direct look at things, but actually the HR's function's job is to make a determination in a timely manner which talent to invest in, to make sure that your top team consists of the strong people who do generate results. The HR function has direct impact on affecting staff turnover to make sure that indeed great people generate great results. The HR has a chance to directly impact recruitment as well, to make sure that the people who end up in the teams are indeed the best people who generate the best results. And the HR function can make sure that the guys become brand ambassadors for the company, become more loyal, spend 5 or more years with the company, and ideally they should have an external impact as well, making your recruitment process more efficient, and spending is affected as well. That way you're spending less on recruitment, but you're getting more. Your brand becomes more recognizable. Having a tightly knit, efficient team that generates specific measurable results for the business is the #1 objective for the HR function. Therefore, I agree with why exactly this item was ranked as #1 during the survey. Donna wanted to make a comment. Yes. The HR has its own line of responsibility, but the general management does as well. The general responsibility to generate results, the final responsibilities with the top management. The top management makes the key decisions. It can make a key impact, and when the HR function is implementing some changes in the company, those are sanctioned by the general management. The HR should provide the right tools that are timely, that are contemporary, that match the company's culture. And if they don't work, you need to adapt to change very quickly and change those tools. It's about building the right processes in order to, I mentioned recruitment previously, for example. That's one example. Grading, performance measurement, or building the correct remuneration systems is another good example. Involvement, actually, is another good example. Involvement of the employees in the business processes is important, but this should be driven by the general management, because this should be of key importance to the management. And the HR function should be a good business partner in the business processes for the general management. Good, but I don't see any contradictions here. This should be a joint product of the general management and of the HR function. And it should be about taking joint responsibility by the general management and the HR function. So what we're discussing, I guess, is which tools should be most helpful in this area. And Yerlik, I think, wanted to speak on that. I got kind of hung up on the previous thought. Okay, let's keep dwelling on it, keep developing it. I just wanted to share something about whether the responsibility of the general management ends and the responsibility of the HR function begins. That's a very complex matter. It's always about addressing a specific situation. So the analogy that I like to use is a piano player. And the piano player is the general manager, the CEO, and whether the audience is going to be captivated or not, that depends on the piano player first and foremost, probably. But there's also the tuner. The person who tunes the piano makes sure it sounds as well as it can. So I guess that would be the analogy that would work. And the tuner is the HR function in this analogy. Therefore, it's about working in tandem. In terms of the tools, well, it's always a system. A system consists of certain parts. It's always a sum of its parts. And there are classical parts that we're talking about: managing remuneration, staff evaluation, training, talent management, recruitment. In our company's case, it's more about internal recruitment, usually than external. I saw Ksenia sighing and thinking maybe that we're able to deliver much more. That's probably what you thought, Ksenia. Well, I've heard a lot about process-related things related to HR so far, that you can propose things, or maybe we will work with the tools that you can propose. I fully agree, especially when it comes to the fact that this analogy about the HR function and the CEO being the tuner and the piano player, but the HR people are also people who are making decisions. I think that's a very important change. I think times have passed us when the HR function was not making any decisions, just proposing things. I think in the modern world, the HR function is indeed the partner of the general management, of the CEO. And the previous speakers this morning mentioned that the HR function is responsible for people, the number one factor affecting your business. So you have a person, your HR director, who can make sure that your key resources work in collaboration with you, i.e. the general management. This is cool, indeed. I will agree with the colleagues. Overall efficiency, etc., is the responsibility of the general management, of the CEO. Remember, during the previous forum, we had this discussion. I was a speaker there as well. Whether a good CEO, whether HR directors will make a good CEO. Well, the HR function is very important because they're responsible for involvement. They build the teams, they develop the corporate culture, and if they do a good job, then particularly good job, they become a CEO basically in the sense that this is all a team effort. Measuring their performance, well, it's about helping them. Making sure that the CEO delivers them the assistance that they need in the areas where they need. We represent different companies. How many people work for your company? For example, about 3,000. We have 150 people. So we're different. The size is different. Or there are larger and smaller organizations. You have 3,000 employees. And so, in our case, 50% is white-collar jobs, and the remaining 50% are blue-collar jobs, which necessitates different approaches depending on the size and the nature of the company that you're managing. It is important to bear this in mind and not to generalize. For our company, the HR function is something that is an important source of assistance. We're even hiring consultants to better define what the HR function is necessary for. We need them because we experience significant issues, not with just the white-collar jobs, but the blue-collar jobs as well. If you look at the demographic situation, we have a big gap there in terms of skilled workforce for both blue and white-collar jobs. Therefore, it all depends on the company in question, on their development path, on their level of development, and that changes the role of the HR function. It depends on a specific company and a specific situation. Marat, you mentioned the different stages of development. In some cases, the HR function is more limited, and in other cases, the importance is much higher. It grows. So, could you please share some ideas on this subject, Roshan? Well, actually, I keep having this feeling that there's this artificial separation that they're trying to make between the HR function and the general management. I think the role of the HR function and the general management is integral. The human resources are the only ones who can add value to company's performance. You can run an experiment. If you put money in your mattress, they're not going to grow. The investment will only grow if the tooth fairy comes, but that only works when you're a little child. It stops working very soon afterwards. So you need to invest actively and improve efficiencies. So it's important to not look at the HR function as just running the processes, but I think it should be more proactive. If you're building the company's brand, it is important to see what the purpose of this is. So it's important to see the function of the HR department as not an auxiliary function, not just an auxiliary function. I believe that the HR function should be much more active. It should have a much more significant place. Murat mentioned, about whether HR managers make good CEOs. Well, this should start with asking a question about the role of the HRD. Are they a manager? If they're not a manager, they can be replaced by a simple assistant, playing just an auxiliary function. So the HR directors are capable of lots of things. It's just that the position of the HR function should be very clear as well. Whether you're there to manage, indeed, to effect change, to deliver results, or if you're just there in an auxiliary function. So I think it is important to have a very clear idea of that, and that affects the positioning of the HR function. And that's not only a mistake of the HR function itself, but sometimes of the CEOs who are limiting the potential of their HR function by treating them as an auxiliary responsibility. It should be a true partnership, and then the capitalization of your company will grow. Otherwise, you don't need the active HR function.
Can I be more specific here from the emotional opposition of the CEOs with HRDs? Efficiency management and productivity management is what everyone expects. Like, what can we do? I think we need to talk about the end results, or end KPIs of the CEOs and of the managers, and not come up with other indicators. If you want to capitalize and if you increase the value of the company, then why don't we kind of add that kind of as a KPI to the set of KPIs for the HR? Or say we have performance management, and we expect the HR to contribute to the productivity. How are you going to measure the performance of an HR? You don't have to manage that performance. People are not stupid. If you have a strategy and it says, today we need this kind of profit, of which net income is going to be this, and you don't have to bind that with HR. I mean, as a leader, I'm not quite happy with this answer. Dana, what do you think about this? How would you manage? How would you measure the HRD's contribution? I don't want to argue, but I think we're talking about same thing. We talk about the top management. HRD must be part of that group. But we're talking about CEO and HR, right? I mean, not the whole group. So if a CEO, from the position of a CEO, the way I measure HRD has lots of parameters. When I spoke about a perfect and an ideal HR, it is something that's very difficult to kind of put into one phrase, into one sentence. First and foremost, HR must ensure correct and right infrastructure that will work effectively for all the HR-related processes, recruitment, retention, remuneration management, and so on, as well as establishing and setting the culture in the company, not the corporate culture, but the environment where people want to work, where people are involved in the processes. And there has to be partnership between the CEO and between the HRD and other sectors. So this is not just two people, it's a teamwork. While in the meantime, the HR must provide certain infrastructure, must come up with different systems and ideas on talent management, on communication strategies, because all that is impactful. Do some temperature checks, maybe. We in the company conduct the Global People Survey annually. Then we have the pulse check every 3 to 4 months, to kind of try to understand the moods, the attitude, the problems people have, and to propose in a timely manner the ways to respond to that, to those challenges. So it needs to be a partnership, a symbiosis. Yeah. So we're not kind of giving away the ownership for certain indicators, right? We say, okay, here's the owner. we're ready to be partners and so on. But how can HR be responsible for the staff turnover? Say, a lot has been said today about the staff turnover. 2 years ago, we spoke about great resignation, and we thought it was going to be the peak. But now the situation is even worse because it hasn't improved. HR must provide all the correct and right parameters, but ultimately it is the management of the company who's responsible for all that, because they need to come up with a strategy, they need to approve the salary rise or the benefits and payments or other benefits, such as insurance or medical insurance or anything else, or something else for the staff, because all that is money, efforts, and time. Whereas HR must be an effective partner. But, you know, in marketing, we measure NPSs. No, they're abstract, but we still have people who are responsible for these very indicators. Okay, I want to talk to Anna. Anna, tell the CEOs, what can you do in staff turnover issues? If you had to stop that or if you had to improve that? Well, in terms of staff turnover, actually, that's a trend, and we understand that it's a trend. But I agree with Ksenia to a certain extent that HR is capable of doing a lot here in terms of creating this environment, creating this ambience, or kind of pivoting towards people centricity, human centricity. We've been talking a lot about digital, about AI, about the productivity, the results, indicators, and so on, but we often forget about the people. Whereas all this productivity is achieved, is guaranteed by people. And I agree here that HR, when it comes to enhancing engagement, enhancing recognition, it's all there. We don't share the responsibility with the CEOs here, but creating the environment and conditions for the staff together and with the sufficient budget is what HRD can be responsible for. That's HRD is responsible for creating and maintaining the culture and ideology. I've heard from many CEOs that corporate culture is something what HR is responsible for. That's their, pet. But that is, in fact, more global and sometimes even more significant than KPIs. What they say, the culture eats strategy for breakfast, right? So I think CEOs are jointly responsible for the corporate culture together with HRD. So when you take all these aspects, enhancing engagement, creating the environment, maintaining and supporting the corporate culture, it all affects the staff turnover. And on top of that, there are some other tools that tools that needs to be backed up by some certain things. You can't really have these nice smiles without the good salary. So you need to have the case management. You need to offer a good system of motivation. It all plays a role, really. It's all impactful and important. But I agree that it's, when they say let's add to KPI the staff turnover, then I say, okay, I can accept that, but provided that all the heads of departments, all the VPs have similar indicators, similar KPIs, and because if not everyone is focused and it's not everyone is contributing to the same goal, we won't be able to achieve it by the efforts of HRD only and solely. Well, the initial question was how to measure the work of HR. It's not an easy question. I've been trying to answer it for more than 20 years, and for the time being, this is what I think. I mean, this is what works, it looks. This variable remuneration that HRD has, or his team has, or their team has, should be divided in two parts. The first is the kind of the company's general financial indicators. Depending on the company, it can be the cost of company, or EBITDA, net income. Because that's what affects right, of the company. The thing is to digitize some of the HR process, because you know, if you can't measure it, you can't digitize it, and because then it will turn into just words without concrete and specific actions. You really need to measure everything, and I think everything can be measured via digital solutions. Yes, you can digitize everything, but it'll take time and effort. As for the staff turnover, I think it's a very stupid indicator, because sometimes the staff turnover is good, depending on the situation that you have in a company, depending on the goal that the company has. Sometimes it's not good, depending again on the situation. I think the indicator alone, this KPI alone, doesn't represent anything. They say, okay, the situation with the staff turnover has deteriorated. I heard that for the first time. Who has, okay, those of you who see the staff circulation deteriorating in your company, that people change their jobs more often. Okay, not even 30% here, right, who raise their hands. In our company, we don't have the staff turnover. I mean, as long as you make good conditions, good environment for the people, as long as the people are happy, they will not be leaving your company for another company. So staff turnover is a consequence, or is a reason, or is a cause? I don't think it really matters. I know that's being measured, I know that's being tracked, but really, I think there's over-focus on that thing. Something needs to be changed, really. You need some people to leave your company, and well, I think that shouldn't really worry about that. I think you need really to worry about the net value of the company and the net income. Okay, what do you expect from your HRD if the staff turnover is not important? How to really bind the HRD by different value-related indicators? Well, our HRD has that kind of indicators, but we decided to go further. Actually, I added some, I gave some shares, so I sold some shares to our HRD, and now the HRD is an owner. And actually, that seems to be working. What's the unique contribution of your HRD, apparently, or turned out to be? You know, is that the importance of that particular person, or was it a role? You know, there was a discussion about fine-tuner or someone heard assistant. You know, I think without a good sound engineer, the concert is going to fail. Yes, a piano player can maybe help you with that, but it's not going to be great. And if we talk about the high-class concert, you really need professionals. Again, there's nothing new about that. I mean, I'm not adding anything to what I've said before. Right people, right quality, and the right time. Because now we're going through the era of projects. And our development and our growth is restrained not by lack of finances or creative ideas, but because of lack of people. And I think that's the biggest problem, that's the biggest challenge. Yeah, these people will appear, will emerge one day, but it takes a while. I mean, I'm going to turn 60 very soon, and I'm still waiting for some people to emerge and to help me launch a project. Okay, but as for the indicator to measure the role of an HRD, that one doesn't exist, or I mean, talking about intangible. You know, measuring it really. When the very first HR Congress or HR Forum took place, I was a speaker, and I think Arina was there as well. And we did a small survey, a small study. We asked the audience to assess the contribution of HR function to the company's overall success. Someone says 80%, someone says 90%, someone says 10%. But I'm confident that if this function doesn't work as it should, all these indicators such as net income or company values, they will not be achieved because the colleague says it's a partner. It's a two-sided partnership, but they're pushing for their own agenda. So yeah, like there are two different approaches. So there's one approach is that number one, HR is the leader or the CEO. That good CEO doesn't need the HR because they are the HR. They're too good already. In my case, I do not need an HRD. And there are many things that you can handle yourself while you have less than 300 people in your company. But once you grow beyond 300 people, you will need someone who will handle all those HR problems. Okay, I see we're approaching the understanding of talents, or what talents you need, and so under 300 people, the talent belongs, so talent stays with the CEOs, and then you will need to find this talent once you go beyond 300. Ksenia, what about the in-house talent? I'm not going to talk about the low level. I'm talking about the mid-level managers and the CEOs, the top managers. How do you see the talent in your company? Well, in our company, 100% of top management are people raised and nurtured internally, of whom 50% are from middle management and 50% are girls and women. So I think when you nurture talent, when you develop talent, you cannot really do that in individual cases. You need to create an infrastructure which will help people who have values which conform to the values of the company can grow and evolve independently. And well, I do have my own criteria that help me understand that a person is going to flourish or not. First of all, that's correlation of the values, and second of all is proactivity. You can't really come and say, okay, look, I'm going to turn you into a great CEO. A person must want to become the CEO. You on your own side can only provide conditions and environment, but decision-making, acting, and overachieving, doing something that's not even expected, showing initiative when necessary, even if it's not your job description, that's what makes the star CEO. Ksenia, do you think you do that better, or then your CEO does that better? Well, it's always about synergy. Well, you're not responsible for the finances in your company, right? You have people. Okay, well, okay, maybe you could give an answer to this question. Do you think you're better at finding talent than your CEO? I think I simply have more time for that. Yeah, that's what I expected. Yeah, okay, thank you. Roshan? Finding the talents in-house. Who's better at that, CEOs or HRDs? I'm trying to convince CEOs. Actually, 5-7 years ago, I already said that finding the talent is related to recruitment. And I think HR will become a strategic recruiter, and it's something that's very tightly linked with the CEO. Ksenia, quite right. You need to hire people by two attributes. Or yeah, first of all is a correlation of values or overlapping of values. That's the CEO. That's in DNA of the CEO. And the second is the sufficient resources, mental, physical resources to do the work that needs to be done. Everything else is optional. You can really teach anyone anything and everyone everything. But here's one more thing about a talent. Sometimes there's a gift, right? But there's talent. You remember the talent was the size of a vessel. And so it's a unit of measurement. So going back to talent. What is the talent of HR and businesses? What do we do in practice? We have recently launched the sales school, because there is no special institution that trains and educates salespeople. In HR, when I started, I was called not HR, but I was called HR, or that's Russian spelling. But see, 20 years passed since, and here we are having our own HR forum. So sales department doesn't have that, and now we're launching the sales schools, and we'll be preparing and educating the sales teams. And apparently, the strength of such teams is that mentally they change their thinking, their attitude, they're going to be sales forever. And secondly, that they work as a team. And they will come and work in some companies as team, they stay there for longer. And the staff turnover disappears magically. So what did we promise when we offer these services as outsourced? We say that there will be zero vacancy. We're not going to fight for sales volume or achieving the plans on having the morning and evening discussions. We say that you, together with HR and head of unit, head of department, who has the only indicator, zero vacancies, so zero vacancies in sales. So we say we're going to do that, we're going to deliver, because whenever you have a vacancy in your sales department, you won't have anyone, because that the pressure and so on, people won't survive. So the only main parameter is to have no vacancies in sales.
So that's important. And then all the line managers who are responsible for the money, for the profits, etc., then they will function and live in sync with the HR function. That's how you generate results. That may seem simple, but it requires an effort. So your job is to make sure that you have zero vacancies, and then you make that the responsibility of the HR function. Okay, that is clear. This is a good subject for discussion that you proposed. That the value of the corporate culture depends on the DNA of on the approach of the founder or the CEO. So, Donald, what do you think this means in your experience? When we'll have the onboarding of the CEOs, and when they'll adopt this approach, when will this happen? When they'll have this seamless integration with the HR function and the HR director? Well, indeed, we had a recent project on transformation of company culture, company ideology, and once again we were able to see how important it is that it's not just the financials, it's not just how beautiful your office is or how fancy the furniture is in your office. It's not about that. Comfort is about psychological comfort, about sharing the culture and the values that your company has. That's the #1 priority. So this should be shared and supported by the top management. So it's not just the responsibility of the top managers, but also the line management, the mid-level management. They should be the ambassadors of the culture. It is important to correctly identify the culture that you need. Since if you just look at the analysis, most of the corporate competencies are basically the same, but when you look at the details, so that's the most important thing, to see being client-oriented, what this means, what you mean by this, what the company means by that. And it should be clear, this is not a month or 2 or 3, it's about an overall ideology, an overall culture. that's when the important things begin. And the role of the management of the HR function there are two key people, two key driving forces in terms of building the right company culture and ideology. Thank you. You have the piano players, and you mentioned the peasants and the workers when you talked about the two key driving forces. We seem to be having a whole host of wonderful analogies today. It was mentioned previously that the HR function can deliver more than the top management expects on them, but still, what would be the message from you as someone representing the HR function? What should be the main focus should be on? Well, I believe that it's about trust, first and foremost, between the general management, the CEO, and the HR director. It should also be about trust between the employees and the HR function, because if there's no trust like that, then efficiency will suffer. So it's very important to have the correct person doing the HRD's job. There's also a risk that if you have too much power as an HRD, therefore it is important to maintain a correct balance here. It is clear that the HRD has a lot of important tasks. Sometimes they're not very pleasant when related to performance management. You need to fire someone, and the firing process is usually handled by the HR function, not the CEO. So it's very important to have the right person in the job, to have trust between the CEO and the HRD. They should work as partners. The CEO has the general responsibility, but the HRD has important responsibilities for identifying talents, recruitment, retention, etc. So those are probably the most important things. So for now, it's about the partnership between the CEO and the HRD. It's more art than science. Well, it depends on the business, on the specific organization, on the nature of its business. I'm speaking mostly from my experience, from the standpoint of our business. Some businesses are different. Maybe the environment is different. Sometimes it's more aggressive. Sometimes you need to pay more attention to the basics. For example, I know that examples of companies where staff attrition was 40% this year. Therefore, the situations are different, and that means that the goals of the HR function are different in different companies. The most important is to make sure that you do it effectively, and the important thing is to leave time for the long term, for transformation, implementing technology, etc. It's about maintaining this balance. Thank you. We are probably ready to open the Q&A session that is part of our panel discussion. I see two hands, the one up in the back. Please make sure you introduce yourself and tell us who the question is addressed to, and then the question. Good morning, distinguished speakers. So my name is Ramina. As we all know, one of the reasons for staff turnover is an unstable emotional state of the employees in their workplaces. Do you take care of the emotional comfort of the well-being of your employees? And if so, which tools do you use for this purpose? Thank you. Who's ready to take this? Dana or Yelik? When a man speaks of the emotional state of the employees, I think this is something that should be promoted. Well, our website, says that if you need comfort, if you want comfort, you shouldn't work here. This is only part of the truth, half the truth. People should feel good, but comfort is not the right word. What do we need comfort for? Were we born for comfort? We were born for discomfort, to be challenged, to overcome things, to learn new things, realize something. So, love thy neighbor even is so this is not a question that I don't quite understand. So still the classic male. Comfort is not about our company. This is not about us. If I may make a comment, there's emotional intelligence, and there's the subject of emotion. Emotional intelligence is indeed is a competence that is very much in demand. It's when you're mature, you're an adult, so that people don't have to deal with your emotional vulnerabilities, etc. They say that you should be able to communicate your ideas, also that a 5-year-old should understand them. Well, come on, if you're 5 years old, you're still in kindergarten. Child labor is a criminal offense after all. It should be mature, it should be an adult, and I think it is important to make that distinction. Indeed, companies companies exist for a purpose. They have their goals and objectives, and that should be the #1 priority. And everything should start there. It should be a mature individual. So well-being, mental health. And I think the pandemic affected it significantly when no one had necessarily an opportunity to communicate in person, which means that young people have a slightly different set of priorities when their social life, their comfort is more important to them. So this is generational, I think, to an extent. So if you want to remain in business, if you want to remain effective and to spend your resources in a balanced way, in terms of recruitment, retention, you should work on this and you should develop a set of tools that work for you. Our company believes it's very important. We make sure we organize regular webinars and meetings with professionals in different fields. It is important to make sure that people have access to the psychological support services, and it's always a welcome type of service. But one shouldn't overdo it either. To make sure that people are able to develop and get proper remuneration for their jobs. But it is very important to have this as part of your toolkit. Thank you. My name is Tilek. I'm from Alem Agro. I really like the variety of the businesses who are represented here, and our company realizes that the HR function can be part of the top management if they are indeed well-versed in overall business aspects. I have the following questions. Beginning in 2019, every year was unpredictable due to the pandemic and other factors. So how does that affect human capital, to retain and develop them? Since it's very difficult to predict what's going to happen the following year. Yelik, would you like to take this, or maybe someone else? I fully agree with you. We are sitting in a barrel full of gunpowder. I think it's 2008 or 2009 when I had to terminate 1,200 people in one day, to fire them. Most of them I hired myself, and most of them worked for the company for many years. There are lots of smart words that were mentioned so far, risk management, etc. But one should realize the circumstances you're operating in, the country that you're operating in, you should be ready and be able to respond quickly. Sometimes the management, the government is not aware of certain things, or the head of the central bank. Well, what can we say? But the upside is that it's fun to work here. Ksenia, would you like to add anything, or Rushan maybe? Well, we since 2020 we've been living in a very fragile world that is very non-linear in terms of how it changes. We used to live in a world that we thought would be uncertain, and we kept planning, etc., look back, etc. But now we should look for sort of some kind of a core force, and so I think it is important to bear this in mind. It is about having the correct attitude. International practice shows it's important to be aware of different factors. What we are taking advantage of the international trends. When I look at the market overall and I see if something has been applied in other regions, most likely they will come and affect us in 2 or 3 years' time, and I start preparing ahead of time. That's important to bear in mind. You need to re-examine the market often. It used to be that we did it once a year, but we do it every 3 months now, to see where we are doing well, and where we have gaps, and how we can improve. We also analyze the threats and improve by doing that. So that means if you're an HR person, if you're looking for certainty, that should come from the CEO. And there's a lot of uncertainties that we have to face in this country in particular. Unfortunately, we're out of time. Let us join in the round of applause to our panel members. I hope we had an interesting and informative panel. I would like to thank the panelists. We'll have a photo now, as has become a tradition, and we have the certificates, Ksenia, Anna, and to all the rest of the panelists. And to the men who were brave enough to speak against the women. And while we're taking pictures, I would like to thank Zim, Centrus Insurance, and the rest of our sponsors and partners. All the information about our sponsors and partners is available in the hallway. We have the coffee break not just in the hallway, but in the adjacent room as well. There's a lot more room there. And we should be back at exactly 12:15. We're shortening the coffee break a little bit to get back on the agenda. Bon appetit and have a good coffee break, everyone.
А у нас работа под домом.
Казахстанский сервис онлайн-терапии с опытными и квалифицированными психологами. СМИСЛ для бизнеса – это возможность проявить заботу о своих сотрудниках и предоставить необходимую поддержку. Поддержите сотрудников в сложные периоды жизни. Отслеживайте настроение и состояние людей, а также атмосферу в команде. Развивайте культуру открытости и поддержки в компании. Постройте культуру, основанную на заботе о людях. Инвестиции в людей – это самые важные инвестиции.
СМИСЛ.
Что такое K-Pro? Ну, прежде всего, K-Pro ориентировано дать молодому профессионалу большее видение. Что происходит в мире, куда мы движемся, потому что сегодняшний темп изменений, он сегодня колоссальный. Не стоит останавливаться на просто знаниях, нужны практические навыки. И сегодня в K-Pro вы имеете такую огромную возможность ознакомиться с лучшими казахстанскими практиками, возможности, что развивается не в книжках, а то, как реализуется это в жизни и сегодня в Казахстане. Это уникальная возможность привести весь лучший опыт практически в Казахстане сегодня на одну площадку, на площадку Professionalize Казахстан. Нельзя биться в этом мире в одиночку. Нужно создать свою среду, то, что мы называем support network. Это возможность тех людей найти, которые являются своими единомышленниками с вами, те люди, которые смогут вам помочь в самый сложный момент. Я думаю, в этом прелесть K-Pro, таких же ребят энергичных, молодых, которые готовы двигаться вперед сегодня с ногу со временем, изучать новую практику и помогать друг другу. Поэтому всех ждем на K-Pro.
Я участвовала в первом потоке K-Pro. На самом деле, думая о проекте, для меня это прежде всего нетворкинг. После первого потока у меня появился ряд новых совершенно ребят, с которыми я общаюсь и с которыми мы делали несколько проектов, пересекались по разным проектам. Мне кажется, это очень классная возможность. Мне очень понравился сам формат, потому что первые 2 недели это действительно такой вот deep dive, когда ты погружаешься в K-Pro, когда ты начинаешь думать по-другому, когда ты чуть-чуть абстрагируешься от своей рутины, которая у тебя каждый день происходит. И вот это, мне кажется, дает такой программе очень интересный поворот и очень сильный толчок.
Наши эксперты читают лекции для участников K-Pro. Мы поддерживаем данную программу, потому что она ставит перед собой долгосрочные цели по совершенствованию профессионального обучения в Казахстане. В данной программе молодые специалисты развивают такие компетенции, как problem solving, системное мышление и лидерство. Наша компания EY очень заинтересована в данной программе, и мы активно ее поддерживаем, так как нам необходимы талантливые специалисты, и поэтому я очень рекомендую всем не упустить возможность участвовать в программе K-Pro.
K-Pro – это уникальный образовательный проект, который не имеет аналогов в Казахстане. Лекторами Кейпро являются представители международных компаний топовых, такие как Microsoft, BCG, Ernst Young, абсолютно с разных сфер, и у вас будет возможность узнать и расширить свой кругозор во всех направлениях. Приходите на Кейпро, не упустите свой шанс, для вас это огромная возможность открыть нового себя.
Я считаю, что если большее количество сотрудников будут ходить к психологу, то каждый сотрудник найдет для себя новый смысл, для чего это делать, сможет понять свои истинные цели, зачем вообще человек ходит на работу. Ну и, соответственно, атмосфера в коллективе тоже будет благоприятной, потому что каждый сотрудник будет уметь соблюдать свои границы, не нарушать чужие, и эффективность наверняка в работе повысится.
Я думаю, что скажется точно классно, потому что с психологом люди учатся работать своими чувствами, эмоциями и лучше начинают понимать себя. Такие люди точно лучше себя ощущают в командах, и команда лучше себя ощущает с ними. И в таких реалиях эффективность точно будет расти.
СМыСЛ.
Работая в команде, мы так или иначе взаимодействуем с разными людьми. И, по-моему, навык взаимодействия точно такой же важный, как любой другой рабочий навык. И я считаю, что работа в терапии, она позволит увеличить эффективное взаимодействие и команды в целом.
Думаю, в лучшую сторону 100%. Мы на работе проводим много времени, 8, 10, 12 часов ежедневно. Люди абсолютно разные. Есть люди легкие, есть люди тяжелые. 100% некоторые начинают подгорать. И очень здорово, когда находится выход из этого. И вот я думаю, что как раз терапия – это возможность людям начать говорить о тех вещах, о которых они молчат в офисе. Ну, соответственно, разгружая этим самым обстановку.
СМысл.
Только зашел на OLX работа и сразу...
Нужен официант, ставка плюс чай. Пойдешь?
А у нас работа под домом.
Брат, а в такси график гибче?
А на кухне карьерный рост.
А у нас вообще огонь!
Заходи на OLX и находи работу в один клик. OLX. Находи свое.
СЕЗМ. Казахстанский сервис онлайн-терапии с опытными и квалифицированными психологами. СЕЗМ для бизнеса – это возможность проявить заботу о своих сотрудниках и предоставить необходимую поддержку. Поддержите сотрудников в сложные периоды жизни. Отслеживайте настроение и состояние людей, а также атмосферу в команде. Развивайте культуру открытости и поддержки в компании. Постройте культуру, основанную на заботе о людях. Инвестиции в людей – это самые важные инвестиции.
СЕЗМ.
Уважаемые гости нашего HR-форума, мы начнем в 12:15. Просим проходить всех в зал. Спасибо.
Что такое K-Pro? Ну, прежде всего, K-Pro ориентировано дать молодому профессионалу большее видение. Что происходит в мире, куда мы движемся, потому что сегодняшний темп изменений, он сегодня колоссальный. Не стоит останавливаться на просто знаниях, нужны практические навыки. И сегодня в K-Pro вы имеете такую огромную возможность ознакомиться с лучшими казахстанскими практиками, возможности, что развивается не в книжках, а то, что как реализуется это в жизни и сегодня в Казахстане. Это уникальная возможность привести весь лучший опыт практически в Казахстане сегодня на одну площадку, на площадку Professionalize Казахстан. Нельзя биться в этом мире в одиночку. Нужно создать свою среду, то, что мы называем support network. Это возможность тех людей найти, которые являются своими единомышленниками с вами, те люди, которые смогут вам помочь в самый сложный момент. Я думаю, в этом прелесть K-Pro, таких же ребят энергичных, молодых, которые готовы двигаться вперед сегодня с ногу со временем, изучать новую практику и помогать друг другу. Поэтому всех ждем на K-Pro.
Я участвовала в первом потоке K-Pro. На самом деле, думая о проекте, для меня это прежде всего нетворкинг. После первого потока у меня появился ряд новых совершенно ребят, с которыми я общаюсь и с которыми мы делали несколько проектов, пересекались по разным проектам. Мне кажется, это очень классная возможность. Мне очень понравился сам формат, потому что первые 2 недели это действительно такой вот deep dive, когда ты погружаешься в K-Pro, когда ты начинаешь думать по-другому, когда ты чуть-чуть абстрагируешься от своей рутины, которая у тебя каждый день происходит. И вот это, мне кажется, дает такой программе очень интересный поворот и очень сильный толчок.
Наши эксперты читают лекции для участников K-Pro. Мы поддерживаем данную программу, потому что она ставит перед собой долгосрочные цели по совершенствованию профессионального обучения в Казахстане. В данной программе молодые специалисты развивают такие компетенции, как problem solving, системное мышление и лидерство. Наша компания EY очень заинтересована в данной программе, и мы активно ее поддерживаем, так как нам необходимы талантливые специалисты, и поэтому я очень рекомендую всем не упустить возможность участвовать в программе K-Pro.
K-Pro – это уникальный образовательный проект, который не имеет аналогов в Казахстане. Лекторами K-Pro являются представители международных компаний топовых, такие как Microsoft, BCG, Ernst & Young, абсолютно с разных сфер, и у вас будет возможность узнать и расширить свой кругозор во всех направлениях. Приходите на K-Pro, не упустите свой шанс, для вас это огромная возможность открыть нового себя.
Уважаемые гости, просим проходить в зал. Мы готовы продолжить нашу программу.
Друзья в холле, пожалуйста, собирайтесь в центральный зал. Берите с собой чай, кофе, кто может, кто еще не успел. Мы ждем вас всех. Буквально через 2 минуты мы начнем.
Только зашел на OLX работа и сразу...
Нужен официант, ставка плюс чай.
Друзья,
Пойдешь?
проходим в зал,
А у
проходим.
нас работа под
Мы
домом.
начинаем.
Брат, а в такси график гибче?
Пожалуйста, все, кто в холле, проходите в зал, берите с собой чай, кофе, пару печенюшек и
Заходи на
присаживайтесь.
OLX и находи работу в один клик. OLX. Находи свое.
СЕЗМ. Казахстанский сервис онлайн-терапии с опытными и квалифицированными психологами. СЕЗМ для бизнеса – это возможность проявить заботу о своих сотрудниках и предоставить необходимую поддержку. Поддержите сотрудников в сложные периоды жизни. Отслеживайте настроение и состояние людей, а также атмосферу в команде. Развивайте культуру открытости и поддержки в компании. Постройте культуру, основанную на заботе о людях. Инвестиции в людей – это самые важные инвестиции.
СЕЗ.
Ну, я думаю, мы должны продолжать. Может...
Okay, I think we can continue. That was my boss talking. I couldn't really interrupt him, so I apologize for that. Those in the foyer, please join us. We will take a little time before lunch, and we will then let you go to have and take your lunch break. Actually, organizing HI Forum is extremely interesting for all of us. It's a lot of fun. We've been organizing it for 11 years, and we don't have any outsourced people who organize this forum. All of these people work in Sendras or work in Kameskomer, and all these people have a lot of work. But once a year, we get together, and for 6 months, we work together to organize this kind of event. So thank you so much for coming every year and for supporting us, and we're extremely pleased to see and witness your attention. Thank you. Let us proceed now. Now I'd like to give a floor to our next speaker. We have a wonderful partner, Contact Intersearch, and with a topic from Effective Team from 1 star to a star team. We have Martina Tarnopolskaya, who will be talking about this very subject. Thank you, Oleg. Hello and good day, my colleagues. I'm very happy to be at this forum. Thank you, Oleg, for the invitation. We will talk about a practical aspect today. This morning, I was listening to the presentations. We spoke about the trends quite a lot, and actually we also spoke about the role of HR, significance, and how corporate culture is important, how happiness of the employees matters now, and we discussed the trends, the global trends, and the trends in Kazakhstan. And now, after a break, I would like to talk about the practical thing of how to do this really happen, how to make the team happy, most effective, and the best of its version. Well, this topic is extremely important for all of us because let me introduce my company. We're responsible for exec search and recruitment of part managers. We're represented in more than 50 countries. And as a representative of this company, I am responsible for 3 countries, Kazakhstan, Russia, and Uzbekistan. And with this business, I'm finding the exec level employees. I've been working for more than 11 years. And actually, on top of that, I have also been helping companies come up with a dream team. You know, one star is great, but actually the greatest team, the greatest asset is when you have a whole team that can lead you to the best, to the peak performance. Well, here's the thing that I wanted to talk to you about. Who is the leader? About 20 years ago, or maybe 10 years ago, we would imagine someone in a white shirt, pantsuit, not smiling, menacing male. Yeah, unfortunately, well, that is a fact. Although in HRD we have mostly women, and HR community consists of women mostly. However, this kind of perception, this kind of look changed. And when we have people who come to be interviewed, who come to be recruited, and that's what you do on a daily basis, then you see that this kind of image is being transformed. And it is important to understand who our leader is and what she looks like. So they might look very differently, can be a T-shirt and jeans, can be soft shoes, or a sports suit, but the general trend is that someone who is smiling, who is very positive, someone who has enough energy. And one of the moments is to understand the competence of the leader, the new competence of the leader. And here I would like some more engagement from you. Let us follow this link and have a small interactive exercise whereby you will also be engaged and more invested in my story, in my discussion. And we could imagine, really kind of fantasize about this potential leader and the competence that they have. We do understand that someone who has certain skills and knowledge, someone with experience, but sometimes the experience is simply not possible in a new company. And sometimes we take someone who's with great experience in another company, but that person fails. And instead of taking a star and getting a star, we get a negative experience, we lose the person, we lose money, we have adverse impact on the brand of our employer. And the problem here is lacking competence that the person failed to acquire while acquiring the experience. So experience is great on one hand, and professional knowledge and skills is great, and people have not only one education, but maybe 2, 3 different levels of education, different master's programs, and so on. But translating that in experience into knowledge is important. So I see people have voted. And the most interesting, the highest number is strategic thinking, 77%, and successful change management, 68%, or business transformation. Ability is very important. So I see the numbers are changing, but I don't think that the trend will change radically. So let me show you the global study. Can we go back? Yeah, thank you. So these are results of a global study, DDI group, that was conducted all over the globe. And here we talk about the top 5 competences which leaders find to be most important. And here the leader development, growing the development, and planning the succession is important. So who is a star? The star is someone who has a successor, because if you have only one star and everything collapses afterwards, after that star is gone, so is that a star or is that not a star? What do you think? Maybe you just shout out from where you're sitting. So if you had someone promising star and then that person left and the company collapsed and people left. So many businesses of 100 years old or 150 years old, family businesses, we do understand that they're so successful only because they plan and grow successors inside the family. That can be discussed as a separate conference, maybe, but also from the outside circles. And identification and the image of future talent is important. This is what was discussed in the morning as well. And the second trend that we have here the change management and working with change, decision making are number 3 and number 4, according to DDI Group's survey. So the issue of competences that we seek in people is important. You can get an experience in 6 months or 12 months, but actually growing competence takes 3 to 4 to 5 years. Or some people spend their lifetime growing competence and do not succeed. And why did that happen? And I will be looking at that a little later. Also, I was thinking whether I should add this slide or not, but Ksenia, who spoke in a panel discussion today, has confirmed my choice. She said you need sometimes to reflect on some of the events. So one of the key trends in the world, on top of the competences that we have acquired along with experience, is the ability to reflect upon some things and also to do some self-reflection. And there was a study by Harvard Business School with the new updates of 2023, and this study shows that people who are capable of reflection, who can reflect, who can think about, who can sort of digest the experience as positive or negative, become more effective and can work better by just 23%, apparently, as good as 23%, if they spend 15 minutes a day to reflect on some issues or some tasks and lessons. So I find that to be quite interesting because it helps us understand how to nurture and raise those competences. And going back to the topic of our today's discussion this morning, I wanted to add that the role of HR specialists is extremely important because business demand efficiency, and efficiency is understood as numbers only. But to strengthen the company, to grow the company, we need to really upgrade some of very difficult skills which need to be developed, nurtured, that need to be backed up by feedback, and create a culture that allows for a mistake to be made. Tell me, do you have cases when a top manager can make a mistake but not be fired for that? Okay, I see the hands that are being raised. That's great. Thank you. I'm grateful to you for that. That's actually the case when your corporate culture allows for a mistake to be happen. And without mistakes, without admission of mistakes, you can't grow, you can't evolve, you can't reach new heights. And therefore, one of the exceptional goals of HR and HRD, together with the owner, together with the CEO, is to create a corporate culture where feedback can be provided openly, honestly, when feedback drives development. When we say there are 3 positive aspects and when there is a negative aspect that needs to be developed, really like developed, not like it's something where you fail. When we can just sit down and think for 15 minutes, and when I can just spend 15 minutes thinking and discussing something that happened, the negotiations, a call, separately from the number, to understand something, to apprehend something that led to success. So we could really scale up these reflections and lead to success. There are different methodologies on growing toward reflection and how to develop it, but once we create the conducive environment, then everything else is easier. Sometimes you need to invite a coach, a mentor, maybe one of the VPs, one of the directors can be a coach in developing the reflection capability. Why is that important? When we spend a lot of time trying to recruit a new person, can be a top manager, can be a line manager, we spend a lot of resources of the company just trying to find that person. Imagine if the company owner had an interview with 10 candidates and the team had to look at 15 candidates, and you as HRD looked at another 20 candidates, and your recruitment team looked at 30 people, then imagine the manpower that was invested, multiplied by the salaries of all these different people, add taxes, then the cost of an error is quite high. So when we select the people, it is important to do the right brief and to find the people, not only the experiences, but also find the people with the right competences, that developed and disclosed competences. Here's some statistics to help you understand why this is an important thing. There's a book, actually, that the main goal for the CEO is to come up with to find the right people. You don't have to come up with the strategies, with the tactics. All you have to do is to find the right people who can do all that for the company. So, therefore, if you think about the whole approach to finding the right people, then cost of an error is extremely high. There are some international studies and reports that are used. So the incorrectly recruited top manager can cost the company 7% of its annual turnover. 32% of the company can leave the company because of the wrong top manager. Up to 250% of the salary will be spent to find a replacement for a staff. Also, NPS and reputation of the brand can be damaged as well, can be compromised as well. This study actually focused on more than 15 industries. More than 1,500 companies participate in this survey, so I think it means that many numbers can be calculated. And there's one more trend in HR, is endless automation, because HR is not about the happiness, the well-being, the corporate culture. It is also about the business efficiency. If we do everything right and correct, then business efficiency becomes very, very important. So here I would like to talk about recruiting the right people, right one person to be able to recruit the right team of people and understand what is needed here. As I said, knowledge is important, and it's the foundation of everything, the cornerstone of everything. Well, you remember that the generation of our parents had received their education once, and that education kind of serves them a lifetime. You don't remember probably your parents going to school when they were 40 or 50, right? So this is the evolution of recruitment. We are a different generation. We practice lifelong learning. Sometimes the CEOs or business owners ask me where they could go next, what they could learn next. So we keep on acquiring and gaining experience. And as I said, sometimes the background and experience is not relevant for a new company, for a new job, because that's a different corporate culture and different competences are needed. And on top of soft skills, that kind of as a layer for a candidate, personal characteristics and motivations matter as well. And it was said earlier that individual values need to be aligned with the companies. Because competences can be acquired, flexibility can be acquired, adaptivity can be acquired as well, but leadership skills or ability to represent, to self-introduce, ability to speak, and so on, all these competences, even the soft, right, you can really get them very quickly. However, there are some personality traits that are hardwired in what we are. And it is important to know our strengths and weaknesses. My name is Marina Tarnopolskaya. What is my strength? So that strengths need to be used for career growth and for movement forward. I need to be engaged and I need to be invested. It means that I will never be able to work alone. I need a team. And I need support and kind of support structure. as my clients and such as my partners so that I could move forward. For some people, the driving force and motivation is power. And for that individual, growing professionally in career truly is important. It matters the most. So these kind of personal traits, personal values and motivations matter for a team. When the business owners and the top managers have their values aligned, then success is guaranteed. And we must understand how we can evaluate that. Let's suggest we go to the survey again and answer the questions, because we can identify different skills. You know, when we talk about some hard skills that a person has demonstrated in a CV, we can run some tests to verify that. Experience can also be verified through a resume, through a CV, or during an interview. There are people, there are partners who can provide references and so on. Then we can move on to the competences. And yes, we can evaluate and assess competences during an interview. But in order to do a kind of a special competence focus interview, we will need to spend 60 minutes or 90 minutes. We can't really spend like 4 hours per candidate try to understand their competences, and that's going to be ineffective. Now, what are the methods there? We have the tests, yes, 360-degree tests, interview, different questionnaires, competence-based evaluation, feedback. So tests seem to be the biggest, tests and 360 evaluation. So competences can well be identified, and determined through tests, and tests can be of various origin, of various kinds. There are tests that help us understand the competences and understand the personal traits. If you talk about the competences, then you have Q and Navigate, 360 assessment, and so on. Then for personal traits, that kind of tests are more subtle and more complex. I'm talking about Hogan, IQ Impulse, Perspective, DISC, MBTI, and other personal traits evaluation tests. What is the difference between the instruments, just to give you an understanding? The instruments are different in showing us different results.
Thank you. For example, tools show us that we have various motivation profiles that can tell us what is important to a particular person. It might be the income, recognition might be important, and being able to make unique products. So that immediately makes it clear how to deal with this person. Or we may have a DISC typology. Defines 4 types of behavior. We can use a questionnaire to get that information, and Hogan, a questionnaire, gives us more details. It gives us a lot more granularity. We have 7 different parameters that we use for competencies to establish a person's strengths. Then we have 11 indicators to see how people behave in a stressful situation. It is important. The world is changing, and we've been under stress since the pandemic started, and it will continue indefinitely. Therefore, working under stress is a very important area. And the last section is what motivates us, so the different motivators, because that enables you to see how you can manage teams, how you can manage since if you have these details, you'll be able to see how to motivate a particular employee. You no longer have to say, do this and you will get a bonus of so many percent. But you can say that do this and you will make it to another pay grade. And they will be motivated and will approach their tasks from a totally different angle. Now, let us take a look at how to build a team that will be very effective and properly motivated. We have a classical scenario here that we see was not satisfied with their business. The old top management hasn't changed for almost 20 years. There's no point in firing everyone. You need to determine who will stay and who will leave. You need to preserve the company's DNA. So you have to make some decisions about how to proceed. It's unlikely that all the employees are unsuitable. You just need to make a determination who is suitable and who is not. And a key to this task, it might seem primitive, but actually it is very effective. You need to start with a competency assessment to be able to see how capable people are. A particular person is to new challenges, how capable they will be working for this company in the future. Then we'll use the questionnaires to determine what are the strengths of the team are, and we'll see where are the gaps, which competencies are lacking. Yes, we'll have to part with maybe one or two people, not necessarily. Maybe we'll need to offer additional training for some people and offer new roles to others. Perhaps you would need to add a couple more people, which will bring their expertise that the team currently doesn't have, and you will need to work with specific competencies that are lacking in a specific team. We are going towards a common goal, and we need to have a full range of competencies because people are different. They may have different competencies, which are either obviously visible or sometimes not so obviously visible. You need to bear this in mind. We need to, based on that, set up a session to see what kind of a team we have and how to be effective with this specific team. And then people will take specific responsibilities and the results that we're looking at, and then the team will be making much faster progress. It needs to accept, the team needs to accept those goals, because if they don't accept those goals, those managers, they will not ever achieve the goals. It is very important for the CEO to be involved in this process, because otherwise it's a waste of money. The money will be best spent on another corporate party then, because the CEO's involvement is absolutely key in this case. So these are the Hogan team reports. You're able to see, based on those team reports, there could be different areas that are strengths for the different teams, which is important for us to see, because when you're driving major change, you need to focus on your strengths and not waste time at that point on those competencies that need to be developed that you don't yet have. So it's important to bear this in mind. And our key focus in this entire effort is the following, is to ensure leader development and succession planning, to ensure talent retention, to make sure that organizational and corporate culture is properly built and developed. We have some interesting stats here from a study conducted by PwC in 2021, where 66% of executives and board members believe that corporate culture is more important for financial performance than organizational strategy or business operating model. Therefore, corporate culture is very important indeed and will help you in your development. These numbers speak for themselves. Companies with strong corporate culture, 48% of them see revenue growth, and the rest of the stats, as I said, speak for themselves. So, colleagues, it is impossible to make those steps without your involvement. It's a key thing to remember. Please bear this in mind. And you are the key sort of resource that your owner, your CEO has because you are the ones responsible for that corporate culture that I kept talking about, and for establishing it, for properly developing it. A bit more stats. 74% of the HR managers said that they are spending more time on strategic planning. The tools we talked about, the tools already. This is the summary of the presentation. Thank you very much for your attention. I'll be glad to take your questions during the breaks. And I'm not leaving, so thank you very much, Marina, for your continued participation. You've been supporting Kazakhstan Growth Forum events for a number of years now. Thank you so much. Can I get the pointer back? Thank you. I have 2 mics now. I'm cool. So, our next subject is artificial intelligence versus HR, an interesting topic, and which will be the driving force longer term. So we have Yelena Kim from OLX Rabota, OLX Work, as our next speaker. My name is Yelena Kim. Good afternoon. I'm responsible for the jobs, the work category, developing that category at OLX. Please relax. I'm going to entertain you. No serious subjects to cover in this presentation. As I mentioned, I would like to discuss artificial intelligence versus HR. In other words, what AI actually is, what it means for HR. Is it a threat or is it your ally? You remember The Matrix, the movie. People thought that they were living in a world, in a reality, but then they realized that it was reality created by machines. And when we were watching The Matrix, we thought that it's something that's science fiction. It cannot happen in real life. However, today we see that AI is making significant inroads in our daily existence. So do you still believe that the concepts in The Matrix are entirely fictional? Think about that. This picture, by the way, was created by AI. Do you think of it differently when you know that it was not created by a human but by a machine? Do you? When preparing this presentation, more generally, I was aided by artificial intelligence in the sense of that all the graphics that I'm using were created by AI. And AI helped me look for interesting and relevant facts to cover during today's event. It even gave me feedback to my speech, which led to me doubting my writing abilities. But still, what's most interesting is that it gave me other versions of my own speech in using different genres. One of the genres was using the dry business tone, speaking at a metallurgical plant back in the Soviet times, for example. Another genre was a suspense movie type of a format, like a thriller, what is used in James Bond movies and detective novels, etc. So, going back to this question once again, do you still believe that Matrix is entirely fictional? Think about that. We live in interesting times. Look at the time between the Industrial Revolution and development of the service sector. That took about 200 years. And then only 40 years passed until technology completely changed the situation in the job market. And then only 20 years is what was needed for AI to come to our daily lives and force us to change and adapt. Going back to The Matrix, it came out only 20 years ago, which is nothing. It's not centuries or ages. And remember, when we were watching this movie, we often asked, what the hell were the directors and the scriptwriters smoking in order to generate this kind of a content? It was difficult to imagine that only 10 years after the movie came out, the smartphone will come out, fully supplanting the brick phones that we used to use before then, and completely change the market and many other things in our lives. Many of our routine tasks are now done by computer code. So online payments, social media, deliveries of food and other products. This is handled by applications and smartphones now. Could we think that in a mere 10 years, AI will just explode the possibilities by the realization that machines can perform a number of operating tasks, but also creative tasks. But it will also become so ubiquitous, so available on a massive scale, to bring us to the next question about the extent to which AI could replace humans. Because in this presentation, AI generated all the graphics instead of a human designer. Of course, the ring on Neo's finger is a bit off-putting, a bit unusual, but still, a human could draw that too, could have their own take on things. Could AI replace humans in writing books? Yes, recent protests by the writers in the U.S. Is evidence of just that writers are worried about their careers. Another question is about whether AI could supplant consultants. Yuval Noah Harari, that wrote Homo Sapiens in his book called 21 Lessons for the 21st Century, claims that AI is quite capable of providing legal advice, tax advice, and even medical advice. So in 20 years' time, just imagine, you upload your test results to an app and have them examined by AI, who will then give you medical advice. Just imagine that. Will AI be able to replace HR people? That's another interesting question. We asked this question to ourselves in our company, but we decided to apply it in practice to see what AI can do when it comes to processes directly related to HR. And so what we did is we took a standard employee journey in the company. Then we asked our corporate AI, which was trained using ChatGPT and other algorithms, how can it help HR people, the people in the HR department. So these are the responses. It told us that it can work not only with just different kinds of texts and looking for data from various sources, various databases, but it also told us, claimed, that it can summarize and provide feedback. So basically, it claimed that it can analyze and apply critical thinking. We thought that this was incredibly ambitious, but when we tested using a number of tasks and the outcome was successful, we started treating it seriously. We were forced to. So what we did is we identified a number of tasks in HR that AI could take on, including developing templates for internal HR documents, writing all sorts of text, starting from a letter to a welcome letter to a new employee, all the way to different kinds of text for our various internal platforms for employees. Some tasks were more complex, or so it seemed, such as coming up with a list of documents that the HR department will need to process when terminating an employee. We also asked AI a question about how to comply with the law when terminating an employee. It provided us answers to that as well. Since time is limited, today I will just focus on the most interesting examples to see how successful AI was with the tasks that it had. So So job descriptions was the first task. We asked it to write some job descriptions, and we deliberately did not provide any inputs, any detailed inputs to the AI algorithms to see how useful it could be to the HR department and to business owners who are just starting out, who don't yet have an HR department. And these are the results that it generated. Please note that it specified both the professional skills, including personnel management in line with company's goals and objectives, managing the process for performance-related factors, and conducting negotiations of pay. But it also covered soft skills such as corporate culture, company values, managing internal communication and maintaining corporate culture, leadership, and teamwork skills. It also did not fail to cover something that's very popular today is language skills, English fluency. So do you think this is a successful example of using AI? Yes, I think it did its job well, but we didn't stop there. We made another step. We've asked it to we asked it to generate a job ad based on the requirements that we have. In literally a few seconds, it generated this. See what the language is: an adaptive and reliable director who would be capable to take the company to the next step, a candidate who has experience managing personnel, who could combine strategic thinking with successful management of day-to-day tasks, etc., etc. The language is very effective. It looks very good. The style is great. Managing interpersonal relationships at all levels in companies. Human copywriters are probably very worried now reading text like this. Let us now take a look at how much time a human will need to do the same task. Let's just imagine, for simplicity's sake, that they're super effective, they didn't need to spend any time thinking about how to do this. They proceeded straight to the task. Most likely, they'd probably need about half an hour to an hour to surf the internet, to call their friends, or to find a template. Let's say they found a template that they think will work, and then it'll probably take them about an hour to actually write a job ad for that given vacancy. So that's between an hour and a half and 2 hours of man hours. Took AI 4 minutes. AI. In other words, to sum it up, AI can increase productivity by a factor of 30 using this example.
Imagine how much time a human being would need to increase the productivity that much. Definitely it's going to be more than a minute. So the next task, the next instruction was to do the initial screening of the resume. Well, you all agree that it's quite fun, right, to go through the pile of CVs. Are there people who like doing that? Well, I see there are some few, but that's excellent. What did we do? We gave AI the instruction, the prompt. We said, this is the existing vacancy. We were looking for a staff member for the sales department. And we gave this AI the resumes of the candidates and asked to compare the compatibility of the resume or conformity of the resumes to the job description. And we asked it to come up with a short summary highlighting the most relevant skills or the skills that were in the vacancy but were not in the vacancy announcement but were not in the resume. But the initial results was given in English, unfortunately, despite the fact that I spoke to AI in Russian. But in terms of advantage, it looks like AI understands even the grammatical mistakes. So here you see the resume of a candidate who had all the relevant skills. And as we can see, the AI was able to quite accurately understand and highlight the most relevant skills. And also indicated the skills that the CV is lacking, or that the candidate is lacking in the CV. imagine, I mean, look how many lines from our job description the AI was able to highlight into eloquently described skills related to sales or brand management. Who really can do that? The next CV is a CV of a candidate who does not have any relevant experience, and the most interesting stuff starts here, because the AI, for some reason, decided that working in a support center is the relevant experience for the sales department. That's quite controversial, don't you think? On the other, also the AI decided that the area where the candidate worked is the experience of that very candidate. So to summarize, we can say that yes, the speed of screening is very impressive. The AI took 2 minutes only to go through 5 CVs, but the quality of screening actually is somewhat questionable. So since here for screening we need to focus on quality, mostly this is 1-1. The machine is still unable to replace or substitute a human being. And another important thing, I think that's a very important challenge in terms of providing the feedback. It is the hardest task. So you will agree with me that you, on one hand, need to be understood, but on the other hand, your feedback doesn't need to be perceived as a threat. So we asked the AI to come up with the feedback letter for a hypothetical staff employee where they need to be informed that they are underperforming and that certain skills need to be developed. And those are communication, the prioritization, and completion. So here's what we have. I would like to discuss with you some aspects of your work, which, as I believe, could be improved. I am confident that you're aspiring to continuous development, and I hope that this feedback will help you with that. We noticed that sometimes there are problems with communication within the team. Maybe it has to do with the lack of confidence or misunderstanding of the task. I would recommend you to actively participate in discussions, to ask questions if something is not clear, and share your ideas more proactively. It will help improve mutual understanding in the team and improve the quality of work, quality of performance. Also, we noticed that there are some difficulties with prioritization. It may lead to poor performance and extended deadlines. I would recommend you use time management tools such as Eisenhower Box or Pomodoro technique. It will help you organize your time better and improve and increase productivity. We also noticed that some of the tasks are incomplete or remain incomplete. It might have to do with the difficulties of planning and lack of focus. I would recommend that you pay more attention to planning your work and trying to accomplish what you have, the tasks, till the end. And it will help you improve the quality of your performance and improve productivity. I'm confident that you have all the skills and capabilities to improve all these aspects. If you need an additional help or resources, please let me know. That's excellent, isn't it? Now, tell me, who will be able to provide this kind of feedback to your employee, looking like this or sounding like this? I know that some of you can, really. But now, can you really write this kind of text in 2 minutes? No, that's unlikely. So we did even more than that, and we asked the AI to evaluate on text and provide a feedback to this very text, and not only give an abstract evaluation and assessment, but also describe the strengths and weaknesses and what could be improved. So in order to save time and not to tire you with this monotonous voice of the reader, we will not go through this, through the video itself, but when it comes to the strengths of this text, the AI said that specificity, positive tone, and support. Were you able to read those 3 things from this text? Yes? I really like the improvement area that is offered. Because this AI spoke about the examples. The AI gave some specific example that could help the employee understand the problems. also there was a recognition of acknowledgement of achievements. Despite the positive and soft tone, nowhere it was mentioned that this particular employee had some achievements. And thirdly, there was an action plan. And there was no action plan. There wasn't even a kind of instruction that let's continue, let's talk about this later, and so on. Nothing like that. So this analysis is based on all the communication books and textbooks, isn't it? So the quality of a feedback depends on the experience of the employee, depends on the communication and public speaking skills, but 2 minutes, really, 2 minutes. I think the speed is extraordinary and really impressive. So we can be really disputing for quite a while whether AI can truly substitute an HR staff. There are lots of examples demonstrating the success or failure of an AI. We can compare different algorithms, whether they're successful or not, but I think what matters here is the following. Let's listen to Jack Welch, CEO of the General Electric, whom Fortune magazine called the leader of the century, because GM's profits increased fivefold, 5 times, market capitalization increased by 40 times, and his style of leadership was called ruthless and supporting at the same time. And he's known for firing about 118,000 people. Here's what he says. Amazing words, don't you think so? HR is the driving force that makes the team the winner. HR is a team of development who raises today's and future leaders. The role of HR is to be the pastor and a parent. Pastor, keeping the secrets, and parent, telling things straight. Do you think an AI can act like this, can perform this role? I don't think so. Well, because it is known at all times that people need people. People need human connection. And answering the question that I had at the beginning, like HR or human being or people, who's going to win? We in OLX believe that AI can be an excellent assistant. AI can be tasked with some routine objectives and jobs and things. and can help improve the productivity, and also can help you release and free time that you can spend and invest in growing and nurturing people, because people are the ones who will be the winners. So imagine how your work is going to look like if you don't have to spend hours and days preparing corporate documents and writing the policies and procedures documents and guidebooks who are barely read by anyone. So imagine what you can spend this time on. So finally, you can spend it on self-development. You can spend it improving soft skills. You can do things that AI cannot do. To learn, to listen, and understand people better. And if you ask me why OLX job is, why OLX job is here, if you have any vacancies, we will help to fill those vacancies with our solutions. Thank you very much, Elena. When you started and sometime in the middle, you were going to say HRs are obsolete and they are not necessary anymore, but no, you eventually gave us some peace of mind. Thank you so much, Elena. Thank you, and this is for your presentation, for your speech. Let's move on, and here's a question. How to work less and do more, and how to diversify your styles. We've been waiting for Mercer company for quite a while. We've been inviting them for quite a while, for several years. Finally, they made it, and Elena Kurganova is now here. Hello, dear participants of today's grand event. Yes, myself and my colleague Katerina came from Poland, and we represent the international HR management company, Mercer. And availing myself of this opportunity, I would like to cordially thank the organizers of today's forum and our colleagues from Marsh Company for this opportunity to attend and to participate in today's forum, to meet all of you, to learn a little more about you, and to hear and to listen to your thoughts, your ideas, and understand you from within. Because we've been working with the market of Kazakhstan remotely. We do not have a representative here, but immersing in today's environment is something that's going to be extremely instrumental for us. Today I would like to talk about the diverse styles and the models of compensation systems and schemes. We, of course, had in our presentation a chapter on AI, but Elena Kim, the previous speaker, has managed to explain everything about AI and its role. So therefore, we will just focus on some global trends that will demonstrate how the successful intellect is effective in HR. And today I would like to talk about the global trends. We will touch upon the trends of the European market, because we work in Poland, and our understanding of how remote work is organized in Poland, or flexible work models, is all based on our European experience. Well, it's no secret just that recently the main slogans for the companies and CEOs were work a lot, work hard, attract additional resources, and the well-being of the employees was considered as a very far-fetched future perspective. They never spoke about that, but I can only assume that this topic was silenced in post-Soviet countries for quite a while. On the basis of our study, some significant changes happened with the people due to the pandemic. And actually, pandemic was discussed today, and it was a leverage, kind of the driver. They made the companies adapt to the existing situations and change the management style that was a kind of involuntary, a forced move, and consider introducing the flexible work schedule. Europe, by the way, actually is still recovering from the flexible work schedule approach, because the system that we had during the pandemic, that was remote work, that you're all familiar with, you all saw that, you all witnessed that. For some, that kind of approach was positive and pleasant, especially for people who have families and who were able to work and stay at home at the same time. And as practice in our global study proves, remote work made people a little happier and sometimes even improved the productivity. However, talking about today's approach, the mindsets and attitude of people have changed. And again, our studies and the practice shows that 6 out of 10 employees are happy with their compensations and remuneration, with their benefits program, despite inflation, despite social and political crises, despite destructing business models in different sectors. But it still shows that employees are more confident. They can be the agents of change for the CEOs. They can be the drivers of change for the CEO, because they now understand that they're highly qualified, that they're strong, they're competent, they have great experience. So we now are at a stage when in 3 to 5 years we will approach the global trends, but which is that people demand something else. They want the well-being in the company, and it is a notion that is a priority for many companies of the world. And the people want to live here and now. People want to have life and work balance. People want to be successful, and they want to succeed. Therefore, our studies demonstrate and prove that more than 50% of employers are ready in the upcoming year to revise their remuneration strategies.
Flexible and remote working modes. You're all familiar with working remotely, obviously. Flexible working mode is, of course, more popular globally. And if we compare Europe, for instance, with Kazakhstan, I can say with confidence, and not just with Kazakhstan, but with other countries in Central Asia. For example, Uzbekistan, we know that from our own experience. Europe is not yet, hasn't yet come out of the remote and flexible hybrid work. Because people realize that, you know, time spent on travel, commuting, is the time you could spend at home doing the same work without traveling to work, spending any extra time in preparation, and you can spend more time with your family as well. We also have data that tells us that people are happier as a result, and their work-life balance is better. Also, there are some other examples that you see on the slides. 92% of this experiment in Great Britain that took part in the experimental 4-day work week decided to continue working in the same mode after the end of the experiment, which meant that the labor productivity went up as a result of this experiment. As experience shows, young people are probably more likely to go back to the office because they need to socialize. They crave socialization, as opposed to people who have a family, who have other important things to address. apart from the actual job that they do. Therefore, this balance between their job and spending time with their families become more important. Another thing that could be said in this regard is that many companies are starting to experiment themselves with introducing a four-day week system that enables employees to save up a day worth of work time in a week, but the overtime in the 4 days may lead to burnout. Something that should be borne in mind. So many companies are starting with a limited experiment to try and apply the 4-day work week and to see how to best do that and which departments it will apply to most effectively. You do realize, of course, that if we're talking about hybrid and remote working mode, it may work for some types of businesses, but may not work for others. If it's an industrial operation, people have to be present there physically. Of course, it's just a matter of maybe making their schedules a bit more flexible and but motivating them in other ways by different bonuses or other motivation schemes. Artificial intelligence was already covered. Just a bit of global statistics that tells us, first and foremost, that AI has been a disruptive force, occupying a significant niche in the HR sector globally already. As you can see from the slides, a third of all companies practically are using AI for various recruiting tasks, developing job descriptions, which was cited in the previous presentation, and for other tasks related to recruitment and selection. Almost a third of all companies use AI for internal communication, even drafting emails, using it for chats. AI is quite convenient to it. However, 42 companies at the same time said they don't use AI in HR and have no plans to do so. This is also very important. Therefore, it is important to bear this in mind. So AI will come to Kazakhstan, to HR in Kazakhstan or to other former Soviet countries, but probably later. It may start playing a significant role, but maybe a bit later, in, say, 5 years' time. We are using AI already for our salary surveys and processing the data that we gather. It used to be that we would gather the data and our analysts would process them and then send it to the advisors for the final peer review. But it is now the AI that is processing the data, not the human analysts anymore. We've implemented it recently globally in our company, and it's not yet perfect. This is based on my personal experience. Since earlier this year, I took part in a pilot that generated some, that showed some gaps for using AI for those purposes. So I agree with Irina Kim and many more of you that it will not replace a human because humans need other humans. AI may only help in terms of freeing up some time. It will need to be given some tasks that are not too complex, but rest in terms of sensory input, emotions, talking to people. This can only be handled by a human with heart and soul that will be able to console an individual, a staff member, if they're not feeling well, and this is something AI cannot do. Some information now on the practices that we see worldwide, new forms of compensation practices, adjustments to salaries are made more often, they're more frequent. It used to be that, we would change the salary once in a while and would change the variable part now and then. This is something that you need to pay attention to, because it's far from everyone is primarily attracted by the salary level. And the young generation, first and foremost, will demand more. Just raising the salary will not be sufficient anymore to them, despite the fact that they might be, very productive. Their performance might be great, and we may decide, therefore, to increase their salary. And this is usually an annual process, but due to higher inflation rates, some companies may review salaries, not all of them, but maybe some of them, a bit more often than once a year now. Also, do not forget about the following. Not all of the employees are ready to play an active role in a company's life and to work to the point of exhaustion. So it's very important to motivate them properly for their values, for their skills. An example for skills is a proposition that could be very promising for young people who want to develop and want to train abroad. Maybe if a company can sponsor tuition at a prestigious university, pay for tuition, and that would make it an extremely attractive proposition for such a young person, and as a result, the company will get a very highly qualified individual, therefore growing people internally. This is the most reliable solution. People who started in the junior position in a company and grew with the company. It's very important to bear this in mind. Another thing that was actually mentioned earlier today is emotional well-being, mental well-being. This is an important area to pay attention to, because these issues are becoming more and more important. It is very important for people to not only work in a company that pays you decently, but also for a company that offers you an atmosphere where you can feel comfortable. I believe this is very important. There was a discussion of that actually during the panel discussion. Some people mentioned that comfort is not about us, about our company, but when people are and is especially popular now for startups and also large companies, when some team members are setting salary levels for themselves or decide on the variable part of their remuneration. This is also important. The involvement of the employees in the company's life and having a clear idea about their needs is very important for any company. You can do pulse surveys, brief surveys in order to get an idea of what your employees think on a specific subject, to see what the strengths and weaknesses are of the line managers, for example, that a particular employee might be dealing with. This may help you take action, including in addressing staff attrition. So these are some of the global trends once again. So apart from the base salary that we're all used to, and the monetary part of remuneration that includes the fixed part and the variable part of the salary, as well as the benefits, there are other ways to motivate employees to make them a bit happier and will make your company more successful in the process as well. What we have on this slide is an overview of the different areas that companies may need to focus on. Please scan the QR code and answer the poll about which areas your company plans to invest in the next 12 months. We'll compare your responses and to see how different they are from the overall global results that we have access to, and we'll share as well. You all see the questions. We'll give you some time to provide your responses. Maybe some of you will have a question about the physical well-being. Sorry, no, financial well-being. What we mean here is the financial awareness. Is when companies successfully offer trainings in how to best invest your funds, shares, stocks or bonds to invest them in, other financial instruments. When employees will be briefed on the financial situation in the country, most attractive investment opportunities, etc. Enabling the employees to improve their financial standings. The rest of the responses, I think, are self-explanatory. Flexible work schedule, mental and emotional health, staff training, career development. So we see the results now. The remuneration comes up top, which is not surprising, after all. So over time, I think the priorities will not change drastically. Another one of the responses, maybe the number of the companies that treat remuneration as a top priority will go down, but slightly. Overall, I think the results match the global trends that we see overall, since remuneration is the most sought after type of motivation, and the investment in this area is the most serious investment you can make, perhaps. These are some of the global trends. 62% of the companies said that they'll be focusing on monetary remuneration, i.e. salary, base salary, the incentive bonuses, commissions, guaranteed bonuses, the variable part, and followed by personal training and professional development, 49%. We're very happy that your responses completely match the global trends. You see that we have high percentages, quite high percentages for companies that treat mental and emotional health of their employees as a top priority. 48% of the companies that took part in this global survey said that it is extremely important for them, since well-being of their employees is key to the success of their company overall. There are other responses such as medical benefits, career development. Medical benefits are quite broadly offered by your companies here, which is also not surprising. Career development, monetary remuneration, personal training, and mental and emotional health are the top three. Sorry for going through the presentation very quickly. I did that because I appreciate your time, I value your time. The schedule for today's forum is until 6 p.m. and I realize that your families and your children will be waiting for you once this event is over. So this completes the presentation. If you have any questions, please don't hesitate to ask them. Come up to us, ask your questions, make your comments. Once again, thank you very much for your attention and the opportunity to take part in today's event. Thank you very much, Elena. I hope that this is not your last time speaking at this event. Thank you so much. Here's the certificate. Let's take a photo. I'd like to now turn the floor over to our partner, provides psychological support. So we'll talk about mental health in a company. This is a representative of SEZIM, and I would like to invite Ekaterina Gureva to the stage. Ekaterina, the floor is yours. I'll probably start with a question. Have you ever thought about the mood your employees come to work in every morning? How do they feel? This may seem to be an important question, but not a lot of attention is paid to it. But a lot depends on it. If a person does not feel well is not in a good mood, what kind of productivity can we be talking about? This is exactly the topic that I would like to cover today. My name is Ekaterina, and I represent SEZIM. SEZIM is a service in Kazakhstan offering online therapy that has highly qualified professional psychologists. This is a product for business, and it provides an opportunity for companies to take good care of their employees, to continuously measure their emotional state, to track their mood. We also provide a package of lectures for employees so they can deal with their thoughts and emotions better. Most importantly, your employees have access to individual sessions with psychologists, and this will be a sign that your company cares about them. Our global mission is to develop the culture of support and caring about mental health, because when we care about ourselves and our mental health, we live in harmony with ourselves, and then we live in harmony with the world around us, and then we have a society based on empathy, mutual respect, and support. We all become more comfortable living and building harmonious relationships with each other, interacting with each other. Mental health is a big trend now and is a focus of attention of both the HR function and more generally of business owners. We've taken a look at the different studies that were prepared by different global companies in the area of mental health, and we found some very interesting indicators. For example, 75% of employees report that they have experienced or are experiencing burnout. This is important that this is a repeating occurrence. Over half of global companies already are aware of this trend and are implementing support programs to support mental health among their employees. It is interesting, but people are starting to think about how they feel at work. And employees prefer those companies that also take care about the emotional state of their employees, which obviously has an impact on how effective your business is. As you can see, return on investment for businesses is going up. The number of sick days is going down. The number of days skipped by employees is going down as well. These are examples of some global trends. Let us now think about what the situation is in Kazakhstan, more specifically. Our company, SEZIM, conducts research in this area all the time. We poll our clients, and we have a pretty good idea about how the employees feel, the employees of companies in Kazakhstan. What I suggest you do now is scan 3 QR codes and think about how you believe your employees feel. How many people do you believe among your staff members feel tired and don't want to come to work in the morning?
Так, большая часть ответила.
More than 50% said that half of the people, feel fatigued and tired, do not want to wake up to go to work. Okay, thank you. Let's now move on to the next question. No, sorry, wrong question. Okay. How many of your staff, of your employees, do not think that that their work, employment, is not instrumental in achieving their personal goals? How many? Yeah, let's proceed with the results. Let's see. Okay, 40%. Yeah, most of the people believe that 38% of staff do not think that their job helps them achieve their personal goals. And the concluding question for you, how many people, how many employees are indifferent and lost an interest in their work? Okay, the answer is 35%. Yeah, 35 and 25. Okay, now let's look at our study results. So I think it is a very alarming situation. Once we saw these numbers for the first time, figures for the first time, actually we were shocked. What kind of conclusions can we draw from this? That every employee of a Kazakhstan company is either feeling burnout or is close to being burnt out. But what was the most surprising thing, that only 35% of employees are ready to talk with their line manager about their condition, about their well-being, and only 90% of these people believe that they will be heard. I think this is quite alarming, really quite concerning. Many companies are used to demonstrating the care about their staff like this. You probably recognize this, right? This is, yeah. These are really cool instruments, like a pizza for the whole team or something else. But this is a team building exercise or team building initiative. But this initiative does not affect how people ultimately feel about their work and workplace. So what should we do? You may ask. It's all simple. You need to talk. You need to talk. You need to be able to conduct an open dialogue with your CEOs, with your employees. It is important that every CEO, every manager, every HRD keeps an eye on what's happening, keeps a track of what's happening with people, what motivates them, what demotivates them, what they want to see is the kind of ideal work. It's important to care. It's important to be interested, because we usually talk to our people at the recruitment stage and at the firing stage or discarding the people stage, and when people are tired and burnt out and they no longer want to do anything with this work. Another important factor that we forget is the culture of gratitude. The word thank you is quite superficial, and it doesn't have a lot of value, doesn't have a lot of meaning these days. But in fact, every employee needs to feel recognized. Every employee needs to understand and see why they are the ones who are important, or for what reasons, for what traits and features. It's important to be able to gratify and to thank your employees in a timely manner. Another important factor is an open dialogue during recruitment, during the hiring process. We do see that actually a lot of attention is paid to soft skills along with the hard skills, because it's important when you have any first interview, recruitment interview, onboarding interview, you ask people what they really want from life, what they want to achieve with your company. I think therefore it is important to build this culture of an open dialogue so that people could talk about all these things openly, safely. But for that to happen, an open dialogue needs to be built with oneself. It needs to be, one needs to be able to understand oneself, understand one's own psychological peculiarities. And only once the individual is capable of building an open dialogue with oneself, then only we can start an approach building an open dialogue within the company. Let's now go to the psychology and to the way burnout or any other destructive factor works. You may have noticed and observed how your friends, colleagues, and acquaintances demonstrate or manifest these kind of states, and how is burnout related to this? These are, I don't want anything, I have no energy, no strength, I'm not motivated, a lack of joy, lack of happiness. All this happens because of substitution. This is kind of a way of psychological defense where you cannot talk about things, or you're too afraid to talk about things with anyone. You had a fight with your colleague and you cannot talk about that, or you had a fight with your boss and you also cannot talk about that. And actually the psyche of a human being is organized such a way that it substitutes, it kind of suppresses some of these negative things, some of the negative thoughts, and our psyche spends a lot of energy to keep it that way, to avoid higher stress or bigger stress. The energy is wasted on that. People become more irritated, more anxious, and then all these resources are not spent on being more productive, but rather actually spent on suppressing these negative emotions. At the bottom of a burnout, there are only 5 factors. Problem with self-esteem, reflection skills, the skills to be able to reflect on your things, personal boundaries, self-regulation, and crises. With all of these aspects, you can work individually or you can work with a therapist, and you can start from oneself and start from an open dialogue with oneself and then with the world. What shall we do? The step number 1 for any problem is to recognize the problem, that it exists. I recognize that I'm concerned about some things and I'm not happy about that. After recognition happened, one can understand where change is possible. One can start reflecting on things. One can have an open dialogue with oneself. But in order to be able to have this open dialogue, it is important to have a culture of an open dialogue, so that open dialogue is something normal, that it's not shameful, that it's not something bad or discouraged. And once this culture exists, and once the HR and the CEOs are interested in this kind of open dialogue culture, once there are tools that help you identify the problems preemptively and proactively, then it is easier for the society. Once the society is capable to understand that the ability to change and to change, to transform, is the individual responsibility, then the culture is the soil, is the ground that the company creates for its employees. How to identify emotional burnout? Well, I think that with the majority of these symptoms, you may have seen in your colleagues, in your friends, maybe in yourselves. But to help with burnout, you may need to start asking questions. You may need to ask your colleagues or partners and friends whether they're doing okay today. And without the real, true open dialogue, you can't really know what bothers people. Let's now think about this, and let's just think quietly for 10 to 15 minutes and think, what is your state of mind when you go to work every morning? Now, I suggest you think if you have someone to rely on, to get support from when it's hard, when it's difficult, when it's complicated. Do you have a shoulder to cry? Well, let's now build this support-based culture, because efficiency starts where there is a space for an open dialogue with oneself and with your employees. You can't be really talking about the efficiency or productivity if your employees are not feeling good. Let's try and build a culture where there is space for open dialogue, where people can provide honest and open feedback, when people can, manifest themselves as they are and be true selves. So if you scan this QR, you will be able to see the results of our study and some links and references to the global studies. And together with the psychologist, we have prepared a guide for CEOs on effective communication, and most importantly, ecological communication or non-toxic communication with all the employees. Thank you. Thank you very much. Katya? Thank you for participating and for supporting our forum. No, we need a photo, yeah? Don't run, don't go away. Thank you. I think we're all suffering from burnout, so definitely the questions are coming. Judging by the questionnaire that we all filled in. It is 1:53, and you'll have 40 minutes for lunch, and I see you back here at 2:35, yeah? Okay. Okay. 2:40. At the strategic meetings, your badges show you the type of restaurant. We have 3 groups. 1 group here, 2 groups upstairs. So see you in 40 minutes, 45 minutes. Bon appétit.
Нужен официант, ставка плюс чай. Пойдешь?
А у нас работа под домом.
Брат, а в такси график гибче?
На кухне карьерный рост.
А у нас вообще огонь!
Заходи на OLX и находи работу в один клик. OLX. Находи свое.
СЕЗМ. Казахстанский сервис онлайн-терапии с опытными и квалифицированными психологами. СЕЗМ для бизнеса – это возможность проявить заботу о своих сотрудниках и предоставить необходимую поддержку. Поддержите сотрудников в сложные периоды жизни. Отслеживайте настроение и состояние людей, а также атмосферу в команде. Развивайте культуру открытости и поддержки в компании. Постройте культуру, основанную на заботе о людях. Инвестиции в людей – это самые важные инвестиции.
СЕЗМ.
Что такое K-Pro? Ну, прежде всего, K-Pro ориентировано дать молодому профессионалу большее видение. Что происходит в мире, куда мы движемся, потому что сегодняшний темп изменений, он сегодня колоссальный. Не стоит останавливаться на просто знаниях, нужны практические навыки. И сегодня в K-Pro вы имеете такую огромную возможность ознакомиться с лучшими казахстанскими практиками, возможности, что развивается не в книжках, а то, что как реализуется это в жизни и сегодня в Казахстане. Это уникальная возможность привести весь лучший опыт практически в Казахстане сегодня на одну площадку, на площадку Professionalize Казахстан. Нельзя биться в этом мире в одиночку. Нужно создать свою среду, то, что мы называем support network. Это возможность тех людей найти, которые являются своими единомышленниками с вами, те люди, которые смогут вам помочь в самый сложный момент. Я думаю, в этом прелесть K-Pro, таких же ребят энергичных, молодых, которые готовы двигаться вперед сегодня с ногу со временем, изучать новую практику и помогать друг другу. Поэтому всех ждем на K-Pro.
Я участвовала в первом потоке K-Pro. На самом деле, думая о проекте, для меня это прежде всего нетворкинг. После первого потока у меня появился ряд новых совершенно ребят, с которыми я общаюсь и с которыми мы делали несколько проектов, пересекались по разным проектам. Мне кажется, это очень классная возможность. Мне очень понравился сам формат, потому что первые 2 недели это действительно такой вот deep dive, когда ты погружаешься в K-Pro, когда ты начинаешь думать по-другому, когда ты чуть-чуть абстрагируешься от своей рутины, которая у тебя каждый день происходит. И вот это, мне кажется, дает такой программе очень интересный поворот и очень сильный толчок.
Наши эксперты читают лекции для участников K-Pro. Мы поддерживаем данную программу, потому что она ставит перед собой долгосрочные цели по совершенствованию профессионального обучения в Казахстане. В данной программе молодые специалисты развивают такие компетенции, как problem solving, системное мышление и лидерство. Наша компания EY очень заинтересована в данной программе, и мы активно ее поддерживаем, так как нам необходимы талантливые специалисты, и поэтому я очень рекомендую всем не упустить возможность участвовать в программе K-Pro.
K-Pro – это уникальный образовательный проект, который не имеет аналогов в Казахстане. Лекторами K-Pro являются представители международных компаний топовых, такие как Microsoft, BCG, Ernst & Young, абсолютно с разных сфер, и у вас будет возможность узнать и расширить свой кругозор во всех направлениях. Приходите на K-Pro, не упустите свой шанс, для вас это огромная возможность открыть нового себя.
Я считаю, что если большее количество сотрудников будут ходить к психологу, то каждый сотрудник найдет для себя новый смысл, для чего это делать, сможет понять свои истинные цели, зачем вообще человек ходит на работу. Ну и, соответственно, атмосфера в коллективе тоже будет благоприятной, потому что каждый сотрудник будет уметь соблюдать свои границы, не нарушать чужие, и эффективность наверняка в работе повысится.
Я думаю, что скажется точно классно, потому что с психологом люди учатся работать своими чувствами, эмоциями и лучше начинают понимать себя. Такие люди точно лучше себя ощущают в командах, и команда лучше себя ощущает с ними. И в таких реалиях эффективность точно будет расти.
Работая в команде, мы так или иначе взаимодействуем с разными людьми. И, по-моему, навык взаимодействия точно такой же важный, как любой другой рабочий навык. И я считаю, что работа в терапии, она позволит увеличить эффективность взаимодействия и команды в целом.
Думаю, в лучшую сторону 100%. Мы на работе проводим много времени, 8, 10, 12 часов ежедневно. Люди абсолютно разные. Есть люди легкие, есть люди тяжелые. 100% некоторые начинают подгорать. И очень здорово, когда находится выход из этого. И вот я думаю, что как раз терапия – это возможность людям начать говорить о тех вещах, о которых они молчат в офисе. Ну, соответственно, разгружая этим самую обстановку.
СМысл.
Только зашел на OLX работа и сразу...
Нужен официант, ставка плюс чай. Пойдешь?
А у нас работа под домом.
Брат, а в такси график гибче?
А на кухне карьерный рост.
А у нас вообще огонь!
Заходи на OLX и находи работу в один клик. OLX. Находи свое.
СЕЗМ. Казахстанский сервис онлайн-терапии с опытными и квалифицированными психологами. СЕЗМ для бизнеса – это возможность проявить заботу о своих сотрудниках и предоставить необходимую поддержку. Поддержите сотрудников в сложные периоды жизни. Отслеживайте настроение и состояние людей, а также атмосферу в команде. Развивайте культуру открытости и поддержки в компании. Постройте культуру, основанную на заботе о людях. Инвестиции в людей – это самые важные инвестиции.
СЕЗМ.
Что такое K-Pro? Ну, прежде всего, K-Pro ориентировано дать молодому профессионалу большее видение. Что происходит в мире, куда мы движемся, потому что сегодняшний темп изменений, он сегодня колоссальный. Не стоит останавливаться на просто знаниях, нужны практические навыки. И сегодня в K-Pro вы имеете такую огромную возможность ознакомиться с лучшими казахстанскими практиками, возможности, что развивается не в книжках, а то, что как реализуется это в жизни и сегодня в Казахстане. Это уникальная возможность привести весь лучший опыт практически в Казахстане сегодня на одну площадку, на площадку Professionalize Казахстан. Нельзя биться в этом мире в одиночку. Нужно создать свою среду, то, что мы называем support network. Это возможность тех людей найти, которые являются своими единомышленниками с вами, те люди, которые смогут вам помочь в самый сложный момент. Я думаю, в этом прелесть K-Pro, таких же ребят энергичных, молодых, которые готовы двигаться вперед сегодня с ногу со временем, изучать новую практику и помогать друг другу. Поэтому всех ждем на K-Pro.
Я участвовала в первом потоке K-Pro. На самом деле, думая о проекте, для меня это прежде всего нетворкинг. После первого потока у меня появился ряд новых совершенно ребят, с которыми я общаюсь и с которыми мы делали несколько проектов, пересекались по разным проектам. Мне кажется, это очень классная возможность. Мне очень понравился сам формат, потому что первые 2 недели это действительно такой вот deep dive, когда ты погружаешься в K-Pro, когда ты начинаешь думать по-другому, когда ты чуть-чуть абстрагируешься от своей рутины, которая у тебя каждый день происходит. И вот это, мне кажется, дает такой программе очень интересный поворот и очень сильный толчок.
Наши эксперты читают лекции для участников K-Pro. Мы поддерживаем данную программу, потому что она ставит перед собой долгосрочные цели по совершенствованию профессионального обучения в Казахстане. В данной программе молодые специалисты развивают такие компетенции, как problem solving, системное мышление и лидерство. Наша компания EY очень заинтересована в данной программе, и мы активно ее поддерживаем, так как нам необходимы талантливые специалисты, и поэтому я очень рекомендую всем не упустить возможность участвовать в программе K-Pro.
K-Pro – это уникальный образовательный проект, который не имеет аналогов в Казахстане. Лекторами K-Pro являются представители международных компаний топовых, такие как Microsoft, BCG, Ernst & Young, абсолютно с разных сфер, и у вас будет возможность узнать и расширить свой кругозор во всех направлениях. Приходите на K-Pro, не упустите свой шанс, для вас это огромная возможность открыть нового себя.
Я считаю, что если большее количество сотрудников будут ходить к психологу, то каждый сотрудник найдет для себя новый смысл, для чего это делать, сможет понять свои истинные цели, зачем вообще человек ходит на работу. Ну и, соответственно, атмосфера в коллективе тоже будет благоприятной, потому что каждый сотрудник будет уметь соблюдать свои границы, не нарушать чужие, и эффективность наверняка в работе повысится.
Я думаю, что скажется точно классно, потому что с психологом люди учатся работать своими чувствами, эмоциями и лучше начинают понимать себя. Такие люди точно лучше себя ощущают в командах, и команда лучше себя ощущает с ними. И в таких реалиях эффективность точно будет расти.
СЕЗМ.
Работая в команде, мы так или иначе взаимодействуем с разными людьми. И, по-моему, навык взаимодействия точно такой же важный, как и любой другой рабочий навык. И я считаю, что работа в терапии, она позволит увеличить эффективное взаимодействие и команды в целом.
Ну, думаю, в лучшую сторону 100%. Мы на работе проводим много времени, 8, 10, 12 часов ежедневно. Люди абсолютно разные. Есть люди легкие, есть люди тяжелые. 100% некоторые начинают подгорать. И очень здорово, когда находится выход из этого. И вот я думаю, что как раз терапия – это возможность людям начать говорить о тех вещах, о которых они молчат в офисе. Ну, соответственно, разгружая этим самым обстановку.
СЕЗМ.
Только зашел на OLX работа и сразу...
Нужен официант, ставка плюс чай. Пойдешь?
А у нас работа под домом.
Брат, а в такси график гибче? А на кухне карьерный рост.
А у нас вообще огонь!
Заходи на OLX и находи работу в один клик. OLX. Находи свое.
СЕЗМ. Казахстанский сервис онлайн-терапии с опытными и квалифицированными психологами. СЕЗМ для бизнеса – это возможность проявить заботу о своих сотрудниках и предоставить необходимую поддержку. Поддержите сотрудников в сложные периоды жизни. Отслеживайте настроение и состояние людей, а также атмосферу в команде. Развивайте культуру открытости и поддержки в компании. Постройте культуру, основанную на заботе о людях. Инвестиции в людей – это самые важные инвестиции.
СЕЗМ.
Что такое K-Pro? Ну, прежде всего, K-Pro ориентировано дать молодому профессионалу большее видение. Что происходит в мире, куда мы движемся, потому что сегодняшний темп изменений, он сегодня колоссальный. Не стоит останавливаться на просто знаниях, нужны практические навыки. И сегодня в K-Pro вы имеете такую огромную возможность ознакомиться с лучшими казахстанскими практиками, возможности, что развивается не в книжках, а то, что как реализуется это в жизни и сегодня в Казахстане. Это уникальная возможность привести весь лучший опыт практически в Казахстане сегодня на одну площадку, на площадку Professionalize Казахстан. Нельзя биться в этом мире в одиночку. Нужно создать свою среду, то, что мы называем support network. Это возможность тех людей найти, которые являются своими единомышленниками с вами, те люди, которые смогут вам помочь в самый сложный момент. Я думаю, в этом прелесть K-Pro, таких же ребят энергичных, молодых, которые готовы двигаться вперед сегодня с ногу со временем, изучать новую практику и помогать друг другу. Поэтому всех ждем на K-Pro.
Я участвовала в первом потоке K-Pro. На самом деле, думая о проекте, для меня это прежде всего нетворкинг. После первого потока у меня появился ряд новых совершенно ребят, с которыми я общаюсь и с которыми мы делали несколько проектов, пересекались по разным проектам. Мне кажется, это очень классная возможность. Мне очень понравился сам формат, потому что первые 2 недели это действительно такой вот deep dive, когда ты погружаешься в K-Pro, когда ты начинаешь думать по-другому, когда ты чуть-чуть абстрагируешься от своей рутины, которая у тебя каждый день происходит. И вот это, мне кажется, дает такой программе очень интересный поворот и очень сильный толчок.
Наши эксперты читают лекции для участников K-Pro. Мы поддерживаем данную программу, потому что она ставит перед собой долгосрочные цели по совершенствованию профессионального обучения в Казахстане. В данной программе молодые специалисты развивают такие компетенции, как problem solving, системное мышление и лидерство. Наша компания EY очень заинтересована в данной программе, и мы активно ее поддерживаем, так как нам необходимы талантливые специалисты, и поэтому я очень рекомендую всем не упустить возможность участвовать в программе K-Pro.
K-Pro – это уникальный образовательный проект, который не имеет аналогов в Казахстане. Лекторами K-Pro являются представители международных компаний топовых, такие как Microsoft, BCG, Ernst & Young, абсолютно с разных сфер, и у вас будет возможность узнать и расширить свой кругозор во всех направлениях. Приходите на K-Pro, не упустите свой шанс, для вас это огромная возможность открыть нового себя.
Я считаю, что если большее количество сотрудников будут ходить к психологу, то каждый сотрудник найдет для себя новый смысл, для чего это делать, сможет понять свои истинные цели, зачем вообще человек ходит на работу. Ну и, соответственно, атмосфера в коллективе тоже будет благоприятной, потому что каждый сотрудник будет уметь соблюдать свои границы, не нарушать чужие, и эффективность наверняка в работе повысится.
Я думаю, что скажется точно классно, потому что с психологом люди учатся работать своими чувствами, эмоциями и лучше начинают понимать себя. Такие люди точно лучше себя ощущают в командах, и команда лучше себя ощущает с ними. И в таких реалиях эффективность точно будет расти.
СЕЗМ.
Работая в команде, мы так или иначе взаимодействуем с разными людьми. И, по-моему, навык взаимодействия точно такой же важный, как и любой другой рабочий навык. И я считаю, что работа в терапии, она позволит увеличить эффективное взаимодействие и команды в целом.
Ну, думаю, в лучшую сторону 100%. Мы на работе проводим много времени, 8, 10, 12 часов ежедневно. Люди абсолютно разные. Есть люди легкие, есть люди тяжелые. 100% некоторые начинают подгорать. И очень здорово, когда находится выход из этого. И вот я думаю, что как раз терапия – это возможность людям начать говорить о тех вещах, о которых они молчат в офисе, но, соответственно, разгружая этим самым обстановку.
СЕЗМ.
Только зашел на OLX работа и сразу...
Нужен официант, ставка плюс чай. Пойдешь?
А у нас работа под домом.
Брат, а в такси график гибче? А на кухне карьерный рост.
А у нас вообще огонь!
Заходи на OLX и находи работу в один клик. OLX. Находи свое.
СЕЗМ. Казахстанский сервис онлайн-терапии с опытными и квалифицированными психологами. СЕЗМ для бизнеса – это возможность проявить заботу о своих сотрудниках и предоставить необходимую поддержку. Поддержите сотрудников в сложные периоды жизни. Отслеживайте настроение и состояние людей, а также атмосферу в команде. Развивайте культуру открытости и поддержки в компании. Постройте культуру, основанную на заботе о людях. Инвестиции в людей – это самые важные инвестиции.
СЕЗМ.
Что такое K-Pro? Ну, прежде всего, K-Pro ориентировано дать молодому профессионалу большее видение. Что происходит в мире, куда мы движемся, потому что сегодняшний темп изменений, он сегодня колоссальный. Не стоит останавливаться на просто знаниях, нужны практические навыки. И сегодня в K-Pro вы имеете такую огромную возможность ознакомиться с лучшими казахстанскими практиками, возможности, что развивается не в книжках, а то, что как реализуется это в жизни и сегодня в Казахстане. Это уникальная возможность привести весь лучший опыт практически в Казахстане сегодня на одну площадку, на площадку Professionalize Казахстан. Нельзя биться в этом мире в одиночку. Нужно создать свою среду, то, что мы называем support network. Это возможность тех людей найти, которые являются своими единомышленниками с вами, те люди, которые смогут вам помочь в самый сложный момент. Я думаю, в этом прелесть K-Pro, таких же ребят энергичных, молодых, которые готовы двигаться вперед сегодня с ногу со временем, изучать новую практику и помогать друг другу. Поэтому всех ждем на K-Pro.
Я участвовала в первом потоке K-Pro. На самом деле, думая о проекте, для меня это прежде всего нетворкинг. После первого потока у меня появился ряд новых совершенно ребят, с которыми я общаюсь и с которыми мы делали несколько проектов, пересекались по разным проектам. Мне кажется, это очень классная возможность. Мне очень понравился сам формат, потому что первые 2 недели это действительно такой вот deep dive, когда ты погружаешься в K-Pro, когда ты начинаешь думать по-другому, когда ты чуть-чуть абстрагируешься от своей рутины, которая у тебя каждый день происходит. И вот это, мне кажется, дает такой программе очень интересный поворот и очень сильный толчок.
Наши эксперты читают лекции для участников K-Pro. Мы поддерживаем данную программу, потому что она ставит перед собой долгосрочные цели по совершенствованию профессионального обучения в Казахстане. В данной программе молодые специалисты развивают такие компетенции, как problem solving, системное мышление и лидерство. Наша компания EY очень заинтересована в данной программе, и мы активно ее поддерживаем, так как нам необходимы талантливые специалисты, и поэтому я очень рекомендую всем не упустить возможность участвовать в программе K-Pro.
K-Pro – это уникальный образовательный проект, который не имеет аналогов в Казахстане. Лекторами K-Pro являются представители международных компаний топовых, такие как Microsoft, BCG, Ernst & Young, абсолютно с разных сфер, и у вас будет возможность узнать и расширить свой кругозор во всех направлениях. Приходите на K-Pro, не упустите свой шанс, для вас это огромная возможность открыть нового себя.
Я считаю, что если большее количество сотрудников будут ходить к психологу, то каждый сотрудник найдет для себя новый смысл, для чего это делать, сможет понять свои истинные цели, зачем вообще человек ходит на работу. Ну и, соответственно, атмосфера в коллективе тоже будет благоприятной, потому что каждый сотрудник будет уметь соблюдать свои границы, не нарушать чужие, и эффективность наверняка в работе повысится.
Я думаю, что скажется точно классно, потому что с психологом люди учатся работать своими чувствами, эмоциями и лучше начинают понимать себя. Такие люди точно лучше себя ощущают в командах, и команда лучше себя ощущает с ними. И в таких реалиях эффективность точно будет расти.
СЕЗМ.
Работая в команде, мы так или иначе взаимодействуем с разными людьми. И, по-моему, навык взаимодействия точно такой же важный, как и любой другой рабочий навык. И я считаю, что работа в терапии, она позволит увеличить эффективность взаимодействия и команды в целом.
Ну, думаю, в лучшую сторону 100%. Мы на работе проводим много времени, 8, 10, 12 часов ежедневно. Люди абсолютно разные. Есть люди легкие, есть люди тяжелые. 100% некоторые начинают подгорать. И очень здорово, когда находится выход из этого. И вот я думаю, что как раз терапия – это возможность людям начать говорить о тех вещах, о которых они молчат в офисе, но, соответственно, разгружая этим самую обстановку.
СЕЗМ.
Уважаемые гости, мы готовы продолжить ровно через 3 минуты. Просим проходить по залам.
We will continue in exactly 3 minutes. Please go to the room that you would like to go to now.
Спасибо, то, что вовремя. Раз. Мы просим всех гостей проходить в зал. Центральный зал из Айлы 1, 2, 3, на который находится на чуть один этаж напролет выше, в зависимости от секции, которую выбрали для себя интересной. Поэтому двигаемся дальше. И буквально через 5 минут мы начинаем.
Только зашел на OLX работа и сразу...
Нужен официант, ставка плюс чай. Пойдешь?
А у нас работа под домом.
Брат, а в такси график гибче?
А на кухне карьерный рост.
А у нас вообще огонь!
Заходи на OLX и находи работу в один клик. OLX. Находи свое.
СЕЗМ. Казахстанский сервис онлайн-терапии с опытными и квалифицированными психологами. СЕЗМ для бизнеса – это возможность проявить заботу о своих сотрудниках и предоставить необходимую поддержку. Поддержите сотрудников в сложные периоды жизни. Отслеживайте настроение и состояние людей, а также атмосферу в команде. Развивайте культуру открытости и поддержки в компании. Постройте культуру, основанную на заботе о людях. Инвестиции в людей – это самые важные инвестиции.
Друзья, собираемся. Вы можете сесть плотнее, как вам удобнее. Если комфортно на своих местах, пожалуйста. Можете пересадиться вперед немножко. У нас потом будет перерыв перед награждением лучших HR-ов. Так что мы, в принципе, можем начинать уже сейчас.
Please take your seats. You probably remember where you sat before, or just, pick a comfortable seat, and we will start again.
Я думаю, что мы можем уже начинать. Небольшое.
I think we can continue. Brief introduction from me. Before we start the second part, we split into 4 rooms, as you may know, which is great. It's okay. Everyone has their own particular interests, and we try to generate as much content as possible for different content for everyone. So we won't fit in the same room. So I'd like to thank everyone who's here in the main room. I'd like to remind that OLX and Work and SZIM are our main partners. Korn Ferry, Center Securities, EasyTab, NSP Production, and Contract Research are our other partners. And we will play a short video for a start. So, our learning partner is Lerna. So I'd like to invite Lerna's representative. The topic is lifelong learning, how to motivate, how to train properly. Marina Arefyeva from Lerna. Good afternoon, distinguished colleagues. Those speakers who spoke in the morning before me talked about different trends, and they mentioned on numerous occasions this concept of continuous education, lifelong learning, and this is exactly what we will focus on today. I have about 20 minutes for my presentation, so we'll examine this topic in some detail. We'll talk about the origin of the continuing education concept, the impact it has on people and companies, and then we'll look at some issues companies face in corporate training. And of course, we will talk about what you've all been waiting for, some case studies of how our company, Lerna, helped other companies implement the concept of continuing education. One cannot talk about continuing education without people's universities, without mentioning them. It was within people's universities, this was over 100 years ago in Germany, that the whole concept was developed, the whole idea of continuing education came about. So in today's Germany, there are over 900 people's universities, and over 11% of adults are covered by the people's universities. This is huge. I would like to focus on the following now. The idea of education in people's universities was not looked at as professional development, but as education and development for a human being in all spheres of life. This was home economics, among other things back then, parenting, and other things related to the comprehensive development of a human being, of personality. And it should be noted that it started with lifelong education, and now we're talking about lifelong learning. Key difference is that education is finite, there's an end point, it ends at a certain point, but learning is an endless, continuing process throughout one's life. So some key characteristics of this concept. It covers all processes in life from birth to death. What is also important is that it's based on individuals' specific individual needs and professional needs. It promotes the development of skills and talents, and it's also important that it allows everyone an opportunity to learn, regardless of their age, occupation, income level, or social status. Please look at the numbers that I'm displaying on the screen right now. I'd like to pay special attention to the following. As soon as we can have an impact on how long the person learns for, the duration of learning. The longer people learn, the bigger positive impact it has on the economy. So every additional year of learning translates into additional 3 to 6% of GDP. Numbers speak for themselves. Basically, it is clear why governments and companies should invest in lifelong learning initiatives. What are some of the objectives addressed by continuous learning for companies? It reduces staff turnover, of course. It saves resources as well. It was mentioned on numerous occasions today as well that the labor market cannot always deliver trained personnel to us, so it is cheaper, after all, to train your own people than to recruit the people who are not yet qualified. It's better to train in-house often. It also allows to introduce new technologies to business, because people who are trained then apply the skills that they've learned in their jobs. This is given, of course, that the training was correctly structured and correctly delivered. And if you have the environment of the company where they can invent, where they can apply the things that they've learned. Also, when people learn, they get not only smarter, but also happier and healthier as well, which is also very important for us as employers and for us as HR people as a prevention mechanism for burnout. How to implement the concept of continuing education in a company is the question we're looking at right now. I am going to talk about several things about implementing continuing learning that may hinder the implementation of these initiatives in companies, and I hope that you will learn some useful things that you can then apply in your companies. The first the first challenge is that an employee may have a negative past training experience, not necessarily from training in your company with his current employer, but this might be a previous experience from university or from another training that they've attended. As a result, there's a negative attitude that we may encounter when an employee should participate in various training and development initiatives. What should be the response to that? Is to improve the positive emotional perception of the whole idea of training. It is very important to make sure that the trainees, future trainees, take part in the development of the curriculum, so that it is not a dogma, it is not something that is imposed on them, but the participants play a role in this. They can play a role in selecting the speaker and have an impact on other aspects of the curriculum, so that their experience is overall positive in the end. So when you're selecting trainers for those educational programs, it is very important for those trainers to make sure that the trainees are involved in this process. Gamification is another important factor. I've been working in this sphere for 12 years, and I'm completely convinced that gamification does not ever stimulate you to learn directly, but it has a positive indirect effect, creating a positive emotional atmosphere overall that serves as a good foundation for people learning successfully and being motivated to learn. What are some important case studies to look at now in terms of generating a positive perception of learning? We should start with the mailing lists when we deliver information to our employees, inviting them to train. The perception of this should be positive. So we should use positive emotion to motivate our staff. We should tap into some positive subjects so that people have a smile after reading this content. So these are some examples of the information that we distribute, that our company distributes when we propose different products to our partners, to our potential clients. The second case study is from Gazprom Bank. What was the objective? There was a big training need, and what's interesting was that the employees themselves said that they would like to learn themselves. They took the initiative, but the training budget was quite limited, and Lerna, together with Gazprom, came up with this idea of drawing lots. When employees did not just have receive access to a course, but they pre-selected a course, filled out an application. The application was automatically pre-approved by their manager, and then lots were drawn. So employees would connect online to a portal that handled the drawing of lots, and then the winners indeed gained access to training courses. And the employer obviously fully covered the cost of this training. So people were happy, people liked the fact that they won, and they thought that they were very lucky to have received access to this training product. As a result, about at the end of the year, 800 courses in total were accessed by employees. There were 4 rounds of drawing lots with winners in each round in such areas as IT, management, marketing, and design. Another thing worth mentioning is that there's a lower percentage of employees that are completing the training. So this approach addressed that as well, with 48% of employees completing more than 80% of the program, between 80% and 100%. So practically half of the 800 people that gained access to the training modules completed training, which is an important achievement as well. Another complicating factor when implementing continuing learning is, of course, the misunderstanding of learning objectives. When we impose training on employees, often there's no buy-in and they disagree with the very fact that they have to train. So if the training is not compulsory, we need to pay particular attention to that. We need to cover the value of training for employees, explain why it could be valuable, and if the training is compulsory, then you need to demonstrate which specific area in the employee's individual development plan the specific training will cover. Another important tool is using testing to identify growth areas. When we hear a response from employees that, "Oh, I know everything, I feel like I know everything I need to know, why do I need another course?" Like a course in Excel, for example. But if you test the employee in question on their Excel skills, they're not as confident anymore. And it turns out that there's things that they still need to learn in this area. And this means that the learning objective is a lot clearer at the end. These are some of the examples now of how Lerna could help. One of our products is called mini courses. The idea is that a course or a product develops a specific mini skill for an employee. The lesson is 15 minutes long. At the end of this lesson, the employee is capable of doing some specific things. They're able to try out their new skill and provide a feedback to you, to the HR function, about the extent to which his or her expectations were met. And it's very important also because it allows you to see progress very quickly, because the courses are very short, super short. In fact, because when the program is very long, 3 months or 6 months or a year, it's very difficult to maintain one's motivation over such a long period of time. Another potential difficulty when introducing continuing education is that the company does not understand why to train and what to do with the people who are trained. You may say that, no, that's wrong, Marina. We all see what the point is in each specific training. However, I have a different experience when a customer is not always able to clearly define what are their goals as a result of conducting a specific training, what specific change they would like to see among their employees or in a specific team. Therefore, this is one of the ways to address this. Even though many of you already use this approach, the training brief, the employees may even do that if you have a system in place to cover that, when employees can initiate a training on a specific set of circumstances. There are other scenarios when, which are most common scenarios, when the top managers are the ones requesting the training, so they will not fill out such brief. Then the person responsible for the training interviews the manager in question to learn specifically what behavioral change the manager in question would like to see when the specific employee completes the specific training. This also allows us to develop the correct tools to measure the employees' progress, to see whether they've achieved what was intended or not. I'll give you one recent example. When leaders were trained in a company, the program was about 6 months. It was completed, and after the training, there was the implementation stage when people should come up with their ideas and initiate projects.
So that the company could really reach the results and had leaders with their new ideas. And you know what became across, actually? That apparently the company was not ready to introduce all the companies or any ideas, actually no ideas they were ready to introduce that were brought by the employees, simply because that's not where a company is at the moment. And that means that the results of the program, which the client expects to receive, were not properly formulated. And that's something that needs to be discussed in advance. The fourth difficulty is when the managers themselves do not see the need to educate or to train their staff. Or maybe they are not also the ambassadors of learning. You may see similar difficulties when at the start they say, oh, it's a 50-50, that 50% of professional time will be spent on education and 50% of personal time will be spent on education and learning. That is the promise, but actually once we form the group and when we want to start the education or the training itself, then the managers would say, sorry, it's end of year, we can't do, we have an important report, and so on and so forth. So it's not about the time. It's not about the time. It actually is about not considering this a priority. Not believing that this is of utmost value for the manager and for the employee. So what shall we do in such situations? You need to start with the managers, with the CEOs, so that they could be the ambassadors of learning, of education, so that they could learn and lead by example, demonstrating how important and how valuable it is for the employees. And actually, that's what many HRs do already. They talk about the education and learning from the position of advantages for the CEO, explaining what benefits are going to be achieved and advantages are going to be achieved once the education happened, it took place. What else can Lerna do for you? That's tests and testing. So you see different tests here, the effective CEO, and if you want to train your CEOs and you want to have the very first cycle on actualization of negligence, then, or lack of knowledge, then of course you can run this as a test to understand and evaluate whether your CEO is effective. And then your manager or your leader CEO can do this independently and understand whether trainings are necessary or not necessary. Number 5 is the mismatching format of education for a specific group or for a specific individual. What matters here is to gather the feedback after their learning, after their education, to ask whom we trained, whether the training we offered has helped them satisfy their needs and it met the expectations they had. And then on the basis of the data received, fix the errors and mistakes. So this screen, this slide shows actually segregation of different formats of learning depending on the generation that we teach. Speaking of learner, almost 80% of generation are Zoomers, and 20 remaining are Yers or Gen Ys. Those are managers or top managers or CEOs. So we clearly understand what kind of formats of learning and education we need, what kind of support formats we need for a particular category, depending on the age cohort. So there is a QR code, and if you scan it and then you go to our Telegram channel, you can download and upload a guide that we developed. It's called 48 Instruments to Teach and Educate Your Teams. There are different forms of a teamwork that are very well described with the methodologies, with steps. So there are some algorithms that you can follow and do the trainings independently in order to organize these kind of trainings for your team. And then case learner. 2 years ago in Kazakhstan, I've heard about a direction as tracking. And I must admit that almost a year ago, we started implementing such a case together with Learner. What was the difficulty? The difficulty was that a group of people in a company studied all identical, under identical program, identical curricula. And commitment to the program results was not what the client expected. And then, as a support instrument to those learning online, was the tracking method. So this tracking consisted of an online meeting between the sprints. It was the general chat, messenger chat tool that stimulated and helped answer some difficult questions. And what is also of interest to us, the different contests amongst the employees. So that helped build this emotional background and also helped maintain the commitment to the program, adherence to the program. As a result of the project, the average progress of a course was 90% as a group. That's 10 times higher than the results of the same company, but with different groups who took a similar course. And we're proud to say that tracking works. So that is why we recommend it to everyone who has similar difficulties. I see my time is running out, so I will speed up. Shortage of time. When your employees say, I don't have time for any extra additional learning and education, here you have to make the learning accessible at any moment, whenever people have 15 minutes while commuting to work or back, or while sitting in a queue in a line. Then this kind of tool needs to be made available for that short period of time. So learning is no longer, learning and training is no longer something, a standalone thing. In order to ensure a life, kind of a continuous, uninterrupted learning, it needs to be integrated into regular life of our employees. So here's the learner's case with one of the companies that's called the Knowledge Vortex. What was the main idea here? We gave 30 days of free access to the library of all these mini courses, where it takes no longer than 15 minutes to get a skill or to acquire a skill. However, for 30 days straight, without a day skipped, employee needed to open and go through a course that is no longer than 15 minutes each, like I said. And for those who have done all of these 30 courses in 30 days, So apparently I ran out of time now. So they received the awards and prizes and were supported by a kind of long-term training courses. And oftentimes it is hard for managers to control the results of training. And in order to solve that problem, we have the HR cabinet learner, which keeps track of all the progress, which keeps track of all the time spent there, irrespective of the kind and type of courses. That's sort of a warehouse for all the progress, for all the trainings, education that was taken by the employees. So I'm sure that you're all aware of Learner. It's a corporate platform with courses from the leading online schools. We teach in directions that you see here on the screen. And Learner for us, for you and us, for HR professionals, is important because then we have a chance and opportunity to create the most favorable environment to introduce lifelong learning in the daily life of every employee. And in conclusion, I would like to say that the studies have proven that daily education is very beneficial for health of people as well as the emotional well-being of the individuals. So let's do everything we can to create the environment for lifelong learning. And I'll be happy to take any of your questions during coffee break because my time is up. Thank you, Marina. Well, I took several training courses at their platform and I really like it. However, when I came to Python, I couldn't digest it, no, but thank you. Thanks. Well, I am the next speaker here, so I haven't done that for quite a while at an HR forum. Thank you. Yeah, I like seeing myself the way I look here. I remember the photos of November 2022. Yes, and I look at the photos today, and I like what I see. As you do know, Kameskanir is the insurance company. In the last 3 years, we decided to deal with life insurance. We've been registering a new company, then we had to merge it. There was M&A and so on. So I spent 3 years trying to understand the life insurance, and I found it to be very interesting. For ourselves in Comex, we chose the concept of healthy, wealthy, smart for us and for our clients, and I would like to share some of these ideas around this concept. Maybe some of these things will seem as platitudes, but I would like to throw in some of my personal experience because that's always of great interest to all, right? So let's start. What is being wealthy and smart? I mean, this is what we all want to be, don't we? We all were born to be happy, we were born to be wealthy and to be smart, right? But happiness comes from the health, and which is important for everyone. Balance between these 3 values is the fundamental element of sustainable and happy life. Actually, keeping this balance in check is very difficult. Who of you tried to start your new life from Monday? Okay, Monday. Maybe New Year's, the 1st of January, several times, right? I think it's quite interesting to start your life anew. I remember actually on the 6th of January 2023, the New Year's was Eve. It was quite intense, lots of celebrations. So I came, okay, I came up to my girlfriend and she said, look, honey, I mean, I like men with flesh, but if you're going to keep on eating, you're going to have all the stretch marks on your tummy. That was quite a discovery, wake-up call for me, and I needed to do something about my own health. Of course, there are the whole range of things that affect that. That's healthy eating, physical activity, normalizing your sleep, stress management, avoiding bad habits, and so on. I mean, it is easy to understand, but it's difficult to change. We all live in a world where this is almost impossible to do unless you have several components. Now let's talk about the components, I mean the most important ones. So apparently eating right, eating healthy is the best thing you can do, is the most important thing. The balanced nutrition, actually, it matters. You remember your mom would tell you, this is very good for your health, eat up. But actually, it was really disgusting, right? I mean, remember my childhood. But with age, our eating habits change. And what we did not eat before, such as olives, we started liking them, right? Especially the ones with martini, they go perfectly in. But this healthy food, healthy nutrition actually loses its position because it became very expensive compared to incorrect or unhealthy nutrition, unhealthy food. So, and if you want to really eat healthy, you need to spend a lot of money. You see the salmon, the salads, lots of greens. It costs a lot of money, truly. And that's a bad thing. I mean, that's difficult. If you look at this, according to WHO, 50% of an individual's health depends on a lifestyle. And that is an important factor. Yeah, eating healthy matters, really. When I was preparing for this presentation, I discovered a fact, I mean, unpleasant fact. Apparently in Almaty, we have the highest rates of non-infectious diseases, and that's obesity. 25% of children in Almaty are obese or have some extra weight. So this is the most popular, the most widespread, the most prevalent non-infectious disease. That is why controlling healthy eating in children is necessary. It's hard, but it's necessary. So about the eating healthy, I just started ordering it, and that was it. I cannot cook, I don't have time for that, and I decided to order it. So, you know, initially it wasn't really good, but tasty, but in 2 months or so, you get used to all this. So arugula, like is a good herb apparently, it tastes good. So all this green stuff is good now. I like it now. The next is the physical activity. Who exercises on a regular basis? Good job, well done. Regularly means twice a week. You do it twice a week? Yes? Okay, good. Okay, that was in fitness. Great. The fitness is a good thing. In Almaty, well, in Kazakhstan, 34.2% of people exercise regularly. But if we look at the trends of visiting different gyms, all these activities starts on Monday or from Monday. You have people on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday in the gyms, and actually on Friday you see no one. And on Saturday you see only the fanatics of sports who run miles to do the cardio, and they don't even sweat. This is what fitness is. And people who must exercise actually forget about themselves. Please do not forget about that. Please pay attention to yourself. So what did I start doing? I started actually walking and taking long hikes on lunch. Instead of sitting down and watching YouTube, I hike and I walk for 3 kilometers around the office. Maxim Barashev is there, who sees me oftentimes in the Gandhi Park. I'm there with my headphones. I just walk around the high speed. And that helped. That helped because I wasn't doing many heavy exercises, but I was just walking. Next is good sleep, or sleeping well. This is a big problem, yes. We all live in a world where we run out of time very quickly. We don't have time for ourselves, we don't have time for family, for children, because we have a lot of things to do at work. We're in a hurry, we're catching up with things. Look at these statistics. Apparently, women have insomnia 1.5 times more than men. And the biggest problem, well, first of all, 15% of people do not get enough sleep, and whereas men have 1.5 times higher in rates of insomnia. Normalizing your sleep is difficult. It's difficult to take care of your sleep if you're a mother, if you're a manager, if you're an HR director. It means that on top of your family, on top of your children with their needs and everything, you also have a family at home because you are the mother for a whole team, right? So, and you have this whole thoughts and ideas and bunch of things in your head. They just run around and you can't sleep. You just cannot go to sleep. Nothing helps. What helped me is the routine, is the schedule. Like I have to go to sleep at one particular hour and not later than that. But for that you need a lot of discipline. And also, according to statistics, the sooner you go to bed, the less time you need to recover. If you go to bed to 9, 5 hours is going to be enough. If you go to sleep at 10, then 6 hours is going to be enough. The later you go, the more hours of sleep you'll need to recover. If you go at midnight, you need to sleep for 8 hours. And at 8 o'clock, I mean, in the morning you have to be at work. That is why everyone is suffering from this chronic lack of sleep. I think it's best to go to sleep at 10 p.m., maybe 11 p.m. the latest, and that's be it. Well, I was going to say something about the people's going to bed, but okay, let's not do that. So this is important for normalizing your sleep. And the next one is stress management. We spoke a lot about that with CISM. So 90% of people suffer from stress at work, at the workplace. No one from our employees are emotionally happy, or 90% of them. And it's important to help them, and it's important to help us. Clearly, you can take some maybe herbs or something to stay calm and emotionally happy, but I think it's also important to really go and seek help. In the past, we used to think that actually going and reaching and having a therapist is bad, or it was a negative thing, but actually that's not there anymore. You can address your problem very quickly. If you look at the people who go to different support centers, then 90% of problems are the problems that occur not at the workplace, but at home. People have burnouts mostly because of problems at home, because they cannot discuss it with anyone. And the burnout at work is secondary. I mean, because you are all CEOs or you are the HRDs, you know that if the employee has problems at home in a family, then they won't be able to do anything at work. If someone has problems with children, you have to let them go, and then they will fix the problem, and then they will come back in a calm, peaceful mindset. So, if people are stressed, you need to help.
As for the rest of the things, and I've already covered them, you're very well aware of them. Avoiding bad habits, don't smoke, have periodical checkups, washing hands. We learned that during the pandemic, and social activities. What you're doing today, you attend various forums, you talk to each other at various industrial events, do networking, etc. Mental health is also important. Meditation, we all know how to do that. It works very well. The next is well-being. Creating reserves, investing, and planning for the unforeseen, unexpected expenses. Building reserves, emergency fund budgeting, investments, medium-term investments, portfolio diversity, and planning for the unforeseen expenses, insurance, a bit of advertising for us. Emergency fund, I apologize for the image being non-halal, but it actually reflects, I think it's very relevant. So it's very relevant, but it's not halal. So you should have an emergency fund to last for 3 to 6 months if you lose your job, so that you can find a new source of income and recover from burnout, because that's sometimes the reason for quitting. Budgeting, that's exactly deciding the amount you can save every month, so that you have enough money to last for 3 to 6 months in the end. 23% of only 23% of people in Kazakhstan can save. That's a function of income, level of income, actually. But since this audience is quite adequately paid, I think you can afford to save 25% of your salary. A bit more statistics, almost 1 million investment accounts have been established. Did any one of you buy securities using banks' apps? 4 hands went up in the entire room. This is us, actually, those of us who've opened investment accounts. But if you don't start doing that now, you run the risk of being too late. try it out. The barriers are very low. You're not risking anything. And you will be able to see the main characteristics of the investment tools, of the instruments. This is great because this will enable you, first and foremost, to diversify the portfolio. Some of you may have a piece of real estate that you perhaps rent out. Some of you are making money otherwise, but this is a potential source of passive income when you reach a certain age. Life insurance is great. I can deliver a long lecture on the subject, but I can also be very brief and tell you this. Do you know the access code to the banking app of your spouse? We have a show of hands. 1, 2, 3, 4. If something happens to them, what are you going to do? It's the question. Everyone is supposed to live a long life, etc. But still, it's an important question to ask, because I'm aware of thousands of these examples of you will need 6 months in order to be able to inherit what you have to inherit to gain access to their accounts. But a life insurance policy will enable you to have access to quick short-term liquidity to maintain a lifestyle that your family has. And then you can make extra income on top of that. The investment component of these products is very interesting. We have some representatives who can give you the details if you are interested. The pursuit of knowledge was widely covered during today's event. Marina talked about it, developing your soft skills, taking part in conferences, forums, workshops, networking, and self-diagnosis, learning more about yourself. If you are learning, you're not going to have Alzheimer's. And the saddest thing about Alzheimer's is the following. My father is a bit affected by this condition. He tends to forget. His short-term memory is affected the most. People who have Alzheimer's, after a certain point, they don't recognize you in the present time. They remember the little you when you were little, but not in the current time. So you should keep learning throughout your entire lives to avoid Alzheimer's. Especially since there are more and more opportunities to learn now than ever, online and offline. Oksana recently went to Boston and took part in the executive course, and so Oksana, you're not going to suffer from Alzheimer's, believe me, and you will remember your children throughout their entire lives. You don't have to learn in the conventional sense for 4 or 5 years. This continued lifelong learning is also very much an option. Forums, attending various forums is also very important. Thank you very much for coming to this one. It is attending those conferences, whether they're paid or unpaid. This is what allows you to broaden your horizons, to meet new people, learn useful things in your professional life. This is a wonderful also opportunity for networking purposes, for selling. This is also about recharging and getting the energy from the professional community. I see how glad you are to see each other here at this event. You're hugging and kissing, etc. Socializing is probably the most important thing, because we do things we do because we love doing it. A bit more on learning more about yourself and listening to yourself. This is extremely important as well. The digital challenges were covered in a lot of detail today, whether some professions are going to disappear or not. And futurists, some of them say that after a while in the future, people are going to have a chance to relax because robots are going to do a lot of things, and there'll be a personal robot assistant, and very soon, and many of the daily household things are going to be done for you. So what's going to be left for us to do? That's the question. It is about, I believe, learning more and more about yourself and enjoying life. A bit more now about, we work in HR, so we should pay attention to how our organizations are developing. We're doing things such as organizing well-being initiatives for employees, financial literacy. This is what we cover as well. How many of you get messages from court bailiffs about your employees not repaying their loans, etc.? It seems that we're paying our employees. I mean, but it's about financial literacy. Since when you have a consumer loan with a 56% annual percentage rate, it's just suicide. There are many other ways to have access to more money to cover your daily needs. You can start with discussing the situation with your employer. You shouldn't forget about insurance as well, and life insurance is used more and more widely now for retention purposes, for key executives, etc. We are also striving to make our organizations ever more efficient, and the main tool is our employees. So it's about them first and foremost. This is it, I believe. And I tried to be brief. What can I say about my own transformation? Probably wouldn't have happened if it were not for the support. I'd like to thank Elena for this. If you want to know how to lose 40 kilos between the two of us, ask us how. We played it off each other, we competed, and these several months were put to good use. We're very happy as a result. Please remember that this balance is very important, the balance between health, welfare, and mental development. Remember that the most important person in your life is you. Please remember that. It's you, then your husband, then your children, then the rest of your family. The priorities are very important. And the main priority is that the most important person is you. And for the husbands, it's the opposite. And be happy in everything. In conclusion, thank you very much for your attention. Talent management system approach is the topic of our next presentation. Dear colleagues and friends, I'm glad to welcome you at 11th Kazakhstan HR Forum. The colleagues asked me to share some unique cases. There'll be many of them. Since we'll be talking about talent management, this means that it's about having systematic, comprehensive approach. Some basic information about me: I'm an HR director at Centris Group. 16 years of experience, 12 years of management experience, 5 years as an HRD for Centris Group. I am the organizer of today's event, the HR Club, our workshop, K-Pro, our social education project. I'm responsible for core culture, talent development, etc. Centris Securities is part of our group. Comis Comir, Centris Insurance, General Insurance companies, SOS Medical Assistance is a company that runs a network of medical centers, as well as Popeyes, a new company. It's an American fast food, chicken fast food brand that we're now introducing to Kazakhstan. Centris philosophy is as follows: win, become the best version of yourself. Win-win, take care of your partner, grow together. And triple win, make the world around you better. These are not just words for us. We indeed deliver on this philosophy, and our culture is about growing champions, stars, and talents. And evidence of that, one evidence of that is today's event and many other events that we hold. We organize a total of more than 10 events altogether in Kazakhstan. And we have an individual specifically responsible for each one of the events. They are our top managers, our champions. We organize the forums ourselves. No third parties involved in terms of the overall organization. It is our staff that organizes the events. Round of applause to our people, therefore, who try to make those events better. Moving on to the subject of career growth and talent management, our career ladder looks as follows. The first 3 levels, from the bottom, from the assistant to the senior, responsible for administration, then manager, director level are responsible for leadership, and the top management is responsible for strategic things, for the vision. I will focus more on each one of those sub-levels, each one of those brackets, and I will talk to you about what we're doing in our company as part of this. Starting with the bottom of the pyramid, we have Buddy, Senate, CLP, and Stretch Task. These are the methods that we're using. Buddy is an assistant, basically, that helps a new employee to adapt in the company. An application is used for this purpose. It was developed in-house. Buddy is selected by each one of the new employees based on age, shared interests, and some other characteristics that are offered by the app that handles the buddy function. And the buddy can accept or turn down a request to become a buddy. So this is sort of a two-way street. The next tool is the Senate, as we call it. These are proactive employees that help the HR function to develop the corporate culture. This is a self-organizing body whose responsibilities include internal communications, organizational leisure time and teamwork, adaptation of newcomers, representing the interests of all employees before the company management. We work in all those areas. We have 6 officers who are responsible for teamwork, integration, education, interests, innovation, and cultural life, what the employees do during the free time. So the senators are responsible for that. Some pictures now from our initiatives. The next tool is CLP, which stands for Central Leadership Program. It's responsible for development of the soft and hard skills. This is a learning program, 12 weeks long, 8 plus 8 weeks project work. Each day in the training covers a specific subject area, as is described on the screen. Stretch Task is the next component, is a project-based approach aimed at identifying talents. A team is established as part of the Stretch Task tool that works on a specific task in the agile format. There's a product owner that's appointed, a team, and mentors from the top management that help the team to achieve the results in a specific initiative. Then the team works for 3 months on addressing a specific issue. That the ideas are then defended at the demo pitch, and then the jury judges the ideas, which ones work, which ones tend not to work, and then they accept or reject the projects. The line managers are the next level. The line managers, for them, talent management is organized in the following way. We have developed a unique ratings-based assessment system or evaluation system. We call it Zen. The purpose is to perform an evaluation for the purpose of developing leadership skills among the managers to help them grow and grow their people. It consists of the 3 main blocks and 27 behavioral parameters in total. This tools includes everything. CN stands for competence, engagement, and new experience. It includes the feedback mechanisms that should be used by the managers, to what extent they're actually doing that, how well they do their job in terms of retention, reducing staff turnover, to what extent they develop their people and channel them into our various projects. All of this is described in this tool. I'm just listing some of the key areas here. And the ranking, the grading scale is an A to D scale. You receive a certain grade that stimulates the growth of the managers and makes sure they grow they make sure that their people grow, people under them grow. We have a lot of leadership personal growth programs. We have EDP, leadership, functional, and personal are the 3 areas where it works. We develop the personal development plan for each one of the managers, and they start developing as part of these competencies. The next is our forums, clubs. This is how people are able to get a lot of relevant information. We also organize specialized workshops and professionalized Kazakhstan, which last for an entire year, and our people can take part in those programs as well. We also have centers management, which consists of 10 certifications. The training goes on for a year. There's project works involved as well. And each one of our managers is supposed to be certified as part of this program in leadership, HR, agile, etc. We also have Centers Forum. We'll cover that in a bit more detail a bit later. And we have Centers Day, which is another initiative to develop our people. Centers Forum is a format that entails meeting in small groups to discuss personal, professional, family issues, and everything that is being discussed in those groups remains confidential. Everything remains confidential. As I said, everything that is shared in those discussions stays there. Our managers support this because it allows you to emotionally unload yourself, but it also allows us to address some important issues. Centers Day is another important initiative that is conducted 4 times a year. Every time it focuses on a different area: strategy, family, culture, and service, namely. And this is not just an opportunity to develop, but also to relax. Combine the things that we need to do with the things that we like doing. Moving on to the top management, we have programs for this purpose as well. Top managers act as mentors, as speakers at our academy, as champions in all of our forums, clubs, workshops. They also act as moderators as part of our Centers forums. They're also responsible for the business projects. In other words, we never stop. We keep working on establishing new products, new projects, creating new businesses, and our top management is responsible for that. They act as champions as part of those various projects. I would like to now complete my presentation by saying that our priority is growing talent internally. 80% of our managers grew within the group, and only 20% came externally. That's our approach. So Centers equals people. is indeed our motto. This is indeed an integral part of our culture, and here are some photos from our various corporate events. Different employees participating. Thank you very much for your attention. If you have any questions, I'll be glad to take them. A bit later, here's my contact information. I'm always open to discussion, and please don't hesitate to contact me. Thank you very much. Thank you. Asem, please don't leave the stage yet. Let me present this to you with great pleasure, and thank you for your presentation once again.
Друзья, мы переходим.
Friends, let's move on to a very important part of our today's event. These are our nominations. Can I? So we have several nominations, and actually under all the events that we conduct here, we mark the professionals. We celebrate and mark the contribution of the professionals. HR Forum is no exception, and we would like to recognize the contribution of the professionals. I think they need to be recognition. They need to be recognition by the professional community. And now we're gonna have the most important event, or the most important part of today's days, which is the best of the best, HRD of 2023. We have asked the members of our nomination committee, the members of the jury, to evaluate and to assess the projects that have been submitted for the nominations. Under the following criteria that you can see on the screen, the jury members looked at the strong corporate culture, high professional standards, talent management, which is very important for an HRD, learning experience, as well as community impact. It is important that HR is not just HR for the sake of being HR, but also could influence and somehow impact the community. And I would like to invite you over here. Don't be afraid, because we need really to try to participate in all these communities, and let's be part of it. So we have. These are the jury members: Eldar Abdurazakov, Oksana Brichevska, Yulia Kusidya, Alina Blambergen, the CEO of KASI, Gulmira Raisova, the member of the Coordinating Council of HR Managers Association, Roshan Iskhanova, who was being the serial entrepreneur, and Mikhail Germenhauser, the manager director of the Eurasian region of Antal companies. So these people have been selected from the best of the best. I would like to give the floor to Eldar Abdurazakov, the chairperson of the board. Of Center's Growth Forum. I think it's a very good tradition that we have, and the best practices are usually based on tradition. HRD cannot really prove that they are the best alone. It is only possible when they are evaluated and assessed by other professionals. And we're happy that we selected the three best. And it's important that these people. These are the people who we hope will share the experience around themselves, and actually will bring some good stuff, and will then lighten up new stars. Let's expect the. Let's welcome the nominees. Our first winner for the project on enhancing the HR infrastructure is a business partner on HR management of Dili Logistics Company, Alexei Chestekov. So, Alexei, congratulations. Congratulations. Our second winner for the projects on brand building, the dream employer for ambitious and talented people, is Deputy HRD of Eurasian Group, Akmaral Найзабекова.
Акмарал, нет, это место ее. Как вас зовут? Как вас зовут?
Акмарал? No. Альмира.
Обязательно. Поэтому давайте фото.
Well, hope you deliver this to Akmaral. And the third, last but not least, the third winner is for the project on gamification of Freedom Retail and Freedom School of Ecosystem. Лаура Кисамединова. So, just a photo, please. So, HR, the best HR here, please stand here in the middle. Yes, I'm going to train my public speaking skills since I have put on these shoes of best HRD. I'll have to do that. I'm very thankful to the jury member, to the organizers of this contest. This is the platform where you can really try what you know, try your best, and we did it. I mean, this is a way for me to prove that I'm the best HRD. Thank you, we did it. We did it all together. I'll say a couple of words, please. This is unexpected, really. My team decided to sort of play a trick on me, and I'm very thankful to them for that, because I was here for a year in this company, and in a year we were able to kind of smooth out and this business that grew threefold, and we really need to kind of improve it better and go even more seamless. Next year we're going to grow by another 50%. So the story continues. Thank you. On behalf of my manager, I would like to express my gratitude for this high, appreciation. I'm very thankful to the members of the jury. I wish you all the best, all the success, with respect to yourself, to the people, so that that you are also appreciated by your stakeholders, and that you're backed up reliably and safely. So don't go, please don't go. We're going to take a kind of group photo with 5 of us, and then there will be a photo of 3 of you. So you 3 please stay here. Yeah, they're going to be a nice photo of you, so that you could have this memory, yeah. Congratulations to you all. Well, you know that next year, one can submit their nomination and actually may win this award. And that way, the HR sector will have new heroes. Thank you very much. And thank you, jury, for helping us with the selection process. And now we have nonetheless interesting speaker. Well, it's EasyTap company. It's the one I like a lot. I'm really curious about what they do. And now I'd like to invite them with the topic, their career is no longer needed, and what the people need, or what the candidates and nominates need. Magzum Tulesh will be speaking about it. Magzum, please come up here. Hello, friends. It wasn't an easy day. There were lots of information. Let's give it a hand to the organizers of the forum to try to wake up a little bit, because there are IT people are here. So greetings, my name is Magzoum. I'm the founder and the CEO of EasyTap company. We help dozens and almost 80 companies who use our service to find employees for an hour. And then these people can be recruited by the company for on a permanent basis. So I do not want to advertise. We do have more than 150 people in more than 10 cities of Kazakhstan. We recently launched in Kyrgyzstan. In this evening, I'll be going to Tashkent. So this morning, I saw these beautiful numbers and analytics of what is expected by the candidates, by the people, what they pay attention to, what they look at. Everything was great, but I disagree with only one thing, that we took this gap and we took the age between 18 to 60. I think that's wrong, because the time moves very swiftly, and how often do you say that youth is not the same what it used to be? I'm not old, but I already can tell. I find myself talking to my team, telling them that something has changed and they're different already. So sometimes when they say new words and new phrases, I don't recognize it. So as an IT company, we had a hypothesis that we needed to prove. And also I had a hypothesis that you do not need to compare the generation of the 20-year-olds with the generation of 40-year-olds. You need to compare the 22-year-olds with the 28-year-olds. Why? Before this forum, we started a study, and today I'd love to share the results of this study. So on the basis of our study, we generated several conclusions. A lot has been said about AI, and we have accumulated a portrait of an individual of 20 years old. So we called her Asel, and we have uploaded all the data that we have, and it's kind of a collective image of someone of 20 years old who choosing the profession already worked. Then we decided to go for someone older, but also of a different gender. That's a male who's 28 years old, and this again a kind of cumulative image of someone who started working in Kazakhstan and who faces some difficulties and problems. At the end, I will talk in greater detail, but now I'd like to talk about the figures and data and analytics. And today's presentation will be shorter, and you will be able to get the longer version by having scanned the QR code, by having left your email, and sales are going to be happy, and then we'll send the presentation to your email. So we did this online poll, and by the computer-assisted web interview methodology. 1,000 people participated in it. We decided to focus on Almaty and Astana because this is where the audience of our colleagues, and they're mostly concentrated in these two cities. The second, our goal was to study the career preferences of youth in the context of generations. So we took the youth and broke it down into two generations. We had two groups, the one of 18, 25 years old, and the second group is 29 years old. And now let's move on to the numbers, to the figures that we have received. The first was the question: who was the person who has influenced the choice of profession? And right away we had quite an interesting set of answers, that apparently people older than 25 years old, so between 25 to 30, they were helped, or someone chose their profession for them. Those were parents or their relatives, older relatives. If you talk about the younger generation, 18 years old, 25 years old age cohort, these are the people who chose the profession given their own willingness, their own desire. They took the decisions independently. And then for some, they had parents to help them, but all in all, we see the difference already, although they are not so different in age. Second was a question: what are the criteria that helped you choose your profession? So the older guy said, I chose it on this basis of the demand for a particular profession. Not popularity, but actually demand. They said you need 100,000 IT people, and we all decided to go and study IT and learn IT. And it doesn't mean that something in demand doesn't mean that it's popular. So this audience chose the profession based on on the demand of that particular profession, whereas the younger generation chooses the profession given its popularity. And popularity means when my good friend Arman Yusupov says being a marketologist is great. It doesn't mean that you're going to make a lot of money, but everyone starts thinking that it's really great, that it's really excellent. So, and there were some criteria. So when for older people, the salary matters, and actually, but younger people, they say that the bonuses matter as well. And we started going after them, changing them, and everything. Said why is this happening? And apparently, when there is a big penetration of social media, and you see this, luxury life in Yesentay and other places, young people understand that they don't need to limit themselves in salary, in income, and if they can make more money, that's excellent. So therefore, the bonuses affect the younger generation, actually, where stability is more important for older people. Now we're trying to understand whether the expectations and reality meet in terms of criteria. So you think that's a great employer, and whether that expectations were met, that was all justified. And now there is a difference. If someone chose the profession given someone else's recommendations or expectations, then those kind of expectations are not justified. And usually it happens better, or there are more justified expectations when the individuals decide themselves where to go and who to work, who to be. So choosing an employer is also excellent. And those at the age of 28 years old, 20-year-old choose their jobs through different job boards and different announcement boards. And we're very happy that the young generation does not do that, because we keep on saying that they are our indirect competitors, and actually we're going to conquer their audience. So these younger people, they choose through friends. And when I'm talking about, when I say friends, it's not about actually the people that they know. It is about the feedback or references and comments. If you go to our TikTok or Instagram, you will see that the highest number of views are collected not by jokes or anything, but actually when we put someone there who says that is it help them find a good job or find something good, find something interesting. So it means that people used to trust brands, and now people trust people. And actually it is important for the companies to focus on that as well. We see that a lot of companies pay attention to that, some companies do not, and this is it. So, and then we asked them, what do you need to do to drive you from the company? And it's interesting that the older generation is ready to suffer a little bit. But for younger generation, it is easier. I mean, they don't want to wait for the salary if the salary is delayed, because they need to do if they need to do. Salary matters.
There are the criteria that you can learn more about when you look at the presentation later on. Let's focus on the most important things meanwhile. We also asked for the perks that you might be interested in, and which ones do you consider useless. Some of the fringe benefits. Paid sports, fitness center subscription is mentioned there. I think it is an achievement by our friends from OneFit. For the older generation, online libraries are mentioned. Let us now sum up. What is this profile, after all? So it was for a reason that AI generated this profile with Astana in the background. So Arman is 28 years old, and they make a decision on the choice of their occupation, based on the opinion of his relatives. They're striving for financial stability, driven by salary level and career growth. They're also interested in the good public image of their employer. The relationship with the manager is a crucial factor for Arman. They prefer to use online services and bulletin boards, and they want to eventually establish a business of their own in the future. Not right now, but later on. But for a younger generation, it's slightly different. Asel, for example, made a decision about her future career on her own, without considering the opinion of their relatives, for example. And it's more of a discovery process for her, looking at different jobs potentially in different areas. And this is another scenario that people can try out different jobs, and if they're interested, they can stay in that job. So Asel selected a prestigious university because they want to be part of the trend. They prefer a prestigious university, and their preferences are driven by monetary factors. But in terms of looking for jobs specifically, Asel prefers networking more than other services. Therefore, the services that show user opinions, user ratings are very important. Asel also wants to become an entrepreneur eventually, and there's proof of that in our own experience, in the experience of our company. The people have a job, and then they generate additional income as a freelancer. They try other things. Partly it's probably perhaps because they're young, but it also means that the young generation is driven, they're trying to make more money, etc. They're very well motivated. So what to do is the question. We're not ready to give specific advice here. Advice is not always welcome, but this is the way we see it. But it's not a given. First and foremost, for the 18 to 25s, it is important to show that the schedule is flexible. It's important to underscore that they can work from home, that it is flexible. It's widespread approach now, but this is still a conclusion that we drew from this. To maintain a balance is also important, because otherwise people burn out. Continuous feedback is also important. We are a company after all, and people leave us as well. We're always at war in that sense. We're not always able to give feedback, and people who come to our exit interviews say that they often lacked feedback, lacked support from us as an employer. So it is important. Continuous education is also important to keep growing the skills, keep developing the skills, and career growth opportunities are also important. The next main conclusion is that generations start getting older very quickly, not physically, but in terms of their worldview, their stereotypes, etc. And it's very important for you to bear this in mind. Take a look at your social networks, see how they operate. Or do they operate based on the situation this year or 2 or 5 years ago? Everything keeps changing very fast. TikTok is now a lot bigger than it was some time ago, and it took away a lot of users from Instagram, for example. So the situation keeps changing. It's important to be aware of that. People get excited very quickly. Look at cancel culture, for example, how quickly that caught on, etc. That may have an impact on your company as well. For some of our clients, may have some issues with line personnel, some rude behaviors when people take time and effort to rate different services, say that they didn't like this, they didn't like that, and all of that is shared, and it has its impact. So it's very important to focus on this public relations component. If a mistake was made, it's important to provide the relevant feedback, always in a timely manner, and acknowledge your mistakes. And more bonuses, more remuneration for results. We see that as well. People like to make more money, which is great. We want every person in Kazakhstan to be richer, which means that the company will be richer as well, and the country will be richer. And gather more feedback as well, more ratings. Such as coffee shops say that we'll give you a cookie if you leave a rating on 2GIS, for example, or in another app, which is great. More feedback. We try to share more and more background about how we operate, which investors we talk to, etc. We provide constant feedback. Then people have a better idea of where we're going, how we're doing it. So feedback is extremely important. And lastly, it is important, we believe, to make your HR brand fashionable. This is what we're focusing on right now, to make it fashionable to work as a waiter, a merchandiser, because waiters make more than some public servants, a lot more. Not everyone is going to become an entrepreneur or a top manager, so it's very important to deliver this message for your company as well. Why is it cool to work for your company? Why is it prestigious? You need to approach it from a different angle for your marketing person, who not only increases your revenue by driving sales, but also they're the ones growing your brand. Lastly, and I'm very glad that it's becoming a tradition, that we keep saying that a business is about people first and foremost. It's people, not robots. We've discussed AI, etc., and algorithms today, but people are going to come first and foremost, especially here in Central Asia. I'm very glad to see you here. Many thanks for your attention, and if you have any questions, we're here, and this is a QR code where you can access information about us and leave your contacts. So Makhzum, thank you very much for your presentation. Huge thanks from us as always, and take this to Uzbekistan with you. Makhzum, don't leave just yet. Let's have a picture taken. That's important for the social media, right? Thank you so much. We have a couple of announcements. Now, don't forget about the workshops on the 29th of November and the 6th of December on 2 interesting subjects. Please make sure you sign up. We have a table in the hallway. Take a look at the list of topics to be covered during those events. Another important thing after the coffee break is that we're going to have Anna after the coffee break from EY. We're going to talk about the job market for HR people. We keep discussing, all the other occupations, but we're not discussing HR so far. We'll have that after the break. And we will talk about the future of HR as well after the coffee break. 30 minutes for the coffee break. 4:45 is the time we come back. So 30 minutes. Let's have a chance to relax and talk to each other, and come back here in 30 minutes time.
Нужен официант, ставка плюс чай. Пойдешь?
А у нас работа под домом.
Брат, а в такси график гибче?
А на кухне карьерный рост.
А у нас вообще огонь!
Заходи на OLX и находи работу в один клик. OLX. Находи свое.
СЕЗМ. Казахстанский сервис онлайн-терапии с опытными и квалифицированными психологами. СЕЗМ для бизнеса – это возможность проявить заботу о своих сотрудниках и предоставить необходимую поддержку. Поддержите сотрудников в сложные периоды жизни. Отслеживайте настроение и состояние людей, а также атмосферу в команде. Развивайте культуру открытости и поддержки в компании. Постройте культуру, основанную на заботе о людях. Инвестиции в людей – это самые важные инвестиции.
СЕЗМ.
Что такое K-Pro? Ну, прежде всего, K-Pro ориентировано дать молодому профессионалу большее видение. Что происходит в мире, куда мы движемся, потому что сегодняшний темп изменений, он сегодня колоссальный. Не стоит останавливаться на просто знаниях. Нужны практические навыки. И сегодня в K-Pro вы имеете такую огромную возможность ознакомиться с лучшими казахстанскими практиками. Возможности, что развивается не в книжках, а то, что как реализуется это в жизни и сегодня в Казахстане. Это уникальная возможность привести весь лучший опыт практически в Казахстане сегодня на одну площадку, на площадку Professionalize Kazakhstan. Нельзя биться в этом мире в одиночку. Нужно создать свою среду, то, что мы называем support network. Это возможность тех людей найти, которые являются своими единомышленниками с вами, те люди, которые смогут вам помочь в самый сложный момент. Я думаю, в этом прелесть K-Pro, таких же ребят энергичных, молодых, которые готовы двигаться вперед сегодня с ногу со временем, изучать новую практику и помогать друг другу. Поэтому всех ждем на K-Pro.
Я участвовала в первом потоке K-Pro. На самом деле, думая о проекте, для меня это прежде всего нетворкинг. После первого потока у меня появился ряд новых совершенно ребят, с которыми я общаюсь и с которыми мы делали несколько проектов, пересекались по разным проектам. Мне кажется, это очень классная возможность. Мне очень понравился сам формат, потому что первые 2 недели это действительно такой вот deep dive, когда ты погружаешься в K-Pro, когда ты начинаешь думать по-другому, когда ты чуть-чуть абстрагируешься от своей рутины, которая у тебя каждый день происходит. И вот это, мне кажется, дает такой программе очень интересный поворот и очень сильный толчок.
Наши эксперты читают лекции для участников K-Pro. Мы поддерживаем данную программу, потому что она ставит перед собой долгосрочные цели по совершенствованию профессионального обучения в Казахстане. В данной программе молодые специалисты развивают такие компетенции, как problem solving, системное мышление и лидерство. Наша компания EY очень заинтересована в данной программе, и мы активно ее поддерживаем, так как нам необходимы талантливые специалисты, и поэтому я очень рекомендую всем не упустить возможность участвовать в программе K-Pro.
K-Pro – это уникальный образовательный проект, который не имеет аналогов в Казахстане. Лекторами K-Pro являются представители международных компаний топовых, такие как Microsoft, BCG, Ernst & Young, абсолютно с разных сфер, и у вас будет возможность узнать и расширить свой кругозор во всех направлениях. Приходите на K-Pro, не упустите свой шанс, для вас это огромная возможность открыть нового себя.
Я считаю, что если большее количество сотрудников будут ходить к психологу, то каждый сотрудник найдет для себя новый смысл, для чего это делать, сможет понять свои истинные цели, зачем вообще человек ходит на работу. Ну и, соответственно, атмосфера в коллективе тоже будет благоприятной, потому что каждый сотрудник будет уметь соблюдать свои границы, не нарушать чужие, и эффективность наверняка в работе повысится.
Я думаю, что скажется точно классно, потому что с психологом люди учатся работать своими чувствами, эмоциями и лучше начинают понимать себя. Такие люди точно лучше себя ощущают в командах, и команда лучше себя ощущает с ними. И в таких реалиях эффективность точно будет расти.
СЕЗМ.
Работая в команде, мы так или иначе взаимодействуем с разными людьми. И, по-моему, навык взаимодействия точно такой же важный, как любой другой рабочий навык. И я считаю, что работа в терапии, она позволит увеличить эффективное взаимодействие и команды в целом.
Ну, думаю, в лучшую сторону 100%. Мы на работе проводим много времени, 8, 10, 12 часов ежедневно. Люди абсолютно разные. Есть люди легкие, есть люди тяжелые. 100% некоторые начинают подгорать. И очень здорово, когда находится выход из этого. И вот я думаю, что как раз терапия – это возможность людям начать говорить о тех вещах, о которых они молчат в офисе. Ну, соответственно, разгружая этим самым обстановку.
СЕЗМ.
Только зашел на OLX работа и сразу...
Нужен официант, ставка плюс чай. Пойдешь?
А у нас работа под домом.
Брат, а в такси график гибче?
А на кухне карьерный рост.
А у нас вообще огонь!
Заходи на OLX и находи работу в один клик. OLX. Находи свое.
СЕЗМ. Казахстанский сервис онлайн-терапии с опытными и квалифицированными психологами. СЕЗМ для бизнеса – это возможность проявить заботу о своих сотрудниках и предоставить необходимую поддержку. Поддержите сотрудников в сложные периоды жизни. Отслеживайте настроение и состояние людей, а также атмосферу в команде. Развивайте культуру открытости и поддержки в компании. Постройте культуру, основанную на заботе о людях. Инвестиции в людей – это самые важные инвестиции.
СЕЗМ.
Что такое K-Pro? Ну, прежде всего, K-Pro ориентировано дать молодому профессионалу большее видение. Что происходит в мире, куда мы движемся, потому что сегодняшний темп изменений, он сегодня колоссальный. Не стоит останавливаться на просто знаниях, нужны практические навыки. И сегодня в K-Pro вы имеете такую огромную возможность ознакомиться с лучшими казахстанскими практиками, возможности, что развивается не в книжках, а то, что как реализуется это в жизни и сегодня в Казахстане. Это уникальная возможность привести весь лучший опыт практически в Казахстане сегодня на одну площадку, на площадку Professionalize Казахстан. Нельзя биться в этом мире в одиночку. Нужно создать свою среду, то, что мы называем support network. Это возможность тех людей найти, которые являются своими единомышленниками с вами, те люди, которые смогут вам помочь в самый сложный момент. Я думаю, в этом прелесть K-Pro, таких же ребят энергичных, молодых, которые готовы двигаться вперед сегодня с ногу со временем, изучать новую практику и помогать друг другу. Поэтому всех ждем на K-Pro.
Я участвовала в первом потоке K-Pro. На самом деле, думая о проекте, для меня это прежде всего нетворкинг. После первого потока у меня появился ряд новых совершенно ребят, с которыми я общаюсь и с которыми мы делали несколько проектов, пересекались по разным проектам. Мне кажется, это очень классная возможность. Мне очень понравился сам формат, потому что первые 2 недели это действительно такой вот deep dive, когда ты погружаешься в K-Pro, когда ты начинаешь думать по-другому, когда ты чуть-чуть абстрагируешься от своей рутины, которая у тебя каждый день происходит. И вот это, мне кажется, дает такой программе очень интересный поворот и очень сильный толчок.
Наши эксперты читают лекции для участников K-Pro. Мы поддерживаем данную программу, потому что она ставит перед собой долгосрочные цели по совершенствованию профессионального обучения в Казахстане. В данной программе молодые специалисты развивают такие компетенции, как problem solving, системное мышление и лидерство. Наша компания EY очень заинтересована в данной программе, и мы активно ее поддерживаем, так как нам необходимы талантливые специалисты, и поэтому я очень рекомендую всем не упустить возможность участвовать в программе K-Pro.
K-Pro – это уникальный образовательный проект, который не имеет аналогов в Казахстане. Лекторами K-Pro являются представители международных компаний топовых, такие как Microsoft, BCG, Ernst & Young, абсолютно с разных сфер, и у вас будет возможность узнать и расширить свой кругозор во всех направлениях. Приходите на K-Pro, не упустите свой шанс, для вас это огромная возможность открыть нового себя.
Я считаю, что если большее количество сотрудников будут ходить к психологу, то каждый сотрудник найдет для себя новый смысл, для чего это делать, сможет понять свои истинные цели, зачем вообще человек ходит на работу. Ну и, соответственно, атмосфера в коллективе тоже будет благоприятной, потому что каждый сотрудник будет уметь соблюдать свои границы, не нарушать чужие, и эффективность наверняка в работе повысится.
Я думаю, что скажется точно классно, потому что с психологом люди учатся работать своими чувствами, эмоциями и лучше начинают понимать себя. Такие люди точно лучше себя ощущают в командах, и команда лучше себя ощущает с ними. И в таких реалиях эффективность точно будет расти.
Сезон.
Работая в команде, мы так или иначе взаимодействуем с разными людьми. И, по-моему, навык взаимодействия точно такой же важный, как любой другой рабочий навык. И я считаю, что работа в терапии, она позволит увеличить эффективное взаимодействие и команды в целом.
Думаю, в лучшую сторону 100%. Мы на работе проводим много времени, 8, 10, 12 часов ежедневно. Люди абсолютно разные. Есть люди легкие, есть люди тяжелые. 100% некоторые начинают подгорать. И очень здорово, когда находится выход из этого. И вот я думаю, что как раз терапия – это возможность людям начать говорить о тех вещах, о которых они молчат в офисе. Ну, соответственно, разгружая этим самым обстановку.
Сезон.
Только зашел на OLX работа и сразу...
Нужен официант, ставка плюс чай. Пойдешь?
А у нас работа под домом.
Брат, а в такси график гибче?
А на кухне карьерный рост.
А у нас вообще огонь!
Заходи на OLX и находи работу в один клик. OLX. Находи свое.
СЕЗМ. Казахстанский сервис онлайн-терапии с опытными и квалифицированными психологами. СЕЗМ для бизнеса – это возможность проявить заботу о своих сотрудниках и предоставить необходимую поддержку. Поддержите сотрудников в сложные периоды жизни. Отслеживайте настроение и состояние людей, а также атмосферу в команде. Развивайте культуру открытости и поддержки в компании. Постройте культуру, основанную на заботе о людях. Инвестиции в людей – это самые важные инвестиции.
СЕЗМ.
Что такое K-Pro? Ну, прежде всего, K-Pro ориентировано дать молодому профессионалу большее видение. Что происходит в мире?
Дорогие друзья, просим заходить в зал, мы продолжаем. Пожалуйста, все, кто в холле, заходим в зал.
Не стоит останавливаться на просто...
Давайте двигаться дальше.
Ну и практические навыки. И
немножко остается.
Такую огромную возможность.
Прекрасное выступление про рынок труда самих HR.
Возможности.
Панельная дискуссия про будущее HR. Розыгрыш призов, а потом все на коктейль пойдем. Поэтому просим всех в зал. Друзья, проходим в зал, проходим. Дорогой оргкомитет, попросить.
Well, the organization committee, can you ask people who are still outside to come inside? Okay, can we turn on the lights, please? I have a couple of announcements to make. I would like to thank our partners once again, who are OLX SWOBODA and CSM, the general partner, and official partners, the Gordon Ferry, Lerner, EZTAP, NSP Production, and Contact Intersearch. I would also like to thank specifically the Coaching Institute. Irina Lazareva, thank you so much for the wonderful coaching sessions that you have conducted for our participants. And I would also like to thank our mentors who found time and conduct the mentorship meetings with our mentees. HR gurus share the experience and knowledge with the younger colleagues. So that is really wonderful. Thank you so much, those who support us yearly. Thank you, really. It's a lot. Now we're moving on to the most interesting part because, okay, so short video, correct? Yeah, let's run the video. Let's look at the screen. Top 20 professions of the future. Transformation of education in the future. Well, this is how AI sees the future of HR. All the images that you saw here were not done by designers, they were all done by the AI. And actually what I saw there is that the offices went completely empty. This is not what I really want to see because we all are human beings and we want this to continue working and functioning. So now as for the HR themselves, and the types of HR themselves. Anna Vorovkova, the floor is yours now to talk about all these very interesting aspects of HR and HR work. Hello, colleagues. I'm very happy to see all of you here, and I hope we all came back after the coffee break in our entirety. Well, first of all, let's give a round of applause to each and every one of us here. This is the end of today. We've learned a lot of interesting things. We had a lot of interesting insights, and I'm the last speaker of today. I'll be talking about the future of HR, and then we will have the panel discussion at the end, and we will look at what is ahead of us and how we're going to develop further and what is expected from our profession. Let me introduce myself and why I am here and talking to you about that. My name is Anna Vorovkova. I'm the head of HR consulting group of EY Kazakhstan. I think many of you are familiar with EY, and we also have a big people consulting part. And in that sense, we cover the whole cycle of HR. We do large-scale consulting projects. My main goal is not to speak, to make presentations, but that's on top of what we're ready to do, because there are lots of projects, there are lots of communications with different companies, and I always want to share what we have learned. I've been working in EY since 2016, and I started my career, and I continue my career at the review of salaries and compensations. So this year we have published the largest study that we had the record number of companies attended and contributed to, and this is the data that was sourced locally. And I've been working on this project mostly, and now I understand that data is important, and that approach, that a data-driven approach is important, or a data-informed approach is very, very important. This is what we will be discussing with you today as well. So we need to discuss these things as to why talk about the markets of the future. what kind of problems the top managers face, where are we going to be, and are we going to implement our future? If we say where, yeah, maybe empty offices. Is it going to be all online? Is it going to be offline in our offices? Who's going to do that? That's who. That's going to be all of us and CHRO jointly moving towards our future. And how much is it going to cost to our companies? So this is a very interesting topic today. And I would like to start with the question why. Why do we need to talk about this topic and why is it so relevant? When we discussed it, the overall SHRO approach actually, SHRO is a chief human resource officer, someone who works in HR and someone who is who plays an important role in a top management, has a seat at the top management table, and is someone who addresses some strategic objectives and goals. And if we look at the picture of the current situation, then we can see what problems we face. Here I would like to talk about the global study of EY, work-life survey. It's a big survey that EY does amongst many companies, including the companies from Fortune 500 list. We talk to the top managers and to CEOs and to the owners, and here we wanted to know what challenges do they face, what is happening to them, and what we see is actually almost 70% of cases, the leaders agree that in the current economic situation, there are a lot of difficulties, a lot of questions and challenges, including the questions and issues related to financial indicators. So the problem that they're facing now is retaining and maintaining the success of our businesses for us to stay as successful as they are, for us to continue evolving and developing our business, but also move towards a transformation. So here's the next figure. 62% of top managers believe that they need a comprehensive change of the current skills and the instruments to introduce HR transformation. Why is this interesting? We spoke about AI today. We spoke about ChatGPT, and actually we talk about that quite a lot, but actually it is not an obsolete subject yet because it has recently emerged, appeared. I think ChatGPT is only 1 year old, but we do understand that it's a technology that's going to change and transform all of us. The leaders also understand that they need to change as well, and not just change, but also understand how that change is going to happen under the current circumstances. How we're going to achieve our targets and while maintaining our successful transformation. If we look at our study, apparently 50% of top managers use AI, but they plan to use it in the future. And the challenges that the top managers face are very strongly linked to HR and talent management. And I'm talking here the attraction and retention of talent. I'm talking here about efficient hybrid work modes. I'm talking about compensation enumeration. I'm talking about the skills measurement and efficiency measurement. So it's interesting that actually I'm the final speaker today, and we were able to talk about each of these subjects throughout the day, and we already know about these difficulties, and we've already been able to cover some of the issues. So what do we see? What are we facing? We have some geopolitical difficulties, and we understand that we need to grow and develop our businesses, that we have a lot of technologies, but in order to introduce them, we need to be flexible, we need to change and adapt and change our staff, personnel. At the same time, we have instability in the labor market, and a very interesting question, one of the key issues here that we cover in our study. So I have this question for you all. Do managers kind of control the labor market? Who believes that employees control the labor market? Yeah. There are more hands now compared to employer control. And this is what we see. Following the results of our study, we have arrived to a conclusion that both employers and top managers and employees do understand that employees are the ones who have more leverage at the labor market. And the main goal of trends and what's necessary, actually, it's happening at the side of the employee. And, why is that important, and where is the role of SHRO? Our survey has demonstrated that currently the labor market is being affected by two main forces, or two main factors, as we call them. The first one is the cyclical factors, and the second is the structural factors. Cyclical factors are some historic events which happen from one year to another, kind of recur and repeat itself. And the employer actions are affected by cyclical factors, and they have to respond to those factors, no matter what they are. It can be economic decline or inflation, it can be geopolitical uncertainty. I'm talking here about different vacancies, repeated vacancies, but what I'm saying actually that we can be facing same difficulties, same professions from one year to another on a repeated basis, on recurrent basis. But we have also some persistent problems. Actually, I never expected that we're going to look and find it difficult to hire production specialists, production professionals, processing professionals. As for the employee and what affects them, those are the structural factors. These are the factors which are somehow defined and determined by the society, by the community as a whole. So there can be increased cost of living, which is partially a cyclical factor, but also it has a drive in the structure. We see the market globalization, labor market globalization. We see kind of this hybrid format of work. And what we say here, it means that each of these groups looks through their own prism, through their own lens. The top managers, they try to pay attention to cyclical factors and respond to those, where the employees look at the structural factors. And someone can exercise both of the focuses. And these are the SHRO people. These are the people who have this vision and understanding, and they can understand the problems that the top managers have or face, and also what the problems and challenges that employees have. So it is sort of the bridge that connecting these two focuses. The focus. So we see that actually labor market can be affected by the structural factor, but one of the goals of SHRO is to bring it all together and to come up with the right and proper response to all of these challenges, so that it could be successful for the businesses and successful for the employees. I will just say a few words about additional things. We talk about these gaps, and when we talk about SHRO, we say that there is a gap between employees and between the top managers or CEOs. We say that CEOs underestimate the willingness of the employees to leave the company, to change their jobs. So they're oftentimes ready to move, to change their jobs, to find another company, and but that is not well understood and well appreciated by the CEOs. And sometimes we lack measures and stimulations and motivation to retain the employees in the company. Also, there are some discrepancies if you talk about hybrid approach. We know that employees have their own vision, employers have another vision, and they're not able to find a compromise. Our study has also revealed that salary is one of the most important factors for the employees when looking for a new job, and colleagues such as spoke about that several times. But if you look at this number, only 25% of employees believe that physical and monetary well-being is where you need to invest your resources into. Although we've heard several times that salary is the key factor that we need. So where are we now? There are several factors that drive us, that drive the companies. There are external factors which affect the development of the company, which the CEOs and top managers are trying to overcome, and the people who will be aligning all this, putting all this together, are the CHRO, you and us, you and me. It's someone who has all the instruments, all the tools to be able to leverage the strategy, and to who has sufficient resources to do this right. And in our case, this is CHRO, the Chief Human Resource Officer. What are the main goals of CHRO? I would talk about the difference of CHRO from the HR director. And CHRO is not always the person who is he's a top manager. It's a functional leader. It is someone who works in HR and help implement the strategy, realize the strategy of the company, someone who understands the strategy of the company. If you want to talk about cyclical factors, we need to understand the strategy of the company and understand where we're going to move forward to. So yes, therefore, it is a strategic partner of CHRO and a business leader, because like HR, we all need to understand the business. We need to be together with the business. We need to be kind of aligned with the businesses, and we need to understand the strategy and also need to be able to handle the different operational issues. So these are the functions and the job of the business leader. And in order to be most effective and to address and respond to all that in the best possible way, we need to be flexible. And flexibility is one of the key competences that CHRO have, because both the cyclical and structural factors change very often. We have continuous changes. We have changes in our methodology. Now we have ChatGPT. Now there's the ChatGPT market. So we need to be able, and we need to understand, we need to be able to ride the wave, we need to be able to understand what's happening, and also be able to change the work of the company, operations of the company. And digital literacy actually is very, very important. When I talk about digital literacy, when I talk about HR analytics or digital HR, every time I remember that 7 years ago, I actually didn't even imagine that we would be speaking about the AI at an HR forum. So the goal of a CHRO is to align all these functions, to be the supporter of the business, or to be partially responsible for some of the business results, but also be the supporter of the people, the employees, so that our system is well aligned, well organized, and is very, very effective. What are the main challenges that SHRO have? I'm talking about SHRO, but actually I'm implying here that everyone who is somehow involved in HR departments will also have to respond to these challenges. Number one are the difficulties, different economic difficulties with the labor market. We see that we have the willingness to retain the companies or to keep the companies at the previous economic indicators, but at the same time we need to understand how that is going to affect the employees, because they are the ones who control the labor market. So striking the balance is one of the challenges that SHROs face in our case. Employers underestimate, do not appreciate enough the willingness of the employees to leave the company. So we actually spoke about Great Resignation. It is still around. It hasn't ended, hasn't gone, and we spoke about mental health, mental well-being. It's all important to understand and appreciate, because when we spoke recently, and we spoke about the results of our review, we really mentioned that HRs, professionals are now have a lot of workload, they have a lot of burden, and finding the new people is harder and harder. And actually that leads to burnout that HR specialists manifest. So it is important to really find the risk in a timely manner and respond to those. Salaries is another thing that we discussed today several times. A hybrid or versus remote work mode, it's still around, it hasn't gone anywhere, and actually we will be talking about that. And actually now we've been working with several companies. We try to formalize the remote work schedule and maintain efficiency while working remotely. We sort of smoothly exited and graduated COVID, but this issue is still around, and it is still there. I mean, leads us to question number 4 with office, because the CEOs need to understand what to do with the office. Do we need the office, the premises, or we do not need them? Do you have it, do you upgrade it, improve it, and everything's okay? Generative AI, I think we're all quite positive about that. We've been told what kind of functions can be done there. I think it's important to develop our skills, to learn how to write the correct and proper prompts, to understand the functionality. And there are different skills that need to be developed. There are some people who introduce these skills and working with AI, and how to work with AI to avoid leaking some data, and to consider some of our limitations. And empathic leaders is important. Actually, all the studies indicate that empathic leaders guarantee best results, and developing empathy is a task, and it is something that HR will have to handle. Because HR strategy, HR learning strategies, it will all be handled by HR departments, and who's going to be responsible for engagement, right? That's going to be HR, or the direct leader. But the opportunity to provide the correct instruments and correct knowledge is something that what we can really do. And develop empathy is one of such factors as a skill for the employees and for the employers as well, and top managers as well. So here was a question that I was asked to answer: how much? How much is going to cost, and how much should we spend on this? Should we really try to grow and develop in SHRO? Well, the answer here is that it depends on your personal willingness and ambitions, but what I see in the market, actually, SHRO are the product of HRD. When the company reaches the level when it understands that HR is important, that is strategically important, and that we need to continue working with HR as a direction of our company, and then only we give the opportunity to take important and strategically correct decisions. And that's somewhere when the HRD actually becomes the chief human resource officer. So there can be chief operating officers. You don't have to be SHRO, but you can be the chief operating officer in our company. Or you can remain to be the HRD and be responsible for strategic goals and objectives. And if we are to say yes to all of these questions, how much it's going to cost and how to work with that, then of course the positions of HRO kind of correlate to the level of vice president in charge of human resources, or if there is a management board, then there will be a member of the board that is a HRO level, or managing director, and so on. So there are different titles than a HRO may have. And the salary of such individuals, of course, is closer to top management, C-level, but no, it's not that we look at the numbers and that can tell us that this is HRO, this is HRD. No, but actually what's interesting that our data indicates that happened in last year, that actually the salaries of HRD has increased by 150%, where the average increase was 13%. So HRD had a very, 8%, and that very small rise in salaries. And why is that? We have a lot of goals, a lot of objectives. We are here at the conference. We talk about a lot of interesting topics, a lot of interesting things, and we need to develop in different directions. We need to combine and merge the roles of strategic and functional business leaders. And it is important that our businesses understand that and that they support that. Well, briefly, if to wrap up my presentation, I would like to say a couple of things about the main conclusion, why we're talking about that and what's going to happen with the future of HR. HR is no longer the staff, it's just human people. The HR has strategic objectives and goals, and we see that challenges are changing, and we need to be ahead of our times. We need to understand what's happening. We need to understand the modern trends, and we also need to be able to respond to those challenges. Challenges related to controlling the economic indicators, understanding that we need to maintain the work and life balance for our employees, and also that apparently the labor market is affected by cyclical factors as well as structural factors. An HR director, manager is someone who can bring together the opinions of the employees and employers or top managers through different strategies, through different solutions and instruments that were topped up by AI and digital. So in conclusion, I would like to say that we have quite an interesting path ahead of us. We have a lot of goals and objectives, and that's extremely interesting. It's very important and very interesting to develop, to grow, and to evolve. And let's wish all of us and each of us a lot of success. And let's see how our future is going to be, what our future is going to be like. And we hope see you talking about this all in 5 to 10 years.
5-10 лет это так много.
As 5 or 10 years is not that long. As we realize, thank you very much for your support and from your support personally. You release a wonderful survey of salaries. Make a survey of the labor market for the HR people. That would be in great demand, very much sought after. How's that for an idea? Anna, let's take a picture. Great. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Мы решили, что поговорим под конец немножко, да? Быстро.
We thought that we'd have a conversation, a panel discussion towards the end. The panel discussion is called The Future of HR. And I'm the moderator of that. And I'd like to invite our panelists here, Sultan Adarhim from Asset HR, partner of Asset HR in Kazakhstan, Central Asia. Our next panelist is Jarkin Bekjanov, HR Director from Berkia Bank. Jarkin, I can see you're here. Please come to the stage. Ulan Karabekov, also CEO of OLX Group. Volat. Ulan, you're here. Great. Our next panelist is Operations Director, CEO of SEZIM, Ekaterina Gurieva, Managing Partner of Contact Intersearch in Kazakhstan and worldwide, Marina Tolnopolskaya. Please come to the stage as well. And we have another great HRD from Sandoz, Kazakhstan, Elena Lider. Elena, please. Your friends, colleagues, please make yourself comfortable. I need to grab a pencil, which I need for a very important purpose. Okay. I can sit there if you'd like. It's more convenient for me to moderate this way because I'm left-handed and my active hand is normally, my active side is right, the right-hand side, okay? We're talking about the future of HR. A little bit of information about what we'd like to discuss today. We've heard a lot on this subject already today about rethinking the role of HR for the future that is not limited to recruitment, etc. HR is playing a bigger role, and everyone realizes the fact that HR will never be the same again. So our future is the topic, is the future of HR. Let's dream a little bit. I would like for you to put yourselves into the following shoes. You're a dreamer, a critic, or a realist. A dreamer is someone who's never afraid to risk, has a lot of creative potential, and is able to see opportunities where others don't see it. But dreamers could be too idealistic and not always able to adequately assess their capabilities. The critic is the next capacity that often assesses other people. They're often skeptical, but their criticism nonetheless could be useful in order to avoid mistakes and make correct decisions. But critics may not be capable of cooperation always. Realists, everyone wants to be a realist. They're not very risk-prone, and they prefer to make decisions based on facts. And realists could be useful in a situation when you can we need to make a correct decision quickly. So you're a dreamer, a critic, or a realist. I'm going to ask each one of you, but I'm going to warn you right away, if too many of you opt for the same role, I'm going to appoint you to play a particular role, okay? Is that a deal? Marina, which one is you? You can turn on the mic. I'm a dreamer. I really like this book on AI 2041. I am very impressed by it. Since I read it in the beginning of the year, I'm very excited about what's going to learn, what's going to happen to this field in 10 or 15 years' time. So, Ekaterina, I'm going to be a realist. Okay. Good. Ulan is next. I'm not a critic. I'm in between a realist and a dreamer. I could be a realist. Okay. Jarkin is next. I'm a dreamer. Guys, so I distributed you ahead of time, and you did the same way. You did it the same way as I did. You know us too well. You know us too well. When we were preparing for the panel discussion with Elena, we kind of decided to do a pre-selection, and you matched it with your own choices. Okay. So we have the first question that they're going to display on the screen right now. I'm going to ask the audience, are you critics, realists, or dreamers? Can we start the poll? You see the QR code, please scan it and answer the question. And while people are picking their answers, in order for us to be clear on this situation, please remember each one of you your role, and we're going to work based on our roles. We talked a lot about technology and innovation today. Therefore, I have the following question. Which innovation, which technology stimulates the transformation in the HR function itself? So the question goes to Ulan first. Which innovation, what type of innovation, which innovations or technologies stimulate the transformation of the HR function? Thank you. I'd like to start by thanking all the organizers for organizing this wonderful forum, giving everyone an opportunity to gather and exchange ideas. Moving on to the answer, in terms of technology and innovation for HR, I'm going to approach it from two angles. The first is looking at it as a platform for OLX work. So innovation and technologies change the HR processes. First and foremost, it's about the AI, the influence of artificial intelligence. We've discussed it quite extensively today. OLX has been using it for quite some time now in order to select the relevant vacancies for the users. Machine learning and AI is used for that purpose. Secondly, I think what has a lot of influence on HR is mobile technologies, the fact that everything is becoming mobile. People are using mobile devices more and more. Max Zoom previously mentioned in his presentation that the young generation prizes that a lot. Mobility, flexibility, that goes for employers as well. They need to be able to create a vacancy very quickly or to find it quickly when it comes to the applicants, potential applicants. To focus specifically on the role of the employer, here I think the technologies that are being implemented by many companies, such as various cloud technologies, analytical tools that help you quickly gather information about what's going on in the company, are a good example. Every 2 months or every quarter, we do quick surveys, quick polls among our employees so that we can quickly identify weaknesses and respond to them effectively, so that we can find things we need to improve. AI, of course, as well, as Elena covered earlier today in her presentation. I think it's an advantage that we're part of Process Global Portfolio. Process is a group of companies that manages a variety of different projects. And we have our own corporate internal ChatGPT platform with proprietary data that doesn't go outside the company. So that's an advantage. Social media impact the process a lot as well. Building brands without social media is no longer possible, I think. And online education is probably the last trend, the last technology. AI is great. Marina, you said that you're a dreamer. So could you dream about the technologies that stimulate transformation in the HR field? I am very confident that despite the fact that we're talking about how various factors are important, such as emotional intelligence or the fact you need to understand people and their emotions, but the future of HR is digital. It's digital. I would like to underscore that. And the future of HR is about people who are well versed in all digital tools and measuring all the quantitative indicators, since work in HR is impossible without that. And a lot of processes are going to be managed by AI. Also, unfortunately, but it's still a fact that there's going to be less and less communication by people. It's all going to be handled by electronic transformation, and robots are going to conduct interviews in our place and make calls. That's already happening. People already call people to invite them for an interview, for example, or to apply for a job. This is going to keep going. So in order to keep developing in the HR field, you need to be very well versed in macroeconomics, and you need to be able to offer adequate supervision as well, because it's also very important. Thank you very much. So technologies are indeed changing, and fast. Half of total of 107 people are realists, critics are 22%, and dreamers are 28% of our entire audience. That's how the split went. I think we should keep dreaming. That's very important. It's a very important part of the process. So my next question is to the dreamers, more specifically to you, Jerkin, and you, Saltanat. The following question. Once technology starts handling most of the routine, most of the transactional part of the work, you will need to manage the employees in an entirely different way. I think you will agree with that. So in which parts of the HR industry we should expect the biggest changes within the next several years? What should we be ready for? The floor is yours. In which fields there's not going to be... No, it's about how to manage people in HR differently, given the fast pace of technological change and automation. Well, I think... based on what Marina said just now about digital transition, actually now HR, most of the case, it is positioned as a function that makes decisions based on emotion, intuition, etc. I believe that this is going to change very fast, since people analytics is developing very fast as a field. Therefore, more and more decisions are going to be data-driven. And more decisions made by HR will be based on big data and on analytics. This is to continue with what Anna also mentioned in her talk. This means that HR is going to talk the same language that boardrooms use now. They use the numbers primarily. So HR is going to be more and more about that. In terms of the changes in day-to-day tasks, the robots and automation are supplanting most of the routine day-to-day tasks. In recruitment, AI and chatbots do more and more of communication, and L&D. Companies use virtual reality, these kinds of technologies, in order to maximize behavioral change. Therefore, I believe that this is just going to keep growing. And putting myself in the shoes of a dreamer, and given the fact that some of the functions are going to disappear over time, I believe that the future of HR is the absence of HR as such as a function that we know today. Since whatever we say, our eventual purpose is to give the tools to the general managers, to the line managers, so that they're able to do their jobs at their levels in their departments. So they act as sort of HR directors in each one of their departments and in functions. But this is a long journey. I think it will be a long time before HR completely disappears in that sense. Okay, the floor is yours. What should be the expectations for the coming years? This question has nothing to do with the AI. No. The technology is already doing the transactional part of the work, the routine work. What HR is going to do is the question. I think I should speak separately about HR in Kazakhstan and our region and the overall international trends. I think the trends are going to be different, regionally and internationally. Overall, we're a bit behind. You probably know that, since many companies in Kazakhstan are just working on transferring the functions from the traditional personnel department to the HR department. So many companies haven't yet started using the approach that is already in the past for many regions internationally. We're a bit behind. It's important to bear this in mind, since internationally in HR, based on PwC research, by 2025, the most progressive companies are not going to have HR as a function. They're going to have just HR business partners. So question, to what extent Kazakhstan is able to keep up with this trend? I think we were able to see the state of play in that area in the morning. Earlier today, when HR people were saying that we would like to and we can become HR business partners to the business side of things, and there was a bit of back and forth. We all want to do this, we seem to, but we cannot do it yet. The business side of things does not trust us enough. Most companies, and companies are different and they all are at different stages of development, But as I can see the situation in the market overall, the business side of things is able to turn over the role of a strategic partner to us. They are ready to see a partner in us, but it's a question about how much capacity we have to actually perform this role. So it's about our competencies, I believe, first and foremost. Overall, I think if we develop our competencies as HR managers, if we're ready to occupy those strategic shoes, we have the administrative, operational, strategic role, and operations and administrative is what we mostly do. But the business managers await for us to play a bigger strategic role, and the only way we can do it is to develop strategic competencies. Thank you. Your thought is very clear. I have the following question then. When HR goes to the next level here in Kazakhstan, Shinar mentioned that we are behind. Now, how much time do we need to catch up with the international trends? So this is a question for Elena and Ekaterina. We'll start with you, Elena. Okay. I will continue in my shoes, wearing my hat as a critic. If we look at international studies about the HR transformation, for the function, the role that HRD should play, that they should act as catalysts of changes, that they should be completely business-oriented. Based on all that, I see that unfortunately in Kazakhstan we're not doing enough yet in order to fully be a business partner. We're not developing enough. Sometimes we do not take enough initiative, perhaps, to be as strong an HR function as we need to be. And this requires a lot of attention. To talk about the overall situation in the market in Kazakhstan, perhaps things will speed up now, since we looked at the overall progress internationally in this area. You know, how things were speeding up. It was some things took 40 years, then 20, then 10, and 5. Changes keep speeding up. Things are happening a lot quicker, and we can also take into account the generational theory that also has its impact. So perhaps in 5 or 7 years' time, things will change. I believe if you take a very critical view at the HR field in Kazakhstan, maybe in 5 or 7 years' time, the local HR in Kazakhstan will grow to reach this kind of a strategic level of people who actually change the business for the better, for the positive, those drivers that actually help businesses be successful. Thank you. Katerina, the same question to you. You're a COO. When do you think the HR field in Kazakhstan will reach this new level? Thank you for the question. I'd like to offer some thoughts at first related to some previous answers. You said that the future of HR previously, that the HR will not be there. I totally disagree with this, and we talked about this earlier. People need other people. People need people, and the purpose of any innovation is to cover the operations side of things, the administrative side of things, as Saldanat mentioned, handled by HR, freeing up energy and time for the HR function in order to do the strategic things that we mentioned and to bring value to the company. Something in addition to what they already do, and not just administrative tasks. Going back to your question about how soon this will happen, I believe it will happen very soon. And I realize where the colleagues are coming from when they say that Kazakhstan is not completely ready. I believe that the question is not about whether we're ready or not. It's just a question of time. And I think they're aware of that. So the transformation of the HR function we're on the eve of that. And even if we're not ready for it, we will not be able to postpone it. This new generation is entering the job market, and it's time to start learning. And I think already some important steps forward are being made in this area in order to start listening to your employees, start hearing them more, and learn more from them. So I think there's no way back at this point. We will not be able to stop this new generation that is marching forward, and that is very, very different from the baby boomer generation, from millennials, etc.
we will have other questions about Zoomers and millennials, boomers and millennials. Jarkant, I saw you raise your hand. Well, I would like to agree with the previous two comments. And with, no. They're critics. That's their work. That's their job. No, I'm a realist. And to balance this discussion, I think Kazakhstan is not lagging behind the world or the other world. That's for sure, 100%. I have attended a lot of international HR conferences, and I have also worked in a big group, the Global Home Credit, where the practices and the things that we do in Kazakhstan are being used already, being practiced. They're just approaching that. So when we compare ourselves with some big companies such as Netflix, Amazon, and others, maybe we're lagging behind. But actually, if we take the situation in general, then HR in Kazakhstan is quite excellent. It's quite advanced. Yeah. And the processes that we implement here, the dynamics that we have here is really good. So I want to be kind of a realist here. Thank you. Yeah, I understand. You said this phrase that HRs are excellent here, and that's why there is a round of applause that you got. Can I exit my role of critic and give you some motivation? I have, a month ago, went to an HR conference in Dubai, and we had a meeting with the Kazakh HR community, people who moved to Dubai and who work there as HR specialists, and they said today the demand for HR managers from Kazakhstan is very high in the Middle East because the business is on the rise there. They even gave us some examples on how they received offers, and actually they competed against the HRs from other countries, and actually our HRs were chosen, were selected. So it's a message to the international company that Kazakh HRs become popular. The world is your oyster. And your future depends on your competences, on your skills, and I see that we are not lagging behind any global trends, and we do have a lot of well-developed, a lot of behavioral competences. So I think Kazakh HR has a future. Well, friends, after the cocktail, we all hop on a plane and we all fly to Dubai. Can you turn on this? Okay. We would like to involve the audience. This is called the soft mic. Don't be afraid of it. You can participate in this panel discussion. I'm going to throw this mic into the hall, into this kind of audience, and those who will catch it will have to answer the questions. What skills and competences will be required by HRs in the upcoming 5 to 10 years? So, and we're going to ask 3 questions about that. You will be able to throw this mic further to your colleague, to someone sitting close to you. Okay, I'm not the bride, so I'm going to throw it the way it is. Upwards and to the front. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, don't be shy. Yeah, can be a question. What kind of skills and competences are needed, will be needed by HRs in the upcoming 5 to 10 years? I'm no HR. Okay, I'm a financier. But I think HR is the number 2 person after the director, after the CEO, not a financial, not a commercial, but really kind of a HR director. I know for sure, and I think that HRDs must be knowledgeable in financial issues. They need to be flexible. They need to be familiar with the AI, and actually a lot is demanded from HR, and HR will have to handle a lot of challenges, and that goes beyond the functions that we see at the moment. So that's a multifaceted, multi-layered individual. Okay, could you introduce yourself? My name is Venera Janadina. I'm the head of the CFO online consulting company. Thank you. Venera, you have a chance to throw this soft mic to someone else. Yeah, grab it. Okay, what are the competences that will be needed by HR in the upcoming 5 to 10 years? Hello, my name is Diana. I'm the HRD of TS Development Group. Hello. I think empathy, yeah. You need hard skills, soft skills, you need to develop them equally. You need to develop the communication skills. Thank you, Diana. You can throw it either here or there. Where do you want to go? Okay. Thank you. Could you please introduce yourself? Hello. My name is Janara. I'm the HR manager of a transportation company. I will agree with a previous colleague because we're talking about empathy and strategic thinking. Thank you. Can you please take this, grab this soft mic, and someone will take it away from you? Can you see how it is to be a speaker? It is always possible, right? We always look for people who can speak, who can talk at these kind of things. I'm very grateful to all of you because sitting here is quite responsible, but at the same time it's not very scary. Can I please get back this, get the mic back because we'll have a second stage. So let's continue. I have a second question. We said that we have all the different generations. We have Zoomers, Boomers, Millennials, and so on. So we also have the change of generational change in HR. We have HRDs, Millennials. We have HRDs, Zoomers. What is the difference? And do you think the approaches will change depending on the generation that these HRDs belong to? So this question to Saltanat. You're experienced. I know you know the market pretty well. Well, I remain to be the critic. It's okay. I'm not going to insist. I mean, that's if you like, yeah. I think that we do not need to really divide or delineate. I don't think there is any specific difference. There are clearly some challenges and trends, and they affect us. But all in all, HRs, whether they are Zoomers, Millennials, or someone else, or Xers, they must have certain competences to be able to act as professional and qualified HRDs. There is HR's competence model, and which is identical for all the HRs, irrespective of the generation that you belong to. And if we look at this model from the competence point of view, then there's almost no difference. And again, while sitting in the role of a critic, I believe that HRD Zoomers are slightly superficial than HRDs of our generation, my generation. Yeah. Okay. Not all generation, but a different generation. Yeah. Okay, Marina, here's a question. You recruit a lot of people. Is there any difference between Zoomer HRDs and Millennial HRDs? Did you come across that? Yes, of course. I support the opinion that for professional HRD, the age is of no matter, no significance, and gender is also doesn't matter. It is believed that HR is for women only, although I'm not sure. I can say for sure that younger HRDs integrate with the learning education processes faster. And there was a discussion about the lagging, our HR sector lagging behind or not. But with younger generation, actually, these time slots or milestones are blurry now. And maybe very soon our HRDs will be bringing new practices and new initiatives here and to the world. Because if you want to grow fast and if you're growing your business very dynamically, you have to skip some of the stages and you just simply jump to another level. It's not what I came up with. It's microeconomics, the spiral dynamics development standard. So I suspect that there's a hypothesis again that the younger generation will faster shift to the level of automation, digitization. that the younger generation will make friends with AI faster again, and maybe there will be some other forms that we do not know of yet, because controlling and managing the team of people working remotely, or coming up with some instructions for AI and for robots is an art, and you need to be able to do all of those. So you need to be really multilateral, multifaceted, kind of multi-skilled and very diverse. So I think the younger generation will be faster to grab what's there already, and maybe will bring about a change, will bring about something new. Well, this is how the whole world develops. This is not something that we invented here. Katya, I saw your hand. Marina, so you have another opinion, please? I have an opinion. Saltanat sounded skeptical about HRD from Zoomer generation, and here's my opinion. We all spoke about competences, and I agree with my colleagues that competences must be identical, whether it's millennial, boomer, zoomer. No, the set of competences for a profession is more or less identical. But we're talking about the differences in approaches between zoomers and millennials, HRDs. And I think to then that our generation, regrettably, was raised in a way that, or in such a way, that we oftentimes stay silent about problems, we're silent about our fears, we're afraid of hurting someone else's feelings and so on. And I think that affects people, including the CEOs, including the HRDs, because HRD is number 2 after the business owner, after the CEO. HRDs and Zoomers, from my point of view, and I believe, are not worse of millennial HRDs. And why? Because these people know, because they know why they're the most important people in their lives. They know how it is important to take care of yourself, to take care of your mental health. They respect their own feelings and emotions. And this is what they kind of broadcast to the world. This is the message they send to the world. If they find themselves important, they will probably find others important too. So I think that's the difference. I'm a millennial, and I understand that we exercise a different approach. We practice a different approach. The culture is different now, and Zoomers will not stay silent. And I think it's excellent, because it's something that will move us forward only towards an open dialogue. I think all the millennials just dream of being Zoomers. No, I do, at least. I want to be a Zoomer, yes. Give me this chance. Give me this opportunity. Just 20 years ago. If this was 20 years ago, oh, how excellent that would be. Thank you. Thank you so much for your opinion. Let's move on to the next item, which is quite difficult, but I cannot but answer this question. With all this AI and everything else, yeah, I do not want you to come up with some simple answers as, yes, we're going to use AI. No. I want Aksharkan, Elena, and Marina to answer this question. Are HR going to go jobless and unemployed with all the digitization? Jarkan, do you think you will be jobless one day? Nope. No. Okay. No. Simple answer. No. No. You can go with it for some arguments. No, definitely not in the nearest future. If it's maybe outside of Kazakhstan, there are countries too. You know, there's a whole world. Well, Dubai, at least as we understand now. I think that to continue the previous comment, that in any case, they will coach us, or the partners, the mentors, and again, that's another role. The role of understanding the teams and something that could also not be replaced by the technology, by AI. And functionally speaking, yes, you can replace maybe recruiters, you can replace HR managers, maybe L&Ds. Yeah, those people can go unemployed, but actually for the bigger roles, yeah. I'm happy that it's not happening in a very near future. And I like this whole mantra that we're going to go to Dubai. And Sultana, thank you so much for these words of encouragement. I think we all know what our last resort is going to be. Yelena, okay, you can stay critic or you can be dreamer. Well, the critic hat that I put on is slightly different from my real opinion, but Here's what I'm going to say. From the critic point of view, if we don't transform and if we don't change and if we don't put efforts to develop and to evolve, to self-reflect, then we may find ourselves unemployed and unneeded and not in demand, because there will be technology that we didn't master, because there will be new tasks and new targets for us to achieve as a strategic consultant. If we fail at our role of being a strategic consultant for the CEOs, for the top management, then we can easily find ourselves unemployed. But I still believe, and that's my real position, that seeing how our market actively gets together, how HR have been kind of dealing with networking and building the networks, we really meet more often now. And seeing all that, seeing how we talk to each other about the right directions, I think this is all going to support our efforts to modernize. There will be robots, there will be technologies that will rid us of some manual work, that will rid of some routine processes. Yelena showed something today. And we still will have to take care of some other functions. We'll have to be in different businesses. We'll have to merge different departments to discuss what kind of technologies and business solutions are needed by the company and to move all that forward. And HR will also have to sort of reinvent themselves. And I believe that HRs are capable of doing that, because HR, the specialty, the profession, is something very flexible and is capable of reinvention. And that will be the guarantee of our success. Okay, thank you, Marina. I have two pieces of news for you. One is a bad one, and the good one is with some intrigue. Okay, which one shall we start with? Yeah, with the bad one. I'm a dreamer, right? So from this role, I need to finish well. So I believe that the HR profession is going to die out. I mean, it's going to die out the way it is now. It will cease to exist the way we know it now. We're actually ready to accept the fact that accountants will no longer be needed, that you no longer need to send your children to be librarians, because it's something that will definitely be replaced by the machines. It's not even being discussed. The same goes to the HRD. We used to have the human resource managers, right? I think in just 1 or 2 years after all digitization, we will no longer see that. But it is a profession that will transform, and there are quite interesting two trends. The first one is that this profession will be responsible for productivity and for efficiency of business processes. We will kind of merge into businesses, into AIs, and into understanding the economics and how the economy works and so on, because effective business processes helps businesses be super successful. And the second trend, is about being the director for happiness, someone who's responsible for emotional well-being and for overall well-being of people, because no AI is going to help you with that. No way I can create an environment when people come to work, they stay happy, they feel satisfied, well, feel gratified and rewarded. And so it is going to transform into the two functions which cannot be merged in one individual, and that will be two different roles. But all in all, any top manager will have to be the HR, kind of act as HR, an empathetic HR, because without that you cannot run a team, no matter how automated you are.
Thank you, clear. Thank you very much. Opinions are different. I realize that HRDs need to transform, implement innovation, most likely innovation specifically in human resources management. I have a question to Alan, Elena, and Sarkin. Which companies in Kazakhstan are implementing innovation in the area of human resources management, and what are the challenges, most importantly, that they face in the process? Who is implementing those changes, and what are the challenges? We'll start with you, Alan. Thank you. Well, most of the participants have Forums like this one are the ones implementing those technologies. I think I'll focus on the second question about the challenges. Okay. Overall, the way we're used to operate is based on the conventional approaches to management here in Kazakhstan, but we are working in a global company now, and many of the processes are implemented in a centralized way, and they come from the head office in the West, which creates some difficulties. And they are as follows. And I think we're not the only ones that deal with this, but other companies that implement such changes do as well. I'm talking about resistance to change. We would like to, let's say, implement something, some business processes need to be more efficient, but there's resistance from the employees. Ticket-based systems are a good example of that, where you need to leave requests for something to be changed. There's a lot of resistance from the employees about that. They say that it's easier to write a message on WhatsApp or on Telegram, but you need this in order to be able to employ analytics and to predict workload. Also, I realized that even I personally have some difficulties with some changes. It was mentioned, for example, that human-centered companies are the way of the future, that you need to keep an eye on well-being, and you need to be very conscious of those things when it comes to your employees. To be frank, take into account competition, the business climate, you really want to be a bad cop and not a good one, to be completely frank with you. So there's this internal resistance that I'm dealing with, but I'm trying to follow our internal policies nonetheless. Secondly, I think what's worth mentioning is the complexity of integrating different systems. Since, as I saw, many companies conduct internal brainstorming sessions, and it's quite likely that people generate ideas about using different types of solutions. So they use different types of solutions, but the question is about how to integrate them later on, because you do need to integrate so that you don't have to use 10 different systems for 10 different tasks. As a result, you have this zoo of too many different systems, but it hurts the HR function because it needs to keep up on top, remain on top of all this. And the third important issue, I believe, is lack of competencies, due to the fact that there are many different products now, many of them innovative, and the HR needs to keep pace with that. Therefore, you need to keep on developing to keep up with the fast pace of this change. And the colleagues already mentioned that you need to keep developing your competencies. Never stop. Thank you very much, Ilan. Elena, it's your turn. What are the innovations and the challenges? Go ahead. If we focus on companies in Kazakhstan specifically, based on my internal perception, I think it's, if we take the more progressive, sort of more modern types of businesses, you know, the IT companies and the fintech companies, they're braver in terms of adopting innovation. It's probably easier for them to an extent because they have their own capacity internally for that. One good example of the same trend is the banking sector. I think it's developing quite briskly in terms of implementing innovation. There are other types of businesses that are farther behind. Purely local businesses in Kazakhstan is what I mean. To focus on the challenges, they're as follows. For instance, this morning there were some who said that, and I believe that, you know, I'm talking more of a critic, I believe they said that not a very high percentage of businesses in Kazakhstan realize that it is necessary to adopt innovation and adopt innovation as a business priority, and few businesses are ready to allocate the resources and the budget to accomplish these tasks, to innovate. I think this is a key difficulty for HR people who work in local businesses in Kazakhstan to keep advancing this change, implementing these initiatives. I think that's the case. Thank you very much. Jarkin, it's your turn. I'll be quick. The answer to the first question is Berke Bank, for sure. This was a provocative question, and I'm giving a provocative answer. So it's the banking sector, to be serious, telecoms, good fintech, and IT companies. I agree with the previous speaker's comments. In terms of challenges, the business side always expects quick solutions from the HR function. Therefore, the format of operation that the HR function is used for is not always conducive to quick solutions. So, therefore, using agile methods to adapt the HR field is the way to go, I believe. Secondly, unfortunately, due to historical reasons, HR is not treated as a partner, as a strategic partner. Therefore, the innovation that is offered by the HR function are met with skepticism or prejudice. This brings me back to an earlier comment about the fact that the HR function is perceived and positioned as a strategic function. It is important in those terms. And the third difficulty, I think, experienced by all HRDs, at least I experience this personally, is that there are too few men in the HR profession, and it often happens that there is very little gender diversity in the team, so it's difficult. And what is the difference between millennials and Zoomers? I think, in the Zoomer generation, there will be more men in HR. But I like this kind of diversity more. If it was a crowd of exclusively men listening to me right now, it would be a lot worse. I think this is a lot better. What are the difficulties that you experience when implementing innovation in your company? This is our next question. Let's throw it to this side of the room. Don't be shy. Pick it up and speak. The black spot is what you speak into. What are the difficulties that you experience when implementing innovation? My name is Yulia Mikhailova. I am an HR director at Kazakh Telecom. It's resistance that we encounter. It is important to communicate properly all the way to the bottom of the organizational structure to demonstrate the effectiveness of changes to address this challenge. So it's this resistance that we're dealing with first and foremost. So throw the mic to the next one. Great. Not that far. Don't be shy. Pick it up. Catch it. It's soft. It's not going to hit you on the head. Pick it up and speak into it. Don't be shy. Okay. Go ahead. Vitaly Khan from Komesk. It wasn't thrown to me, but still, Vitaly, do you deal with innovation? Can you say it once again? Of course. For those who are not listening, I repeat. What are some of the challenges that you encounter when implementing innovation? That's the question. Thank you. Since we're dealing with technology, we have a lot of difficulties. Mainly, it's elevated expectations. When expectations are overly high, we have some dreamers that dream about certain things, but then they run into critics and realists, and the reality is often different from the dreams. But we try to maintain a certain balance and to satisfy everyone, basically. Thank you very much. So you have a chance to... it's okay, Roman. What are the difficulties in innovation that you experience? Bureaucratic procedures? Red tape related to implementing the innovation. Thank you very much. We can switch off the mic now. No more stress for you because you're so afraid of this thing that as if it is a ball of fire. You need to train this skill. You need to develop the skill to be able to speak publicly. I used to be a very timid speaker, but it's all different now, as you can see. I'd like to thank our speakers because you're great. It's difficult to find people who can speak their mind and speak clearly. Let us continue now. And the next question is as follows. We're going to broach a different subject now. We're going to talk about uncertainty. We have survived the coronavirus pandemic, and everyone has forgotten about it by now. I think you will agree with that. It's in the past, you know, we're doing new things now, that kind of an attitude. I'd like to ask Saltanat and Ekaterina the following question. What are some of the black swan scenarios that may materialize in HR and life in general? Saltanat, the floor is yours. We all know that we all live in this fragile world, uncertain world, so scenarios that may materialize might be very different. And we sometimes cannot even imagine a particular scenario. It may be inconceivable to us. So when you mentioned the black swans, I thought about Nasib Taleb, who said about HR that HR is God's curse for a company. In order for us not to be this curse and to be ready for the challenges that we may have in the future, we need to be protected from this fragile world. We should be anti-fragile, and this means that we should develop our competencies, we should grow stronger, so that we are more stable as a business. So if you do not to be out of a job, and if you want to be prepared for all the challenges that the future may bring, you should work on your competencies, making yourself stronger and stronger. Lifelong learning is the answer. Thank you. Ekaterina, what are some of the black swan scenarios that you're thinking of? Well, any number of them. Since the pandemic, every year it seems to be there's some new challenge that you have to deal with. They keep getting bigger and bigger, in fact. Anything could happen. As Saltanat correctly pointed out, the world is too fragile, and it's not possible to conceive all the potential scenarios. You don't see it coming necessarily. And to add to what Saltanat already said, I'd like to say that the world is very fragile, indeed. And if we try to control it, this just means that we become more anxious in the process. In other words, there are certain things that are beyond our control. The only thing we can control is ourselves and our emotional state. So I suggest that everyone focuses on that, on ourselves, on their own well-being, on the well-being of their loved ones, of their colleagues, and start with yourselves, and then it won't be as scary. Thank you very much. I didn't want to end on this sad note of the black swans, but still, every year, someone said that starting in 2009, it seems that we're living on a volcano here in Kazakhstan. Every year brings us a crisis or some difficult situation, some challenge. So being able to adapt is the most important quality for any human being, especially for an HRD. But I'd like for us to dream once again, since we have this panel of dreamers, among others. Let's display the next question for the audience. Please pick a role that you believe is the most interesting for you personally in the future. Please scan the QR code. In 2 or 3 minutes' time, we will take the question off the screen. These are the options detected for HR data, continuity director, man-machine interface manager, chatbot trainer, the reviewer for prejudice algorithms, manager for requalification, University for Lifestyle coordinator, gig economy, architect for the work environment, trainer for concentration, which I believe important, analyst of interaction between employees, specialist in genetic diversity, and a manager for paradoxes are the options. Let's start the voting. Pick your option. Make your choice. Everyone is picking an answer, right? And meanwhile, I have a rapid-fire Q&A session with you. 3 priorities for the HR function in the future, or 3 competencies for the HR function in the future. That's my question, either priorities or competencies. And we will start with Yelena. Go ahead, Yelena. What do you believe are the 3 most important priorities or 3 competencies for the HR function? Well, I'll do the priorities, if you don't mind. It is establishing a new operations model for the HR function that will be oriented towards the inputs and the changes that are happening in organizations today. It is also about development, developing your team, your HR team, since it needs to transform and it needs to meet the requirements, the new business requirements, the emerging requirements. And the 3rd trend, I mentioned it previously, this has more to do with organization development, namely it is strategic consulting. When the HR function when an HRD is one of the catalysts for rural business development. Thank you very much. Saltanat? 3 priorities or 3 competencies? Go ahead. Well, it is probably difficult to recommend something that will suit everyone. There can't be 3 accommodations that would be suitable for everyone because it depends on your role, current role, or the role you plan to have in the future. Depends on your career trajectory. But I would recommend to take the competencies model of a big international company. CRM, for example, has a model of competencies that consists of 14 professional competencies. Professional competencies in 14 functional areas, and there are 9 behavioral competencies as well. Total of 23 competencies, according to this model, that we need to develop. You should find a good model of competencies on the internet. And it depends on the career goals that you have. Behavioral competencies may include entrepreneurial skills and being able to advise, to consult, being able to manage relationships. It is being able to manage all the information that our people have to deal with. So there are 9 behavioral competencies, as I mentioned: diversity and inclusion, analytical and critical thinking, etc., etc. So it's very difficult to identify the 3 top ones. I think it all depends on what it is that you think your priorities are for now and for the future. Thank you very much. Jarkin? Competencies or priorities? Priorities, I think, would be easier. So they will be as follows: people analytics, making decisions about data, based on data. The second one, and here I agree with Yelena, it's an agile operating model for the HR function. And technology as well, digital employee experience, which means that the HR processes and the HR function overall should be fully digitized. Thank you.
I'm no HRD myself. No, but you're a CEO, right? But there are some basic ideas that I'd like to share as a manager: anti-fragility, empathy, and continued learning or lifelong learning. Competences or priorities? Priorities. Priorities. Since we talk about the HR of the future, we assume that all the unpleasant operational work will be done and handled by the robots. And then the priorities for HR will be people, meanings, creating the meaning, finding the meaning for the company to exist, finding the meaning as to why someone is doing what they're doing. And it is a conversation. It's an open dialogue. As I said several times already, the main priority of HR of the future is people and everything related to people. Well, I think I'm going to focus on competences because the priorities have already been covered. Strategic orientation, ability to grow and nurture successors and to develop successors, and endless transformation in everything, in all the aspects. Well, thank you. Let's look at the results of the voting, of the poll. Okay, look. The analysis of interconnection, the man and machine, or human and machine operation manager, business behavior director, HR data director, paradox manager, lifelong learning director, and architect of the work environment. So we try to be realists, we try to be critics, we try to be dreamers. I hope you had as much fun as I did from socializing, from networking, from talking, from being from over here. Thank you so much for your professional opinions as well. So please stay here. Let's give it a hand. Let's give it a round of applause to our colleagues. Marina, this is you. We're going to have a very short photo shoot. Katya, this is for you. Ulan, thank you. Jarkan. Saltanat. Thank you. And Elena, could you please stand a little closer? You're the main heroes, the panelists, and I'm here as well, yeah? It's good. It's great actually. The photographers are standing really close because we see which camera to. We know now which camera to look at. Thank you so much for helping us. I think it was a wonderful panel discussion. Now we're moving on to the concluding part of our event. What? Yeah, we're gonna. Yeah. So hold on. We have the prices here. Well, yeah, okay, I've been told to work here. So OLX Работа, I would like to invite Ulan here to gamble on some prizes. You all have some numbers on your badges. Yeah, the participants, I'm sorry. Those who are not participants, you don't have any numbers, but those who are participants, you do have that. So we just randomly are going to select the people from this list, and then those who are here, they come up and they get their presents. So the first prize from OLX company, a coffee maker, a coffee machine. 6032. Anyone here with that number? No? Okay, good. 6145. Okay, chances are going higher. Another number? 6058. No? Okay, next. 5796. Yeah, we have a winner. And the prize from OLX company, the coffee machine, goes to Ilya. Ilya. 5796, I see the number clearly. Thank you. Congratulations. Don't go too far. Let's take a photo with the main sponsor of our today's event. So people who stay till the end win the prize. So a smoothie cup from OLX company, which is wonderful for fitnesses and for health purposes. Let's go. 5841. Oh, we have a winner. Great. So it is battery operated, and it's gonna smooth everything. It's make a smoothie just by itself. So a small prizes from commerce to every winner. And the next prize, yes, a speaker from OLX company. 6031. 6168. Okay, close, but I miss. 5918. Yeah, we have a winner. Thank you, Ulan, for the support, for the prizes that you have provided. I'll stream from here, okay? This is the prizes from SISM. Let's invite Ekaterina Gyurieva here. Can I give a mic to Ekaterina? So Katya will roll the drum. The first prize is a certificate of an individual certificate for 25,000 tenge. That will help you use our service to find therapists or to find any session. Even someone is not here, we still reach out to the winner, okay? Ilya Zhuravlev from Sulpak Company. Girl, Ilya, you win 2. Well, we launched this at our promo stand, and everyone who left their business card will receive a prize. Please enjoy. Thank you. You'll need to get in touch with our guys. I think Ilya has gone crazy. No? Did you take a photo? Okay, photo, a bag, and a photo with the main sponsor. Well, the second certificate Freedom Pay, Arina. Are you here? No? She left? No, we'll make sure to reach out to Arina and hand over her prize. We can take it on her behalf, yeah. Yeah. Okay. Can you give us the prize, please? We want to take a photo. Great. Thank you. And the third present is this study to understand the mental well-being of your employees and a training on one of detected problems or challenges that you want to fix. And that is Svetlana from Eurobak. Svetlana, you here? No, she left. I know her in person. I mean, so well, she left. Yeah, it's okay, but we'll make sure to reach out to all the people and hand over the present to them. Okay. Just a second. On behalf of CISM, to all those who participated in this activity and who left their business card, we would like to give a free, the first free session at CISM platform. So those of you who left your business cards, will make sure that our care department reaches out to you and gives you a promo code for a first discount, for a first session. And if you are not, if you haven't left your business card but you still want to try a therapy session, please make sure that you come to us and leave your business cards with us. Thank you. That was really nice. Thank you. Yeah, I wish I could win something. Yes, I'm gonna need some support and counseling after the HR4. So if you have, if someone forgot the headphones, please make sure that you leave them behind, because really we apparently missing some, so it's important that we get them, collect all of them. We have few more prizes before the cocktail party, and I would like to invite the EasyTap company representative. And we have super healthy and super great, super useful present from not from them but on their behalf. Okay, EasyTap 6022. No, good. Okay, can you please bring the prize here? Yes, it's going to be very healthy and tasty present for you, and a t-shirt. Let's take a photo. Thank you. Thank you and good luck. Well, Lerna company, please, representative of the company, come up here. And you have 2 prizes, correct? So here's a mic to make the announcement, to read the numbers. Yeah, we're gonna need the drum. Where is it? Okay, one is gonna go randomly, and second is going to be a drum. Okay, let's run the random selector. Let me announce the price. It is a subscription for mini courses for 3 months for all the employees of the company whose HR number, whose HR's badge number is going to be shown on the screen now. Okay, run randomly for 5954. Anyone here with that number? Okay, anyone who's here? TST production. Yeah, okay, good. Okay, that's really nice. 5954. Correct, you're here. Okay. Ekaterina, please come up to me or to my colleagues and leave your details. So 3 months free of charge training for all the employees of your company. And a photo with the main sponsor. Again, and a drum now. And the second prize, the same prize, goes to Mira Rahimbekova. Mira Rahimbekova from SIZIM company. Now the whole SIZIM is going to be trained. So Lerna is gonna get sessions from you, and you're gonna be trained by Lerna. And a small present from Komisk. So those HR colleagues who would like to test the subscription to mini courses can do so if you come to our stand. And if it's something that you need, we will open a 2 weeks free subscription for you to see what kind of products we offer. Thank you. Thank you, Marina. Thank you, Lerna, for supporting our event and wonderful prizes. We have few more prizes left. The Professional Accountants Chamber. Tatiana, we're going to run it ourselves. Yeah, okay, good. We have 2 certificates for training of HR departments and accounting department staff. So the first one goes now 6124. No. Okay. 5903. 6050. Who's got this number? Okay, we don't have. 6131. 6127. It's like a lottery that no one wins. Yeah. Are you looking at your numbers or you're not doing that? Okay, next. 5885. No. 6013. 6010. Oh, 6101. Great. We have a winner. From the Chamber of Professional Accountants, certificates for 2 training courses to train and educate your accountant. Nadezhda, let's take a photo. Congratulations. And another certificate, 5793. No, okay. 5774. Okay, we don't have it. 6124. 6120. Okay. This is again DSP production. It's a lucky strike. You won another certificate to train your accountants or your HR people. Congratulations. And we have certificates for coaching session. Elena Lazareva, are you here? Marina Kachuk is my partner. We are co-founders, IBCU, International Business Coaching University. We would like to give this opportunity to be trained as coaches for HR professionals. There's 2.5 months of training, a very individualized, customized approach, and the trends and the competences that we have discussed today will be taught at this training course. You will be able to practice them and try them in your work. Okay, excellent. Thank you. Let's run this kind of random number selection. 5951. No. Next. 5856. Oh, no, we had 5856. Good, good. Congratulations. Congratulations, sir. 5856. Congratulations, Asil. And the next number, 5999, is we're gonna keep on our screen. Is that person here? No. Okay, then we can rerun it again. 6045. No, it's not here. 5895. 5771. Well, someone really needs the certificate, so it's okay. 6058. Next, 6013. Okay, who wants a coaching session? Let's admit that. Let's make a wish. 6150. 6054. 5773. It's okay. 5898. No, it's someone that needs to be here. No. Who needs to be here in person. 6013. Did we have that already? Okay. Are you deleting any numbers? Don't worry. We're going to run again. 6070. 5801. 5788. Finally, so Aidana, congratulations. You probably needed this and you wanted this. Let's take a photo with the co-founders and the partners of the coaching university. Thank you so much for supporting this event, for supporting us and supporting the forum, and for holding your coaching session with the participant. So there are contact details, and you can reach out to the managers, and we will agree upon your very first training session. Thank you.
Последний, да, у нас, по-моему, тут уже. От Камецка. У нас ближайшие 2 воркшопа будет.
We're going to have 2 workshops from on the 29th of November and the 6th of December. The first one is going to be about remuneration, performance-based remuneration, and the one on the 6th is going to be on how to build a dream team. So we are drawing 1 ticket each for each event. So we'll start with the first event. 5846. Anyone there with that number? Great. Perfect. So yeah, the workshop with Elena Chernozubova from Korn Ferry, 29th of November, DoubleTree by Hilton is the venue. Photo of the sponsor, i.e. me. Thank you very much, congrats. And another ticket for the 6th of December for the Dream Team session. Mazidis, 6139. You there? Great. Excellent. You're gonna build a dream team. $61.39, perfect. Photo of the sponsor, i.e. me. Don't leave just yet. Congratulations. Dear friends, I think that's it. We've drawn all the lots. Those of you who haven't won anything, don't despair. It's time to finish. Thank you very much for the support. I'd like to wish sincere appreciation to the entire team that worked on organizing this event. I'd like to especially thank the organizing committee and call them on stage. Yelena, Tatiana, Yulia, Marina, Sauli, and Katerina, and Anastasia. Please come on stage. Okay, you all here? Tatiana, Asem, please come here as well. Come up to the stage. Where's Tatiana? Quick, quick. Hurry up. I want to say a couple words beforehand. Look at these wonderful ladies. They made the event possible today. It's all thanks to them. Please give them a round of applause. Thanks to the crazy effort that they've put in, this all became possible. A round of applause to them. I already thanked you, but indeed, you made this happen. They're cool, believe me. So I bow to you. Lots of respect. You're the best team ever.
Люблю вас безумно. Большое спасибо.
I love you. Thank you very much once again. Thank you so much for attending. For the wonderful time that we hope you had. Took 6 months to prepare for this. It flew by. I'd like to thank all the partners and all the participants, and come next year at the 12th HR Forum, and we'll have the cocktail reception now. Please don't leave just yet. Thank you very much for your attention, and goodbye. And I'll meet you at the cocktail reception. Bye.